In an empire, two beautiful girls fought for the honorable position of empress. One of them was the only daughter of the great Marquis Cartia, Yurina Cartia. The second girl was the daughter of the evil Marquis of Fron, and her name was Lydia de Fron. Their enmity was interrupted by the most brilliant mage of their century, taken from the orphanage by the Marquis of Fron. His bright blonde hair and red eyes were considered the goddess's blessing. The mage's name was Carion, and he was in love with Lydia de Fron. For the sake of her happiness, he did not interfere in the relationship between the emperor and his beloved. To bring a beautiful girl to the throne, the mage killed his rival in cold blood. His death was tragic and harsh, as if he were the main villain of their world. No one could even think that perhaps Yurina Cartia was not a villain, but the protagonist. Upon dying, she imagined a completely different outcome of events, where the emperor chose her. He would have her pinned against the wall, asking her what she would do if he only wanted her. The girl thought about what would have happened if she had remembered everything that happened. Perhaps in this case, the main mage would not have killed her, but would have tried to protect her from everyone. If only he loved her and not Lydia, she wished to go back in time and start over. Fate was favorable to her, and her soul returned to the little one's body. Yurina and Carion were small, and looking at him, she asked him to remember how she saved him. Looking into his scarlet eyes, the girl mischievously made him promise to protect her at the right moment. The mage was not particularly happy that such majestic people wanted to take him out of the orphanage. He felt embarrassed and scared by such a turn in his fate, so he accidentally dropped the cup, which broke right at the feet of the Marquis's daughter. Looking at the boy, Yurina thought he was very small, but very wild. Honestly, she didn't understand if it was worth wasting time with this street kid. On a cold, snowy night, Angela died in a car accident. She woke up in the body of a minor heroine from a novel she once read. Touching her new face, the girl couldn't believe everything happening around her. Living the first week in the mansion, she decided not to give herself away, because she had been given a second life. Thinking she was a villain from the novel, the girl angrily looked at the maid who was bringing her a dress. She perfectly remembered the plot of the novel, where the main villain, Lydia's rival, was Yurina Cartia. Her tragic death will be caused by the mage Carion, who was taken from the orphanage by the Marquis of Fron. The girl clearly remembered that the Marquis of Carion's daughter was dying tragically, but she didn't remember the cause of death. The maid tried to interrupt her thoughts, to inform her that the carriage had arrived a long time ago. Still, after getting into the carriage, she returned to the fact that she was the one who knew the whole plot of the book, and no one else. And that's why the girl took Carion first before the evil Marquis. And so, observing the boy's fuss and indignation, Yurina tried to assess the magnitude of her work. The novel said that he would become one of the greatest mages in the empire. Trying to appease his ardor, she quickly found herself very close to the young Carion. The girl told him that if he went with her, he would no longer have to go hungry. In response, he only hit her on the arm, trying to push her away from him, causing her to flinch. Quickly closing his eyes, the mage said quickly and loudly that he did not believe in sincere mercy, and he asked her what she wanted to do with him. She clasped her hands and, in a prayer position, announced that she was going to use him as a toy. This statement completely shocked the young girl, who did not expect the mage to resist. Carion continued to say that he had heard that aristocrats liked to resemble theirs. Behind the Marquis's daughter stood a maid, increasingly indignant at the street boy's behavior. So, Yurina decided to attack and discouraged her opponent, confirming her conjectures. Approaching the boy with everything, she continued to talk about how there is no sincere mercy, but only an investment in the future. The girl insisted that it was quite cold in the shelter, and that he had the opportunity to live in more comfortable conditions. She offered him the support of the Cartia family, and hinted that it was much better than freezing to death. If the boy had not gone with her, in the autumn the Marquis of Fron would have taken him to his house. Yurina tried with all her might to prevent his death, and to achieve what she wanted. She touched Carion's forehead with the palm of her hand. Leaning towards his face, she looked him straight in the eyes, saying that his color was a symbol of the goddess, which means he has great talent for magic. The girl continued to say that she was now investing in him, so that later he would save her when she was in danger. The boy finally agreed with her, and headed to the huge mansion of the Marquis of Cartia. Leaving the shelter, Yurina timidly asked him if he had said goodbye to everyone. She watched his wounded hands move quickly, but his voice was calm, and he said he had no one to say goodbye to. The Marquis's only daughter clarified that she thought he would want to come back and cause a scene. The girl invited the mage into the carriage, and once in the castle, they would help him heal his wounds. Her dress fluttered in the light breeze. His hair flowed behind him, and her voice ordered Carion to follow her. The preparations were finished. The entire delegation that arrived headed to the carriage to return to the mansion. The maid slowed Yurina down and asked her why she was doing this and why she needed this boy. Looking at her threateningly, she repeated what she had said before about him being a very capable boy. The woman was not satisfied with such an answer and said it out loud so that the mage could hear that he had no place among them. She continued to shout that she didn't even know if he had skills or not, but her mistress did not want to listen to the reproaches directed at her, and she said she would take him under her protection. The nanny was worried that everything was happening without the permission of Yurina's father, and that she should have obtained the Marquis's permission first. Noticing the girl's look, the woman shuddered and immediately stopped her diatribe. Yurina reminded her that she was from the Cartia family and that there was nothing in this world she couldn't do if she wanted to. Having finished the meaningless conversation, the girl got into the carriage, where Carion began to examine her carefully. She did not deprive him of attention either. That's why the boy was embarrassed and asked why she was looking at him like that, and if she lied about him not being a toy to her. Yurina looked sternly at the mage and told him to be careful what he said. The young man felt like a puppy who had to follow his mistress's orders. He decided to return the friendly tone and ask the boy his name. Everyone sitting in the carriage was very embarrassed by the sudden change in the girl's angry face to a sweet one, which made her uncomfortable. But the mage still answered that his name was Tom, and she noticed that it was a common name and asked him if he liked it. She knew from the novel that Carion did not like his real name, although he corrected a couple of facts. The name Tom was given to him by his mother, who never loved her son. Remembering this, Yurina heard the boy's negative answer. In honor of becoming the young mage's patron, she decided to give him a new name. The girl thought briefly about what name to choose for him and began to recall the novel she had read. In it, Marquis de Fron named the boy Carion, which in ancient language meant winner. She called him Renard, or Ray for short, which in ancient language means hope. Saying this, she realized that he was indeed her only hope of surviving in an unknown world. And distant for her, the young mage remained silent for a long time, so the girl asked him why he wasn't answering her, and if he liked his new name. Then she called him by his name Tom, to which the boy replied that from now on he would be called Reynard. Such words made Yurina very happy and made the speaker blush. Upon arriving at the castle, she immediately went to her father, where she heard a firm answer. In strong that no. The Marquis tried to understand his only daughter's plan, but could not afford it. They did not know his origin, and which family the boy belonged to, and they could not take him under their protection. She stopped listening to her father after his strong negative response to her request. The Marquis was indignant at such reckless behavior from his daughter only when he saw them together, remembering how their first meeting in the garden was, where the boy simply hid behind his only friend. Yurina Cartia, the father only thought about how strange the boy was. The Marquis of Cartia suggested to his daughter that she order Robert to train the young man to be a servant. His head ached from the current situation, but his father continued to say that their family could not treat the boy with condescension, without knowing if he had talent or not. The girl foresaw this conversation, but knew that if sponsored children of the family achieved success, everyone would benefit from it. Among the famous members of the family, the knight Sir Aaron was raised under the care of the Cartia family. Yurina could not retreat so easily, because her future life depended on it. She continued to say that the boy has incredible abilities for magic, which, of course, cannot be told by his appearance. In short, she said that she did not take him to become her servant. Moreover, in her opinion, he had enough talent to enter the Royal Academy of Cron. Knowing that the kingdom of Cron, although inferior in many respects, was definitely superior to the empire in magic, which is why many students try to enter the academy, the Marquis declared the stupidity of what his daughter said. Her father told her not to try to ignore her position, but that she had no basis for it. He tried to end the conversation by saying he would pretend she didn't exist, but the girl came up with a suitable solution for both. They should invite a person who could appreciate Ray's magical power. Yurina could not miss this opportunity, as she had already begun to advance towards her salvation, concluding that even if the mage says the boy has no skills, she still won't back down from her words. The tired Marquis accepted his daughter's terms and decided to send a letter to Dave. He also said that most likely the mage was in the laboratory now, but that he should go to him after lunch. Yurina was happy to be able to pressure her father and demand that he listen to her, and in response, kindly thanked the Marquis. Caring for her, her father thought that he spoiled her a lot and satisfied all her whims. Inspired by the successful conversation, the girl headed to Reynard's room. Halfway there, they saw a breathless maid, who told them they had very serious problems. After asking what happened, Yurina received the answer that the problem was Mr. Reynard. Entering Ray's room, the girl saw the boy asking no one to approach him. In addition to his words, he threw a plate on the floor, which landed right at the feet of the Marquis's daughter. His body shrank, and he kept asking no one to approach him. Dissatisfied with his behavior, Yurina asked if someone had hit him, to which the maids answered in unison negatively. The girl put her hand to her face, trying to control herself, and calmly asked that she was only asking him to take a bath, and that he was doing it. The boy looked at those who entered with childish innocence, not understanding why they were scolding him. He continued to say that there was no one in this mansion who could hurt him. Ray did not stop and repeated that the maids touched him. Yurina looked at them, but they only shook their heads. Seeing their response, she turned to the boy and informed him that they told her they didn't touch him. Reynard grabbed himself and kept shouting that they were trying to take off his clothes, but they were adults, and he only a child. Not believing what she heard, she covered her ears, amazed by such ridiculous behavior. The girl quickly approached the little mage and told him that the maids were here to help him bathe. Yurina pointed to the full bathtub and said that they had filled it especially with hot water for him. Seeing such a strange reaction, she involuntarily asked him if he had never washed himself. Confused by such a question, the boy did not understand how she came to this conclusion, but he decided to ask why they were trying to take off his clothes. Then the girl said that they wanted to help him wash, to which Ray objected that he was no longer a child to be helped. Reynard was perplexed and said that he has 2 legs and arms. Why does he need her help unless they want to enjoy it? After hearing this, Yurina looked at the maids and ordered them to leave the room. The stern tone completely scared the boy. He thought that Yurin wanted to do something to him. She had some intentions towards him. His fear was interrupted by the gesture of the girl, who headed to the bathroom and told him to go wash. With an important look, she said that since he wants to wash, he should wash and she would leave too. Ray looked at her with disapproval and asked what would happen if someone entered the room while he was in the bathroom. She looked at him nervously and embarrassedly, began to hint at the reason for bathing. The girl did not want to tell him herself that Reynard did not smell very good. Such words surprised the boy. He couldn't even think that he smelled so bad. The young mage turned to look at the offender, and his expression said it all. The embarrassed girl told him to wash well after he came out. He was shocked. In his interpretation, she covered her nose and wondered if she should smell like that or not. Bringing him back to the real world, she said that no one in the mansion would touch or hit him. The girl clearly emphasized that this promise was made in the name of Yurina Cartia. Turning around, she walked towards the exit, saying they would see each other later. The boy just pouted at such strong words and asked how he could believe it. Rayla looked with disgust and caution, until she got annoyed and couldn't understand if he was serious. Leaving the room, she thought that she did not fully understand his eccentric actions. Yurina reminded him that he was the one who believed her and came to the mansion with her. And if he believed her then, why can't he trust now that no one will touch him? Turning to look at his face, she found him gradually blushing and muttering something. The girl did not understand what was wrong with him because she asked a completely common question. And simple. Embarrassed, Reynard decided not to argue with her anymore and replied that he believed her words and promises. Exhaling, she calmed down because she had defeated the boy in an argument, which means she could continue doing this. When everyone left, the little mage could finally undress alone and immerse himself in the hot bath. As soon as he began to examine the ducks swimming in his bath, Yurina suddenly burst into his room, saying that she had put clothes on the shelf. Blushing at the girl's unexpected arrival, he immediately jumped into the bath, trying to cover himself. Screaming in fear, he looked at her incomprehensibly, and the Marquis's daughter simply left the room. Having calmed down and accepted the fact that she had entered unceremoniously, and without knocking, Ray lay back in the hot water, nervously patting himself with the sponge, trying to leave this incident in the past and not think about it. It still seemed to him that the girl had closed her eyes and covered her nose from the stench emanating from him. Reynard decided to smell it and decided that, from the point of view of a well-groomed aristocrat. He really stank. It always seemed to him that all people smelled like this, but he knew no one else but those from the shelter. Being in the shelter, everyone smelled the same. Even the locals who came sometimes smelled the same. Everyone avoided the little mage because of his scarlet eyes and bright white hair. The orphans believed they were cursed because of Tom's presence within the walls of the orphanage. Sitting in the hot water, Ray remembered that his own father considered him cursed, and that's why he sent him to an orphanage. He stopped thinking and became interested in the yellowish, deliciously smelling soap. The soap smelled like Yurina Cartia, and she couldn't help but remember how, upon arriving at the mansion, she began to heal his hand wounds. She tried to do everything herself. Despite the maid's persuasion to help her, the girl only told them to bring a first aid kit. At that moment, Reynard was very surprised by the strong hospitality of the Marquis's daughter. He watched her every move so closely that the girl noticed and asked him why he was looking at her like that. He was surprised that even that question confused him, and the boy began to mumble that he hadn't done this at all. Then Yurina began to treat the wounds and asked him to tell her if anything bothered him. After bathing in the bath, the young mage arrived at the daughter's room, looking at him in new clothes. She said that people tell the truth. Clothes are wings. Since it was summer, Ray wore a light black suit with a white silk shirt. Examining his new image, the girl thought he really looked like a noble boy. She decided to break the long silence and said that his new suit suited him very well. The boy wanted to tease his savior a little and said that now he smells good. But this did not bother the girl at all. She exhaled slightly and continued to look at Reinhardt. Getting up from her chair, she approached to make sure that he really smelled good. The little mage asked if Yurina used the same soap he used to wash. The girl didn't even think about what kind of soap she used, because usually the maids helped her wash. Trying to describe the soap, Ray began to mumble again that the soap was yellow and round. It seemed to her that he didn't like the smell of his soap, and she offered to change it, to which he began to shake his head. The mage tried to find out if the Marquis's daughter was the only one who used such a scent, to which she answered affirmatively. He blushed deeply, and the girl began to call the maids to change his soap, but Ray tried to stop her. Yurina didn't understand where this dialogue was leading, since he wasn't going to change anything. Trying to hide her embarrassment, she replied that she would simply use this scent. Realizing that her meaningless dialogue had come to an end, she turned around and walked towards the exit of the room. An incomprehensible flame of tenderness and affection for her savior burned in Reynard's heart at that moment. Dinner arrived. Yurina Cartia and Reynard sat opposite each other. She watched with what enthusiasm he devoured the food. The girl thought she should hire an etiquette tutor, because he couldn't even hold a spoon correctly. After dinner, they returned to Ray's room, where he happily collapsed on the red sofa in the center. Cheerful about what was happening around him, Reynard decided that since this was paradise, he could die. But Yurina quickly reminded him that he could not die, as they had an agreement. In exchange for saving him from the orphanage, the little mage will have to save her from danger. He asked her what he should do if he didn't want to save her, to which she subtly pointed out that then there would be no point in investing in him. Quickly, he realized his desperate situation, and she was surprised by the idea that he had finally realized that she was right. Observing how he gradually understands everything, she added that a unilateral contract cannot be terminated. Reynard frowned, thinking that he had been trapped somewhere, but could not determine exactly where. Ray decided to ask that he was not sure, but he thought that magic was something serious, and if she really thought that he could become a mage. Saying this, he calmly took off his shoes and began to stretch his legs, which were numb and tired from the new shoes. Crossing them on the sofa, the little mage asked how he could learn magic, because his parents had no skills. It occurred to him that he didn't actually know his parents, and that those in his memory were not his. Magical abilities are innate, but not hereditary, meaning they have nothing to do with their parents. Sometimes it happens that both parents are mages, and their child is absolutely normal, or, on the contrary, ordinary people give birth to a child with abilities. Ray did not know such subtleties of his world, and was extremely surprised that this really happened. The boy himself did not know if he had any talent for magic, and did not understand why Yurina was so confident in him. The girl began to get up from her chair and explained that she was an ordinary person. Approaching him, she told him that she knew very well that he would become a mage. She explained this by saying that as soon as she looks at his red eyes, everything becomes clear. Then the boy began to remember that everyone around him said that he was cursed by the goddess. Everyone around him believed that his red eyes were the reflection of a terrible curse. Then Yurina exclaimed loudly that this was not a curse, but definitely a blessing from the goddess. But the young mage did not want to believe her. He was worried that if it turned out that he had no skills, the Marquis's daughter would send him back to the orphanage. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected guest who greeted the girl first. The two children jumped up surprised, and both turned towards the open bedroom doors. In front of them stood a tall, blonde young man who smiled sweetly at the two of them. Yurina addressed the newcomer, named Dave, and Ray began to quickly move away from the Marquis's daughter. Dave came together with the Marquis of Cartia to assess the magical abilities of the little mage. He looked friendly at Reinhardt, who was blushing from so much attention, and smiled. The boy knelt down to be at the children's level and said that they had not seen their mistress for a long time. He extended the girl's hand to kiss, as a sign that he was completely at the service of the Cartia family. The Marquis's daughter seemed embarrassed and confirmed his words that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then she pointed with the palm of her hand at Ray next to her and explained that he was the same boy she had brought here. Reynard looked around nervously, with a lump in his throat from excitement, and Yurina took care to introduce him to Dave. Getting up from his knees, Dave seemed too tall compared to the children. He silently looked at Reynard, standing in front of him. Realizing that he had been examining the boy for quite some time, the boy smiled sweetly and said that he would immediately begin to test his skills. He took the hand of the still nervous young mage. Threads of magic began to emanate around him. Dave closed his eyes and listened carefully to the magic of the boy in front of him. The magic dissipated, and unable to bear it, Yurina asked what Dave was thinking now. The boy tightly hugged Ray in his arms and cheerfully asked him to hand over the little mage. The girl did not want to give up her future savior and said that if he wanted to find a student for himself, then he should look for someone else. Snatching Reynard and hiding behind her, the Marquis's daughter said she was going to send him to the Fron Academy. But Dave did not give up. He said that he was much better than the professors at the academy because he himself studied there, and he knew what he was talking about. Yurina stood firm and answered negatively, although she understood in her heart that this was most likely the case. She continued to say that her grades were much higher than those of the professors who taught her, and that there was already a whole line of people who wanted to study with him, but she still didn't trust him. She foresaw such a development in the conversation, but could not deviate from her planned scheme. In the original story, Reynard graduated from the Crown Academy and was not going to deviate from the written plot to know exactly the subsequent events of his life. And trusting Dave was an investment in an uncertain future. She believed that it was at the academy that the young mage would gain the skills to shake this empire. Yurina thought that if her future savior did not go to study at the academy, then perhaps he could not protect her from the Marquis of Fron. Frustrated, Dave finally accepted his lover's position and said he hoped they would be allowed to study with Ray before leaving. The girl said she would be very grateful, that she was going to ask about it anyway. She exhaled calmly, but continued to think that this was not the only reason she wanted to send the boy to the academy. The second reason was her main rival, the daughter of the Marquis of de Fron, Lydia de Fron. Yurina only wanted one thing, that neither Reynard nor Lydia could ever meet, because then they might fall in love, and everything would return to the original story. Marquise Cartia gently approached the trio in the center of the hall with a question about whether this child could get permission to enter the academy. Dave began to say enthusiastically that there would be no problems with admission and that, in general, the dean himself should come and ask him to enroll with them. He continued the story that it seemed strange to him not to feel a wave of mana from Ray, but it turned out that the boy, without knowing it, was accumulating mana in his body. Even a trained mage has difficulty keeping mana in his body without it being felt, especially with so much natural mana. Having finished talking about the results of his tests, Dave turned to Yurina and asked her where she had found Mr. Reynard. The girl looked mysteriously at the boy and replied that she had found the young mage in the shelter of Baron Chenon. Leaning towards her, Dave began to ask if it was the same Baron Genon, who had sarin on his head and could do nothing but brag. Having received an affirmative answer, he asked how she realized that the boy had innate talent. She was surprised to realize that her adult mind was in Yurina's body. Of 11 years old, and of course, Everyone would be interested to know how she could choose this particular boy from the entire empire. She also realized that she could not tell anyone that in her past life, Reynard was an exceptional mage, and finally killed the daughter of the Marquis of Cartia. The girl made the drastic decision to act like a child and quickly grabbed Dave's jacket. Yurina came up with the idea that she often traveled to orphanages, and in one town, she heard the legend that a red-eyed boy received a blessing from the goddess. The boy and his father involuntarily believed her story. She continued to say that after hearing the legend, she immediately met Reynard. Having finished her incredible fairy tale, she asked them what they thought about it, but it turned out to be really interesting. In the original story, the truth about the red eyes is revealed with the appearance of Carion, alias Reynard, so she believed that nothing in the plot was changing. Dave was really satisfied with his lover's implausible story and smiled sweetly at her. He again knelt down and said that recently it seemed to him that she had matured a lot, but now it didn't seem so to him, to which Yurina replied that she was no longer a child. The boy was about to leave. Finally, he said that he still needed to write a letter of recommendation for the academy, which greatly surprised the girl. Dave said he was just doing what he had to do. He regretted that Ray did not become his student. He sincerely hoped that the academy could reveal the young mage's talent, because he was truly blessed by the goddess. After listening to Dave to the end, Yurina turned to her father and asked if his family would take custody of the child. Marquis Cartia sighed deeply and ordered his daughter to do what she thought best. Satisfied with herself, Yurina thanked her father for the powers he had granted her. In the royal palace, under the cover of darkness, the young prince called his faithful servant. He sat relaxed on the open terrace and watched the man slowly approach him. In response to the question of what the knight needed, he replied that he was told that there were people in the empire who did not like him at all. Elsewhere in the empire, the Marquis de Fron gave orders to a mercenary to remove Yurina Cartia from the way. He handed him a brochure with a description and a photograph of the girl, and added that it was important for him that everything went well. The next morning, the children decided to go to the next person they needed to convince of the need to protect Ray. Opening the huge door, the girl thought about what she would tell her mother. Yurina turned to Reynard and asked him if he understood that she would not return him to the orphanage. The boy was embarrassed and mumbled words of gratitude, but she was shocked by the reaction on his face. The girl suggested going to the room first and asked him what he was thinking about. How was his face? The young mage reminded her that she had said yesterday that she was not a girl, which caused Yurina's face to turn red. Having gone out into the courtyard with the maids, she decided to take a short walk with one of them to the city to buy gifts. The girl told Ray that she would be back soon and that he needed to wait for her in the mansion. The second maid told her mistress that she didn't have to go herself and that they could buy everything they needed themselves. Yurina insisted that she wanted to choose Reynard's clothes herself, as well as choose a gift for her mother. With only her lips, without making a sound, she told the boy that she would be back quickly. Sitting in the carriage, the girl remembered that the Marquis Cartia was a gentle person and kind. Seeing her 6 months ago, she thought that Yurina's mother looked like a clean iris flower. She always smiled warmly and was kind and polite to her family, the staff, and strangers in the castle. When her children showed the slightest disrespect, the Marquis Cartia, unlike her father, began to curse mercilessly. Yurina Cartia's thoughts merged into a single question about whether her mother would accept Reinhardt. Upon arriving in the city, they found themselves in a noisy bazaar. The maid admired what was happening around her, and Yurina was indignant at such delight, and tried to think about gifts. Betty, that was the maid's name, wanted to visit every possible store, but the girl said that they would only go to those they needed to go to. Turning around, the maid said that they hadn't been out in a long time, because her mistress had a lot of work lately. Finally, they chose a suitable counter and headed to it to choose the best gift for their mother. Betty leaned towards the girl to ask if she was tired of the noise, and if she wanted to go inside. Yurina only said that she didn't have to follow her, that she was having fun and that everything was fine. Standing in front of the beautiful trinkets, the girl thought for a long time what gift to choose so that the Marquis would accept Reynard. She thought so much that even the maid noticed and, handing her a handkerchief, asked if she liked it. Betty said she thought Mrs. Cartia would like such a beautiful gift. The Marquis's daughter turned the handkerchief in her hands and, noticing the strange embroidery underneath, she showed it to the maid. On a yellow silk handkerchief, in the lower right corner, there was a cheerful gray cat. Yurina laughed and asked if this cat looked like her little mage. The maid looked at the object for a long time in search of embroidery, and finally found it, matching her mistress's assumption. Seeing how much fun they were having, Betty said she hoped Yurina would smile much more in the future. It seemed to her that the lady had suddenly matured, although before she often cried and worried. And the maid comforted her. Addressing the girl, Betty continued to tell her that she was always ready to help if the Marquis's daughter needed help. Behind them, a man in a cloak crashed into the counter near which they were standing. Yurina also noticed that a tall, dark-haired young man was approaching them, who told the fallen man how he dared to aim at him. The man sitting on the floor did not understand what the guy in front of him was talking about, but he pulled a knife out of his pocket. The dark-haired man drew his sword and quickly ran towards the enemy, saying he was not going to listen to his excuses. The man sitting on the remains of the counter realized that he could not get out, and he took the knife in his hand so that he could throw it. The knife flew at lightning speed directly towards Yurina Cartia, who was watching everything that was happening. The maid involuntarily screamed, worried about the safety of her mistress's health. The prince quickly ran towards the girl and threw away the knife flying towards her. The bazaar began to be in an uproar. Some rushed to leave the place of hostilities. Others stayed to see what was happening. The strange man sitting passed by the guy and told him not to get in his way. But the defender quickly realized that the target of the attack was not him, but the girl, and he threw the attacker. Having knocked his opponent to the ground, the boy looked at Yurina Cartia with misunderstanding. The girl felt uncomfortable and sat on the ground. Immediately, a maid ran to her and asked if everything was all right with her. Suddenly, Yurina saw a hand in front of her. She tried for a long time to force herself to look up, to understand who it belonged to. A young man dressed in expensive clothes stood above her. She had not seen him before and asked him if he was all right. Leading the girl and the maid to a quiet street, the boy politely apologized for scaring her. The Marquis's daughter, on the contrary, thanked the savior for his help, because thanks to him everything was fine for her. The boy leaned on him and was glad that everything turned out well and no one was injured. Betty tried to convince the lady to finish for today and return to the mansion, but Yurina said that they still needed to pick up something today. Inspired, the maid offered to quickly go and pick up everything herself, while the noble young man would guard his mistress. To everyone's surprise, her savior quickly agreed to play a small role as a security guard. Being alone with the girl, he calmly noted that her maid was quite an energetic person. The Marquis's daughter was a little embarrassed that Betty had so abruptly burdened her savior again, and said that she felt like she was causing him trouble again. She asked him not to pay attention to her speculations, and asked why he tried to stop her when he injured his attacker. His answer was soft and calm. He discreetly said that he was grateful to her for saving him. Yurina's bright soul did not want everything to end in bloodshed, which she told the boy about. She said that, in any case, the guards would arrive soon and arrest the attacker. But on the other hand, she understood that there were many people in the bazaar and they could start panicking. Even more inhabitants could have died of panic. The dark-haired man really liked the way the 11-year-old girl thought. Yurina said that maybe she was rude with her words, and that he should take them as the words of an ordinary child. And Current, her savior, smiled and said that he would think that was a good point. He squatted down. It seemed to the girl that she had known him for a long time, which made her uncomfortable. She looked at the bandage on his arm and noticed that it didn't seem to have bled much, but now it was visible through the bandage. Yurina was glad that the wound was not so deep, but she warned the boy that it could rot, and that he should be careful. The boy asked her if she regretted giving away her thing to bandage his wound, to which she replied that she should not regret it. Then he told her that it was very interesting. The girl asked him if it was time for the young master to leave, because she had her own business to do. The savior asked in surprise why she called him young master. Yurina was very embarrassed because she thought that this address would be the best option. Getting up from squatting, the young man said that he understood why she was talking to him so freely. He said that she didn't understand anything at all, to which the girl was surprised and asked if she had behaved tactlessly, and apologized to him. The boy exhaled and said that he regretted that this had happened and that she had defended that man in vain. Right behind the girl, the same injured attacker from the market raised his sword to attack. The sword ran quickly towards Yurina's neck, but without seeing it, she felt that what she feared most was happening. Fortunately for her, the young man blocked the attacker's path and repelled his attack with his sword. With his back to her, he reasoned that he thought they were looking for him. Turning to her, he continued to talk about how she was the target in the first place. The savior did not kill the attacker. He only imposed magical shackles on him, of which he informed Yurina. Looking at the girl, the boy suggested leaving this place and heading to the desired store. Betty walked towards them, carrying heavy bags with the necessary things in her hands. The dark-haired man suggested that the daughter of Marquis Cartia leave here, because he had completed his security task. The girl cheerfully thanked him for taking such diligent care of her. She decided to take off the scarf to return it to the owner, but Yurina allowed him not to return it. She continued to say that it was necessary first aid, and that he should take the wound to the attending physician. Sabin looked at him kindly and told him that he was very sincere, and that this distinguished him from the aristocrats. Turning around, he began to walk away, saying goodbye and hoping that they would have the opportunity to see each other again. Walking along the embankment, he was finally found by his subjects, because the savior was none other than the crown prince of the empire. They carefully removed his cloak, and the young man showed his wounded hand and asked them to bring him a doctor. His subjects began to run in search of the nearest doctor. He only asked everyone not to worry, because they had given him first aid. He said dreamily that he didn't even have time to ask the name of his sincere lady who treated his wound. Thinking of her, he assumed that someday they would definitely see her again. Upon returning to the mansion, Yurina found Reynard discontented and went to visit her mother. Seeing how the little mage was peacefully waiting for her, she remembered how she asked him not to leave her alone when she was in the mansion, and it seems it was a success. All the maids welcomed the new member of the Cartia family, and the girl thought about how the Marquis would receive the new guest. Suddenly, Ray turned to Yurina and asked if all the servants had to greet him. The Marquis's daughter replied that, since her father had agreed to support him, it was natural for them to treat him like a boss. Even if the boy was a commoner, under her protection, he immediately became different from his servants. She also noted that he would now study magic, but Reynard did not quite understand what she meant. When a mage successfully completed his studies at the academy and returned, he was granted the title of knight. Regardless of his skills, since Ray received the approval of Dave himself, he must be treated accordingly. The young mage still did not recognize such attraction towards his person and was scared by any action of the maids. To calm him down, Yurina gently touched his hand with her finger and told him that the maids were simply hired workers. She continued to say that there was no one in the mansion who could despise him or treat him badly, and if there were any, they would be fired immediately. The girl asked him not to frown, but to smile while talking to her mother. Ray wondered why it was so important to her that he smile in front of the Marquis, if he was really such a terrible person, but Yurina assured him that her mother was very affectionate. After finishing their conversation, they heard the door open and the maid invited them in. The Marquise Cartia, dressed in strict gray tones, was full of energy, and her smile expressed a sweet joy at the arrival of the guests. Mother was worried about Yurina's health. She suggested she rest and feared her temperature would rise again. She believed her daughter had poor health and could get sick from any minor thing. The mother's words involuntarily made the girl remember how she came into this world. 6 months ago, Yurina Cartia suffered from a high fever, so much so that the girl couldn't even get out of bed. The Marquise sat by her daughter day and night, taking care of her the whole time. She couldn't leave her. When the girl finally regained consciousness due to the fever, the mother couldn't regain consciousness because she thought her daughter had died. Putting aside thoughts of the past, Yurina took her mother's hand and introduced the new member of the Cartia family to her. Gray bowed humbly and greeted the Marquise. This action seemed quite sweet to the girl, but not entirely aristocratic. The Marquis's daughter approached Reynard and looked at him, as if to say he could have greeted his mother better. The Marquise Cartia approached the children and began to ask the little mage how things were going in his room, and if he liked everything. Without thinking twice, the boy quickly began to answer that he absolutely liked everything. Mentally, Yurina was delighted with the flexibility of her charge, but then she remembered that he was only 12 years old, and she didn't think about anything else. Reynard's mother sent Reynard away with the maids to show him his room, so that he could rest well before starting his studies at the academy. Left alone, Yurina asked her mother if everything was all right, and if she agreed with everything that was happening. The daughter was worried about the fact that her father agreed to let Ray stay because he had talent for magic, and what motivated the Marquise remained a mystery. The marquise leaned towards her daughter and calmly told her that she looked guilty and asked if she was afraid her mother would be angry. The girl felt guilty, as her mother said her main concern was her daughter's health. Yurina Cartia understood that she was not the marquise's real daughter, but at that moment she felt the kindness of her own mother. Returning to Ray's quarters, the marquise's daughter sat comfortably on the sofa and opened a book while the maids changed the boy's clothes. She was interested in knowing how old Reynard really was. According to the original version, she assumed he was 12, knowing that in the year of her death. The age difference between Lydia and Carion was 2 years. The rival was 1 year younger than Yurina, and Reinhardt's birthday had not yet passed, so she decided to clarify whether he was 11 or 12. He thought for a long time and finally answered that he was 12, while saying that she looked 11, and that he was still very young. The marquise's daughter thought that even though the mage was a year older, his body was completely weak. Like a little girl's, the boy did not cleverly calculate that he would age not 1 year faster, but 2 full years. Yurina was amused by this funny math and decided to ask how 1 year passes in 2, to which the boy replied that he would soon turn 13, which involuntarily made the girl wonder how this could be, since in the novel it was completely different. While Rhea was once again surrounded by maids, Yurina reasoned that perhaps Carion was 3 years older than Lydia. Looking at him surprised, she hoped her own memory was simply failing her. To console herself, she decided that she didn't even remember the name of the novel before, let alone someone's age. She had vague memories of Carion, only blonde hair, red eyes, a unique name, and its meaning. She also recalled the boy's childhood, that he grew up with a single mother, the owner of a bar. Then he ran away to an orphanage, and shortly after, in winter, the Marquis of Fron took him. According to the original plot, he then studied at the Cron Academy and returned a few days before Lydia de Fron came of age. She was also worried about how Lydia could choose the crown prince with his tyrannical nature, and not the kind and sweet Carion. Having finished recalling the plot, Yurina examined the boy from head to toe and advised him to eat more, because he was a year older and the same height, and the shirt he was wearing was that of his younger brother, who wore it when he was only 10. Angered by this advice, Ray began to speak loudly about how he would surpass her, and that his neck would hurt when the girl looked at him. Yurina asked him why he decided he would be tall, to which the little mage replied that he resembled his father, and that he was tall. Teasing him further, she asked who told him that, if it was really his mother. Reynard lowered his head tiredly and mumbled that he knew his father and saw how tall he was. His words made the girl doubt the correctness of the chosen boy, but her thoughts were interrupted by the butler who entered. Yurina Cartia observed how many staff members were reluctant to perform tasks related to Ray. She thanked the Marquis for making sure he communicated with him at least this way, and not like a street scoundrel. Marquis Cartia established very specific conditions. The boy must learn etiquette so that he can be sent for training with peace of mind. The second point is that, until Reynard receives the title, he must maintain his manners and behave politely in public. The third point is that he must behave respectfully not only towards the Marquis and the Marquise, but also towards their 3 children who are already studying at the academy. All the boy's upbringing was in charge of the butler Robert, who did not like his new role at all. Robert told her that Mr. Dave was waiting for her, and Yurina quickly prepared to go with him. The maid stopped her and told her that, although she had taken all the necessary measures, it was also necessary to choose the materials from which Ray's clothes would be made. The boy did not like staying in the same position for so long just to have his measurements taken, and tired, he headed towards the sofa. The girl explained to him that she needed to choose colors, materials, designs, as well as shoes, accessories, and a scarf, which made the mage howl even louder. Seeing his whims, she approached him, took his hand, trying to make him sit up straight, and told him that since he was now a member of the Cartia family, he should not try to ruin their reputation. He indignantly said that the life of the Marquis's daughter was boring, that she didn't have to choose which of the 4 forks to eat with. The girl sighed sadly and said that he started to get indignant too soon. Reynard continued to resent the fact that the clothing colors presented were the same for him, and Yurina said that they were all different and that she needed to go to a meeting with Dave. Upon learning that she had to leave, the little mage turned and asked if she had to go. She was very aware that he still didn't feel comfortable, but she could no longer afford his spoiled behavior. The girl assured him that she would return soon and that the maid and Robert would stay with him. Robbie Ray mumbled something incomprehensible, but saying that, he realized he had no other choice. Then, the girl went to the butler and asked him to take care of her charge in her absence. Leaving the room, she reminded him once more that she would be back soon, and Reynard was in a bad mood with her. Upon reaching the hallway, Yurina found Dave and the Marquis Cartia sitting on chairs. The boy informed her that there were two options for applicants to enter the academy. The first option is to pass exams with everyone not only in magic, but also in basic subjects. The second is a letter of recommendation, followed by an interview to determine skills. Dave also said that admission with the first option is much easier, because there are more and more cases where unworthy children are recommended. And Yurina's father was worried if Ray could prepare for them before spring. The Marquis's daughter listened attentively to them and thought that if the goal was to enroll in spring, then there would be a little over 6 months left for preparation. But in the original story, he entered precisely in the spring of the following year. Studying at the academy lasts 7 years. There are those who graduated later, but those who graduated earlier, no. She had to enroll in the spring to be able to protect Yurina from possible danger after 8 years. She severely told her father not to worry, because Ray had excellent magical skills, and he could pass the letter of recommendation. Father knew that, since even Dave wanted Reynard as his student, it meant he had truly outstanding abilities. The boy smiled mysteriously and said that he had significant influence among mages, and that if he said he studied with him, he would immediately receive recognition. Seeing how complacent Dave had become, Yurina involuntarily compared him to her charge. She reasoned that Ray had enough to enter the academy. His siblings did the same. The situation was slightly different from the original plot, but the introductions were excellent. The mage's own talent, the patronage of the Cartia family, and Dave's letter of recommendation. The boy assured those present that he would find more people to also recommend Ray. Having seen his skills, Yurina thought it was a bit burdensome to ask Dave to do this, but he himself wanted to do it for Reynard. She suggested that he would want to delay admission as much as possible so that he could teach the little mage more. Dave really thought of such an insidious plan, but decided that 12 years is quite late to enter the academy, and there is no point in delaying it. The girl said that Reynard would soon turn 13, and the boy realized that at that age, he definitely needed to hurry. Yurina was grateful to Dave for taking such good care of the mage's admission that even the Marquis Cartia stopped doubting. Returning to his quarters, she found the servant removing a broken vase from the floor, which she saw astonished the girl. She didn't understand again what had happened to Reynard. Standing in front of the door, Yurina asked Betty to explain in detail what happened here. After the lady left, Ray behaved quite normally, but he was still afraid of everyone. Miss Lauren showed the boy fabrics and patterns suitable for sewing clothes. The girl was worried about what might have happened, that in the end the broken vase was outside the door. A little embarrassed, Betty continued her story that everything went well and the fabrics were chosen. But Miss Lauren had the imprudence to say that Reinhardt's eyes looked sinister, and that it was better for him to hide them when leaving the mansion. The second approached the maid, and together they watched the rage boil inside their mistress. The story infuriated Yurina. She loudly said that she warned everyone that if anyone said anything about Ray's eyes, they would be punished. She supposed that many would treat him that way. To her they were eyes of hope, to others of fear. Many maids gathered around her, excited by the little lady's shouts. Indignant at not following orders, Yurina asked if Robert had informed everyone. Betty told her that the butler had definitely warned everyone and was even warning the guest servants. But that wasn't the whole story, and with a lump in her throat, the maid continued her account. Miss Lauren said that Yurina apparently had a good heart, that she decided to support such a sinister boy. If it weren't for the Cartia family, she would never have agreed to make clothes for him. She said that even being near the boy made her feel bad. Betty and Robert quickly stopped the boy, but Miss Lawrence received scratches on her palm, and the butler immediately took her to the doctor. After everything that happened, her charge caused a disturbance, and everyone decided to leave the room. Yurina thought about how, after taking Ray out of the orphanage, she tried to show him the good side of everything. She understood that Miss Lawrence was showing her strength against a weak boy, and the girl was disgusted with her. She didn't understand how Reinhardt felt when he heard this directed at him. The little lady ordered the troublemaker to be brought immediately after his wounds healed. The girl called softly and indicated she was about to enter, and then slowly began to open the door. A porcelain vase flew past her cheek at lightning speed, leaving a small wound on her cheek. The room was in disarray, all possible things were broken, but Yurina slowly approached Ray, who was sitting on the sofa. He sat with his legs crossed, hiding his face between them, as if trying to protect himself from the threats of this world. Looking at him, the girl thought that in a normal situation, she would have simply yelled at that woman. But now, she wanted her to get what she deserved. She was worried that the boy would blame her for returning so late and trying to get ahead of him. Yurina began to apologize. The Marquis's daughter placed her hand on his cheek and promised to punish the culprit for such an attitude towards him. Realizing that her charge was trembling and had tears in his eyes, the little lady asked him if everything was all right. Reynard was indignant and thought that she had lied to him, that he had not been blessed by the goddess, and that he had no abilities. Yurina mentally felt sorry for Ray because he didn't receive enough love from his parents, and she also constantly fought against the ridicule of others. Her thoughts were interrupted by the boy's calm voice, saying that she was the only one who thought he was special. The girl remembered that she herself was in an unfamiliar world, and that at first she planned to simply use him. She didn't think about the mage's feelings, and that's why she believed she was no different from Miss Lauren. All she wanted was for him to know that he had been blessed by the goddess, and that his red eyes were proof of it, and that he would grow up to be the kindest and most beautiful person in the world. Yurina firmly took Reinhardt's hands and again asked his forgiveness for everything that had happened. The boy admitted that everything was completely unknown to him, and as soon as she left, everyone looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. The little lady tried to completely reassure her charge, emphasizing that she would try to fix everything. She said she would personally punish the scoundrel and would not allow anyone to treat him like that. And if anyone dared, then she could safely tell the way he was treated to him. And his little darling, taking his hands again, she approached him and told him that his red eyes were incredibly beautiful. The girl believed that the color of his eyes was similar to the color of a precious stone, the ruby. In her mind, she believed it wasn't even the color of his eyes. She simply liked the fact that he looked at her without hesitation. The boy was the only one who looked at her not as Yurina Cartia, but as herself, as if seeing her soul. The little mage blushed, moved away from the girl, and began to babble something. Seeing that he was better, the Marquis's daughter said she was glad he had cheered up and seemed calmer. He looked at her and saw a scar on her cheek. He asked her if she was hurt and heard in response that everything was fine and there wouldn't even be a scar. Then, Reynard asked her if he had hurt her when he threw the porcelain vase at her. Ray gently touched the wound with his soft palm and asked if it hurt, to which he received a negative answer. The boy, with a guilty voice, began to apologize to his little protector. Yurina continued to assure him that she was fine, and the little mage slowly began to remove his hand from her cheek. After completely removing his hand, he fell into a stupor. Yurina, seeing his wide-open mouth, asked what had happened. The wound on her cheek disappeared without a trace. The girl didn't even realize how it happened. She touched her cheek, and noticing that there was no blood on her hand, she realized that Ray had healed her without knowing it. The girl jumped off the sofa and ran to find a mirror to make sure the wound had healed. Yurina asked the mage how he did it, to which the boy replied confusedly that he didn't want her to get hurt. Inspired by the miracle, the Marquis's daughter concluded that it was magic, which means he really has talent. The boy was completely confused. He didn't quite understand how he managed to completely heal the girl's cheek. His facial expression spoke for itself. Yurina read in his eyes the lack of faith in what was happening. Reynard looked at his hands and continued to ask if he really had abilities. She asked him to heal his hand's wounds to make sure for himself, but Ray had no idea how to do it. Yurina herself had no idea about magical abilities, let alone how to control magic. Touching her cheek, she hoped he could repeat what he did a few minutes ago. No matter how hard the little mage tried, nothing worked for him, but the girl supported him by telling him that even though it was his first time, someday he would definitely learn. She looked at him with inspiration, secretly rejoicing that if he cultivated his talent, he could protect her. She was happy that the boy hadn't even started studying magic, but he was already capable of using complex healing magic. Finishing her thoughts, she made a firm decision to help him discover his talent. The girl decided to help him understand how special a child he is, not only for him, but also for everyone around him. After calming the boy, Yurina Cartia went to the terrace, where Miss Lauren was waiting for her at the table. The girl initiated the conversation by telling her that she had heard that while she was away, Renard got very angry and behaved rudely. Then she asked if everything was all right with the woman's hand, to which she received an affirmative answer. Miss Lauren showed her bandaged arm, which she had previously hidden with the sleeve of her dress. Yurina found the culprit's reaction obvious when serving the little mage. Although Reynard was under the care of the Cartia family, he was still considered an uneducated commoner. Miss Lauren was the wife of a baron, which means she was an aristocrat. She only used offensive words and not aggression. Fanning herself with a fan, the girl realized that she would still have to put such an aristocrat in her place. She was the only one who could protect Ray from everyone, and this woman's words hurt the boy a lot. Yurina began by saying that the little mage was not yet used to life in the mansion, and she apologized in his place. Miss Lauren was surprised and said that the little lady should not apologize, since she often sews clothes and often has abrasions on her hands. The girl smiled sweetly and continued talking about how the woman had a big heart, and she was a wonderful person. But in her heart, she understood that she was simply flattering her, even though she was younger than her own daughter. The Marquis's daughter was not going to let the aristocrat go so easily. Miss Lauren's words began to irritate her even more, even if she continued to insist that she said this for the good of the Cartia family. Based on this fact, she had expressed contempt for his name. Miss Lauren ignored the butler's warning and did as she pleased. Yurina Cartia went on the offensive and expressed how such a caring person ignored Robert's warning. The girl decided that making her understand that she was the culprit for all his troubles was a better solution than whipping or anything else. The woman was bewildered, and the Marquise's daughter ordered the maids to bring dresses to the terrace. The girls obediently carried out the lady's order and brought 2 dresses with a calm expression. Miss Lauren quickly realized that they were the same dresses she had specially made for her daughter Cartia. At the owner's order, the maids began mercilessly cutting the beautiful dresses with scissors. The Marquis's daughter asked what Miss Lauren had told Ray about the well-being of the Cartia family. Smiling sweetly, she continued that the culprit dared to ignore the warning and simply decided to speak without thinking about the consequences. Summarizing her monologue, the girl said she would do everything possible so that Miss Lauren could no longer sew clothes for aristocrats. The woman abused her position in society and needed shock therapy. Yurina did not want to go that far, but this was the only option to convey to the culprit that she needed to take responsibility for her actions. Returning to her charge's room, she found Dave treating Ray with magic. She thought about how incredible magic was, and that in the place where she was born they would need ointments, bandages, and plasters. Ray noticed that the girl was staring at him and asked why she was doing this. He tried to cover his face with his hands, because it seemed to him that she was about to make a hole in him. The little mage no longer suffered from abrasions on his body, but he blushed visibly while Yurina looked at him. Dave slowly got up and carefully examined the little lady for abrasions. Noticing that she had no wound on her cheek, he said he heard that the girl had cut her face, and he didn't understand where the wound had gone. The maids told him that the wound was serious enough to require stitches. Touching her cheek, the Marquis's daughter pointed to the spot where a small wound had been just a few hours ago. Then, looking at Reynard, she reported that the scratch simply disappeared when the little mage touched it. Dave assumed that since the wound healed so quickly and without a trace, it must have been magical. The boy fidgeted on the sofa, listening to what the others were saying about him, and Yurina asked if this seemed like a stupid explanation of what had happened. The boy smiled sweetly and said that he immediately realized it was magic from the residual mark on his cheek. The little mage was starting to get sleepy, and he was already closing his eyes while the others continued their conversation. Magic is performed using the natural mana that surrounds everyone, but such mana is artificially converted to use magic, so traces of its use remain for some time. Yurina was worried about how a boy who hadn't even started learning magic could use healing. Dave replied that talented people like Ray could use magic without knowing it. Meanwhile, the subject of their dialogue was already comfortably lying on the sofa and snoring peacefully, falling into the world of dreams. The boy also added that the little mage is capable of capturing the mana that leaves his body, and it is not surprising that he could use healing magic. The more Dave looked at the sleeping boy, the more he wanted to put his hand on his talent. The girl quickly brought the boy back to earth, noting that Ray would go to study at the academy without any objection. She lightly touched his forehead to move the blonde hair from his eyes. Ray felt this and, half asleep, pushed the girl's hand away, saying there was no need to touch him. Yurina decided to leave the sleeping boy behind and covered him with a soft blanket so he wouldn't get cold. The Marquis's daughter asked Dave why Reynard could heal her wound, but couldn't heal his own. She remembered that the boy said he had enough ability to use healing magic. The boy thought for a moment and looked at the sleeping boy, and finally came up with an answer for his darling. Humbly exhaling, he began to tell his conjectures to the daughter of the Marquis of Cartia. He believed that the little mage wanted to heal her wounds much more than his own. The girl looked thoughtfully at her sleeping healer and wondered why he wanted to heal her so much. Dave continued to praise the mage for being able to use complex magic at such an early age. But Yurina reminded him that no matter how much he praised Ray, she wouldn't give him away. She thanked the boy for his help in healing the boy's wounds and tried to wake Reinhardt so she could take him to the bedroom where he could continue sleeping. The Marquis's daughter tried for a long time to wake the sleeping boy, who did not want to return to reality. The servants carried him to the room and laid him down, and the doctor immediately rushed in to examine the little mage for illnesses. The doctor concluded that Ray could not wake up because he was very tired from the stress he had experienced. In addition to stress, his body was also not in the best health condition. The boy maintained his mental strength all this time, but in the end, he couldn't take it. After dismissing the doctor and all the servants, Yurina sat by Reynard's bed when suddenly Betty's voice called her. She suggested that the lady go to rest, and in the meantime, the maid would take care of the little mage. The Marquis's daughter couldn't help but notice that all the maid's fingers were wrapped in bandages. It turned out that Betty had injured herself while making a stuffed toy for Ray. Yurina quickly remembered that she had seen the toy in the room where Reynard had been before. Betty said that Mr. Reynard felt uncomfortable when his darling left him, so he decided to make him a doll. The maid injured all her fingers while trying to make the perfect doll, but she was not very happy with the result. The girl snatched the doll from her hands and placed it next to the sleeping boy. The little lady thanked Betty for her kind act towards Ray, thanked the other maids, and sent them to rest, saying that she herself would take care of Reynard. Betty said that the maids would be nearby, and if her mistress needed anything, she just had to say so. And they would come. Dave healed the wounds around the little mage's eyes, but not even magic can heal a wounded soul. The girl thought about the doctor's words that the boy's body was very weak, and he couldn't withstand such a shock. She realized that the boy, while in the mansion, had been in a tense state the whole time. Recalling how eccentric and noisy he was, she thought he had long since gotten used to the new environment. Yurina also remembered Ray's words, that she was the only one who considered his eyes the goddess's blessing. Sitting by his bed, the girl realized that all this time he had been holding on with all his might. In any case, she was glad that nothing serious had happened, and that he only needed a good sleep to regain strength. The Marquis's daughter remained sitting by Reinhardt's bed for quite some time, waiting for him to feel better. After a while, the girl realized that her help was not very welcome. The maids would not let her change the towel, because it might damage her mistress's delicate hands. She wanted to help the boy with food, but he resisted and ate while eating, spilling half of it on himself. All she could do was just watch him carry on, but he didn't like it. Ray again believed that she was looking at him and that she was about to make a hole in him, which he told her about. He arrogantly asked her if she would take responsibility if he made a hole in him, to which he received the answer that, since she couldn't take responsibility for herself, she would stop looking. The boy began to wonder what Yurina was doing while he was sleeping, and why she kept sitting next to him. Passing over him, she said that he was behaving like a child and that there was even a toy next to him. Then, the girl loudly declared that she did not consider a man as small as him a man. Reynard felt very offended because he was 2 years older than her and a little taller. The Marquis's daughter clarified that even though he was taller than her, he was still short. Seeing how he argued with her, Yurina decided that he felt much better and had practically recovered. Yurina decided that the cold seemed quite severe and used the bell to call the servants to bring water. The maids brought a glass of water, and the girl brought it close to Ray's face so he could drink some. The boy grabbed the glass and tried to drink it himself, spilling half of it on his clothes. Suddenly, he felt cold drinking the water, and the Marquis's daughter gently covered him with a soft blanket. She decided to joke, saying that she felt like she had turned into an omelet, and Yurina took it as a good sign. Then she assumed he was cold, because his clothes were wet from sweat and spilled water, and suggested he change his clothes. The boy was frightened by such a proposal. He did not want to change clothes while the Marquis's daughter was in the room. Ray's screams made the girl's ears hurt, and she said she could leave so he could change his clothes. She noticed that he was so cold that he started chattering his teeth hard. Yurina gently hugged him and told him that he most likely had a high fever. The little mage was very hot, but there was no way to light the mansion's fireplace. Since it was summer and it hadn't been cleaned, the Marquis's daughter said that an order should be given to clean his fireplace as soon as possible. The boy mumbled that everything was fine with him and wrapped his head in a blanket. Hiding from the girl, opening his face a little, he asked in serious tones if he smelled. Yurina didn't understand why he asked such a strange question. He was sick. It was normal for him to smell bad. She decided to play a joke and mockingly said that he really did smell, which made Reinhardt blush quickly. He pulled his face completely out from under the blanket and looked at her for a long time, not understanding why she was laughing. The girl didn't bother her opponent much and said that he smelled good. Ray was going to sleep a little longer and asked Yurina to come to his room too. She asked him again if he was cold and received a negative answer. The girl, thinking her own thoughts, sharply turned her head and pulled some things from the other end of the bed. It was pajamas for sleeping, specially made for Reynard. After handing it to him, Yurina asked him if he was afraid of spending the night alone. Ray no longer considered himself a little girl who could be afraid, but the girl noticed that even adults can feel lonely when they are sick. She wanted to say that she was also sad when she was alone and sick, but among all the days she lived, she only remembered the day of her death. The feeling of death was reflected in fear and loneliness, and if at least someone had held her hand at that moment, she wouldn't have been so scared. Ray was watching her the whole time, and seeing a sharp change in mood, he took her hand and asked her if she had been infected by him. Yurina abruptly pulled her hand away and said that he was just a child and could not be infected by him. The boy was angry with her. He really considered himself an adult, but the girl quickly reminded him of his doll. Ray quickly remembered that the maid gave him a cute doll, so he wouldn't be so scared when he was alone. The Marquis's daughter continued to tease him and asked him again if he was afraid of being alone. He repeated to her once more that he was not a child, to which she suggested calling the maids. Reynard fervently tried to take the girl to his bedroom so that she would finally leave him alone. Approaching the door, he thought that even if he said so, it could get worse at any moment, and it was necessary to notify the maids to take care of him. Seeing her gently leaving his room, the little mage exhaled loudly in relief. Yurina didn't like this sound and told him not to cry until she was near. Having replaced her anger with mercy, she wished him good night and headed to her quarters. One day, the children went to study in the library, and after stacking the books on the table, they read slowly. The boy asked what Yurina was so focused on, to which she invited him to look. Showing the spread of the book, she watched as the little mage began to study the pages with a thoughtful look. Ray was indignant because he didn't understand anything. He studied so diligently, but it was all in vain. The girl was not at all embarrassed that he didn't understand anything, because the young mage had only recently begun his training. A few days ago, Reinhardt began his training with a tutor, and today he can only draw letters again and read the simplest words. The tutor, known for her rigor, praised Ray as a hardworking, diligent student and intelligent. Yurina was glad that he was interested in his studies and said that the book was written in an ancient language. Surprised by the news that the book was in another language, the boy asked her if she could read it. The Marquis's daughter, unfortunately, did not know how to read the ancient language. Usually, in many novels, heroines, if they didn't have outstanding abilities, at least knew how to read the ancient language. The boy asked a completely logical question about why she needed this book at this time. The girl was looking for some important notes, although she couldn't read anything written. Ray wondered what records Yurina was talking about and why they weren't in the books written in his language. She was looking for notes, essays, or records that Reynard's eyes were a blessing from the goddess. The little mage felt embarrassed and expressed the opinion that she didn't need to look for information about him. She took his hand tenderly and told him firmly that she would search for even the slightest line where the truth was stated. Yurina thought she should have done this as soon as she came to this world. She would have found objective records before Ray's red eyes were the blessing of the goddess. And with the help of this, she could convince Dave and the Marquis Cartia much faster. Others would no longer be afraid of him. He would not be constantly judged. Of course, the Marquis's daughter had already tried to find at least some records, at the same time as visiting all the shelters looking for the boy. In her free time, she searched for information about the Archmage William, who also had red eyes. The problem was not that there was no information, but that there was no search engine. And she didn't know in which book she could find something useful. After several months, Yurina Cartia realized that any information she could find was somehow known to all the mages of the empire. One thing she didn't understand was how the Marquis de Fron could know so precisely what kind of boy he needed. One day, a little lady approached Dave and asked him to translate some words into the ancient language, such as red eyes, goddess, and blessing. The boy laughed because he didn't know that the girl was interested in the ancient language, to which she replied that she simply liked these words. Dave was interested in the wording. He liked the words and wanted to know how they were written in an ancient language. He told her that curiosity was the main key to learning, and that he himself had learned several disciplines this way. Her plan was much more cunning, simply to find exactly the same words in ancient texts. She sincerely believed in the success of her business, but still couldn't find the slightest clue. The girl slumped tiredly over the book, which worried Ray, and asked her if she was all right. Yurina Cartia didn't sleep for several nights because she looked at the tome Dave brought her. Realizing that she was looking in the wrong place, she convinced the Marquis to visit the Imperial Library. After asking Dave to look for his books on the top shelves, she heard him say that he didn't have to. The boy believed that sometimes rumors were completely false. The Marquis's daughter was stubborn and said they couldn't say for sure. She did everything possible to find and show Ray that he was truly special. Yurina was ready to search not only in the Imperial Library, but in the entire empire to protect her charge from pain. As she picked up the first book, she heard the boy tell her that he cared deeply about Reinhardt. She agreed with his statement and added that it was she who brought him to the mansion. Dave continued to say that keeping the boy safe seemed like a difficult task. The girl objected to him that all the problems that happened to Ray happened because of her. The boy leaned towards the little lady and asked her with interest if perhaps she had a personal interest in Mr. Reynard. Seeing Dave's face light up, she said she didn't mean any of that, and asked him to read the title of the book. She mentally imagined how cute Dave must have found them, but she considered herself more of a nanny and admitted that if she were really 11 years old, maybe something would have worked out. Spending all her days with him, she had long noticed that the little mage looked very cute. Her adult soul could not afford to fall in love, so as not to alter the original plot. The Marquis's daughter ordered Dave to stand still and translate the title of the book for her. After a while, the boy asked her if he could skim through all these books. Yurina only had 2 books in her hands and did not understand the essence of the question asked. Dave explained that although there are few books, they are still quite thick and heavy to read. The girl assured him that everything would be fine and that he should try to do everything he could. She thought she just needed to find the words in at least one of the books, but it turned out to be much more difficult. Yurina remembered how Betty once took her books away because her mistress was completely exhausted from the search. The girl told her that studying is, of course, good, but health is much more important. The girl asked for the book back, to which the maid replied that if she gave it back, she would read all night again. The Marquis's daughter did not give up on trying to get the book back and promised to go to bed much earlier than usual. And now, walking through the library, Yurina was thinking about how she could read some books if Betty started taking them away again. Stopping suddenly, she saw a delegation of people dressed in white coming down the stairs. A dark-haired boy walked in front of them, and she decided that these were people from the imperial family. The girl noticed that the man in front with black hair had golden eyes. He was dressed in expensive clothes with orders on his chest, which clearly indicated that he held a rather high rank. She suddenly remembered him, the main character of the novel, the crown prince of the empire. Her guesses were confirmed by Dave, who bent his knee and greeted at the same time. Yurina quickly followed the boy's example and also greeted the heir to the throne. She was embarrassed not to recognize him when he saved her from the assassins, although she perfectly remembered his description from the novel. The guy examined those greeting him for a while and then ordered them to get up from their knees. The prince calmly said, turning to Dave, that he hadn't seen Knight Kest in a long time. He continued by saying that apparently the Marquis of Cartia did not let the poor servant go at all. The prince's name was Curtis Xenoxias. He was the main character of the novel, and the one she definitely had to avoid. Dave, without thinking twice, replied that he was always busy, but that in recent days he had been especially busy. The girl continued to think that if she had known then that in front of her was none other than the crown prince, she would definitely have behaved differently. Standing behind Dave, She hoped that Curtis would not remember that day and only needed to remain silent. The crown prince invited them to continue the conversation elsewhere while having a cup of tea. The boy replied that he wouldn't mind spending time with the prince, but he didn't come to the library alone. The dark-haired man finally noticed the girl, who had been standing behind him the whole time. He approached her and asked if she was the same daughter of the Marquis of Cartia, whom the knight was so protective of. The future king closely observed the girl and ordered her to raise her head. Realizing that they had met before, he ordered her to say her name. Yurina Cartia hugged the books tighter to her and timidly said her name. The prince asked again if her name was Yurina Cartia, as if trying hard to remember. Suddenly, his finger touched her chin and made her raise her head a little. He stood very close and asked why the girl was trembling. She didn't think he would eat her. His gaze fell on the two books she still clutched tightly with trembling hands. After examining them more closely, the prince asked her if she really read such complex books. In his opinion, these books are not what girls her age usually read. Dave, who arrived in time, saved her and told him that her charge was in the process of learning an ancient language. Dave was much older and taller than the crown prince. Compared to him, Curtis seemed small. The future king thoughtfully asked if he had correctly heard what the boy said about the ancient language. Dave smiled with satisfaction and said that was his little mistress's small hobby. The prince said that studying new disciplines is quite an interesting activity, and that the best study is the one in which there is interest. He also said he could recommend several books for her to read and improve her skills. He finished by asking her to give him some time, and then he could bring her books. After a while, they were alone near the bookshelves. The prince spent a long time looking for the right book. The girl thought he had been interested in her last time, but the future king didn't even speak to her. It seemed to her that he really didn't remember that incident, and now he was only showing interest because she was from the Cartia family. Yurina thought that, given her royal age, she was much older than him. But unlike Renard, there was no childishness in Curtis. He lived in the suffocating atmosphere of the imperial palace. Since childhood, everything was at his feet. He studied only the science of managing the empire. The more she tried to maintain her composure, the more pressure she felt from him. She couldn't let them get close like in the original story. Thinking this, she reached for the book, but the prince was behind her and grabbed the book faster. He gently hugged her and told her it was dangerous, and that if she needed help, she could ask him. Yurina felt like she was on pins and needles, and wondered how she could quickly get away from this man. But she thanked him aloud for his help. The prince smiled with satisfaction, and said he hoped this book would help her study the discipline. Upon returning to Dave, the girl was glad that nothing had happened. As they said goodbye, the crown prince said that Sir Kest had probably been waiting for her for a long time, and that she should hurry. She agreed with his reasoning, and slowly began to increase her pace to distance herself from Cordy's. But he stopped her, saying that if she thought about it, they broke up more last time. Or less the same. The girl tried to avoid any conversation for so long, and hoped he wouldn't remember anything. Satisfied to have caught her embarrassment, the prince continued by saying that there were many different inconveniences last time. Handing her his handkerchief, he added that for a long time he regretted not asking her name then. Recalling their last meeting, Yurina also remembered why she prayed that day. Because all she wanted was that everything that happened that day would not allow him to fall in love with her. Suddenly, a memory appeared in a corner of her mind, like a burning corn kernel exploding with a loud noise. And it turns into popcorn. She heard him say that he would try to remember the name, Yurina Cartia. A memory turned into a corn kernel, which gave the girl goosebumps. In the original story, Curtis and Yurina had been in a romantic relationship for quite some time. The next morning, the children were again sitting in the library of the Cartia family mansion. And the Marquis's daughter, tired from the previous day's hustle and bustle, exhaustedly rested her head on the table. Ray quickly noticed that something was wrong with her. He climbed onto the table and asked what was wrong. The little mage was very worried about her condition and noticed that she felt strange today. Yurina turned her head and replied that nothing had happened to her and that she was fine. Raynor approached her and pressed his palm to her forehead, trying to find out if she had a fever. Of course, the boy didn't know how to measure temperature this way, and the girl assured him that she was just a little tired. Ray suggested that the reason was her desire to understand the ancient language, adding that he also gets tired when he sees difficult words. She calmly agreed with his speculations, but continued to lean with her head on the table. She couldn't help but think that she had completely forgotten about her relationship with the crown prince. If Yurina and Curtis were in a relationship, then why did he leave her and choose Lydia? The girl remembered the main story, which said that Yurina Cartia and Curtis Genoges really met. But she couldn't remember or understand why the girls became rivals. The Marquis's daughter thought about what the heroine had done, although, upon learning, she still couldn't change anything. She was worried that the future king had taken an interest in her, and this could have a detrimental effect on her plan. The girl didn't know what to do, but Reinhardt interrupted her thoughts and asked if something serious had happened. He shared his observations that she had been walking around all day with a gloomy face, and she seemed exhausted, and he offered to listen if she needed to. Yurina didn't expect anyone to interrupt her thoughts, and she spent a long time trying to understand what they were saying to her. Realizing, she turned mockingly and said that this was her big secret, but the boy said he wouldn't dare tell anyone. But the Marquis's daughter stood firm, thinking mentally that her torment was indeed so notorious. This was something she couldn't tell anyone, so most of the time she pretended everything was normal. The girl believed it was better if no one in the mansion noticed anything, because if they started asking questions, she would have to tell everything, but it wasn't a given that anyone would believe her. She is an alien from another world. This world was fictional, and she knew her death in advance. Ray interrupted her thoughts again, saying she could trust him, even if it was something minor. He added that even if it was difficult for her to speak, she could try to do what might make her feel better. This method always helped the boy, so he tried with all his might to help his savior. Reinhardt continued by saying that when someone treated him with understanding, he immediately felt better. After hearing what she heard, Yurina said she had a strange dream recently. In her dream, she saw her coming-of-age ceremony, where there was a man she definitely liked. It seemed to her that the man also liked her, but she couldn't remember at all who he was. She suggested that they might have even met, to which Ray laughed confusedly. Yurina continued that at some point the scales fell from her eyes, and she learned that the man had been dating someone else the whole time. She ended up dying in her sleep at the hands of the homewrecker's father. Perhaps he considered her a hindrance to his daughter. The girl understood that she had told him a little in a rough interpretation, but the meaning of everything was clear. She said that she had recently met the same boy from the dream, and immediately remembered that whole nightmare. Yurina didn't immediately realize she was in the arms of Reinhardt, who had previously listened to her attentively. Hugging her, he said quietly that she was probably very scared, and that's why she looked strange. The boy suggested that if this happened to him, he would be very scared. Without letting go, he reasoned calmly that scary things are scary both in dreams and in reality. And he would also be very scared if he saw the person from his dream. The mage summed up by saying that if she was really that scared, then she shouldn't meet that person again. The girl thought for a moment about what was said. She was surprised by the simplicity of his childish thought. As a result, she agreed with Reinhardt's statement and decided for herself that she would do everything possible not to see the prince again. The little mage hugged Yurina Cartia even tighter, as if trying to protect her from this world. After calming the girl, he accompanied her to the main door and said goodbye to her in a friendly manner. Closing the door behind her, he began to blame himself for not being able to comfort her completely. Sitting on the floor, the boy crossed his legs, thinking about how difficult it was now for his savior. He remembered her words that in a dream, she might have even met a man. These words immediately changed his mood, but Ray only realized it after she left. Yurina supported him in difficult times, but he couldn't even comfort her properly. And now, he couldn't consider himself a good friend to her. The maids escorted the little lady to her chambers, moving slowly behind her. The girl thought that Reynard was right, and this was just the beginning of the romance. She just had to try to prevent the prince's love. Her death in the book was supposed to be when she came of age, and now she was only 11. Recently, Ray spent a lot of time preparing for admission. He couldn't get used to the scheduled life in the mansion, but at the same time, his studies seemed interesting to him. In the orphanage, the boy could do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, without worrying about the daily routine. His thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice, saying that sweets help clear the mind a little. He didn't notice how Betty entered the room bringing sweet tea with her. And aromatic. Ray politely thanked her, to which he heard that it was not worth it because it was his job. Timidly, he said he would drink this tea with pleasure, and began to continue reading books. Betty thought that being such a small child and studying so much, he resembled his little sister. After taking a couple of sips of tea, Reynard asked the cheerful maid where Yurina had gone. Betty quickly replied that the little mistress had gone to meet Dave. She began to ask the mage if, when the girl was not around, he perhaps felt like he missed her. Seeing him blush, the girl told him not to worry because Yurina would be back soon. She decided not to bother him anymore and finally advised him to rest until the teacher arrived. The boy watched the maid until she disappeared behind the door. Leaning back in his chair, he began to think about what Yurina was doing, as she still hadn't returned. He thought about the girl's state, because in search of information about red eyes, she completely forgets to rest, and that's why she is constantly tired. He didn't care if she could find anything or not, he only cared about her condition. The most precious thing for him was sitting with her in front of the books, when she told him how to read a word correctly. He didn't care if someone liked him, he only cared that she liked him. Getting up from his chair when the master entered, he firmly decided that he would do his best. At the same time, Yurina happily ran to Dave, holding a book in her hands. Running to his office, the girl immediately asked him to translate a page from the book. Dave turned the book in his hands and asked if a translation of this book was needed. The Marquis's daughter didn't know what the book was about, but she was completely sure she had found the sentence about the red eyes. Her trip to the Imperial Library turned out to be correct, although somewhat difficult. She was waiting for what Dave would tell her and kept trying to hurry him. The book said that the Archmage William had red eyes, and some said his eyes were like the eyes of beasts, and that he was cursed. Zenon Ardes, who studied the Archmage for a long time, claimed that his red eyes were the source of magic. The scientist based his theory on the myth of the founding of the Kingdom of Denek, which before its unification was located in the southern provinces of the Empire. According to Alessandro de Nick's book, the first king in the myth of the founding of the Kingdom of Denek had red eyes. He called himself the son of the goddess and claimed that she blessed him. And after that, it was believed that everyone who had red eyes received the blessing. They began to be treated as gods because they were the best mages of that era. Yurina thought that all these records only confirmed his words about how special Reinhardt was. Dave said he had never heard such a story, and that if she hadn't found it, he too would have remained in the dark. But he was confused by the question of why there were no more records. So, the little lady put forward a completely logical hypothesis. Most likely, someone made sure that all records were erased. The boy suggested that the very existence of the Beatus, as red-eyed people were called, acted as spiritual support for the kingdom. Yurina suggested that, since it was the main force of the enemy state, there was no reason for the empire to leave any record, so that future descendants would not be tempted to rebel. The girl decided that this would be a burden for the empire, which expanded its possessions with endless wars. The information remained only in ancient books, which could only be understood if the language was perfectly mastered. Noticing that Dave wasn't looking up from his book, the Marquis's daughter asked him what he was doing, to which she received the answer that he was very interested in this story and wanted to study it better. With a calm smile, he added that this information could serve as a letter of recommendation to the academy. Yurina Cartia agreed with Dave and was incredibly happy to finally find the source of the truth. Heading to Reinhardt's room, the girl was still bothered by some questions. She was worried that she had spent a decent amount of time, and in the end, the Crown Prince immediately gave her the book she needed. The girl didn't understand how the Marquis of Fron could have learned the information hidden in the very containers of one of the books in the Great Library. Entering the room, she saw Ray sitting at the table, who was clearly studying something. The Marquis's daughter walked softly to the desk, illuminated by the moonlight. Yurina asked him what he was doing in the study room so late at night. It turned out that Ray was doing his homework, but the girl didn't like that he was trying so hard. He needed to rewrite a fairy tale book for tomorrow, and he assured her that as soon as he finished, he would go straight to bed. She was inspired by the fact that the boy was doing his best even when she wasn't around. He showed how much he had written, and Yurina praised him for how good his handwriting was. She thought the letters were a bit crooked, but overall not bad, and his character gradually softened. The little mage showed her his palms, which were completely calloused, as proof that he had worked hard. The girl carefully examined the battle wounds and lightly touched him to make sure they were real. Then, Yurina Cartia placed a book in front of him and told him that she had found reliable information about the red eyes. She told him that people with red eyes were called Beatus, and that their eyes actually showed the goddess's blessing. His calm reaction discouraged the Marquis's daughter, who decided to ask him what was wrong. The boy seemed to be worried about something, but tried to look completely calm. Running the pen across his face, he asked her if he should be happy, because even if it were true, then nothing would change so easily. The girl tried to convince him that as soon as Dave sent a letter of recommendation with this information, many would stop treating him like a cursed person. He didn't care at all what she told him. The little mage only murmured quietly if she would now attend classes with him. Not understanding the question, the Marquis's daughter asked again, to which the boy replied that since she had found what she was looking for, now she might not miss his lessons. Yurina reasoned that his lessons were basic classes and that she didn't need to attend them. But seeing the pitiful look he gave her, she still asked him if she should attend classes with him. His face lit up with a smile, and he answered her question in the most affirmative way possible. Realizing he was in the company of a lady, Reinhardt suppressed his ardor and calmly repeated the answer, and the girl was indignant that he was so happy about this. But he was not happy about the news about the red eyes. She obediently agreed to attend classes together, and when she saw his violent reaction, she thought that he was actually still just a child. The Marquis's daughter advised him not to overdo it and to go to bed as soon as possible, and she headed to her chambers. As she walked out the door, she heard the boy call her and turned to see what he wanted. The boy, embarrassed, thanked her for finding the information about the red eyes. And beat us. Yurina smiled contentedly and continued her way down the moonlit corridor. He watched her for a good while until her silhouette disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. Exhaling, he returned to the study room to finish his homework for tomorrow. At the same time, little Lydia de Fron was afraid to make an unnecessary sound so as not to give herself away. She watched her father sort through all possible books, some of them scattered on the floor, but most lay piled on the table. The girl was worried about him. She found it difficult to observe her father's obsession with finding the truth. The next morning, the entire empire suffered from unbearable heat, and the little mage was no exception. He was indignant that in such heat, they had to wear several layers of clothing. Ray shouted about why they were making life so difficult, because none of the people could see them. Yurina noticed that she was also in the room with him, which meant there were still people there. This didn't bother the boy at all. It allowed him to look at her if he undressed. The Marquis's daughter assured him that he should have worn twice as much clothing, but asked to reduce the number. Knowing that it would be difficult for him, he was surprised and asked if she wore a coat in summer, to which she replied affirmatively, and added that she also wore a bearskin coat. Weakened by the heat, the little mage said he wasn't talking about that as if it were really scary. The girl reminded him that he had chased everyone away again and didn't allow anyone to touch him, to which the boy replied that he intended to wash himself and didn't need anyone for that. Sitting on the sofa next to Yurina, Ray asked her if he could at least take off his vest. She refused, but she herself was hot. She remembered that in another world, she would have simply used air conditioning. The Marquis's daughter thought about letting him take off his vest, but he managed well without her permission. The vest lay silently crumpled on the sofa, while its owner returned to the table. Realizing that perhaps the girl was also hot, he sat down next to her and began to fan her with a small fan. She enjoyed the cool, light breeze created by the small fan. After stopping, Reynard expressed the idea that in such weather it was necessary to swim in the river. He remembered that where he was from, on such a hot day, everyone gathered and went to the river. Ray continued talking about how wonderful it was to swim and play in the shade of the trees. The word swimming did not escape Yurina, and she sarcastically asked him if he wanted to go play. The little mage was embarrassed and said that this was not necessarily true, and the girl began to repeat all his words arrogantly. But the boy continued that on such a hot day, it was difficult not only for him, but also for the teacher. His hands were sweating, and it was impossible to write. The Marquis's daughter sat thinking whether she should give him a day off today, because he was studying diligently. Sacrificing sleep, Betty entered the room carrying a tray with cold drinks and a jelly dessert. And fruit. When the girl served food to the children, Yurina asked her if there was a place to rest. Inspired by the rest, Ray said he was very hot and wouldn't mind swimming in the river. The maid thought about it and said there was no river nearby, but there was a lake outside the city. The boy had one more magic lesson left, and after that he was completely free. His savior asked him if he would like to go to the lake if there were no lessons, to which he received an affirmative answer. She then ordered Betty to inform Dave and pack the necessary things for the trip. The little lady also ordered the kitchen to prepare small snacks for them. The delighted mage could not hide his joy and zealously thanked the Marquis's daughter. Everyone began to leave to prepare for the trip, but Yurina reminded him that the lessons still had to be taught. Upon reaching the lake, Ray could not contain the admiration that nature had over him. He saw the lake for the first time, and Betty explained to him that it was the largest lake in the capital region, and it was called Riman. Holding the lake water in his palms, he remembered that in his homeland there was only one river. Turning around, he noticed that Yurina was hiding behind Dave and clearly did not want to come out. The boy asked her why she was hiding there, to which she replied that she was afraid of getting her clothes wet. The little mage observed the trio standing peacefully in the shadows and gradually realized what was happening. Dave was a mentor and Betty was a guard. Yurina herself felt safe among them. Unexpectedly for everyone, the maid ran to the carriage, remembering that she had forgotten one thing. She brought umbrellas for everyone to match the color of their outfits. The girl got blue and the boy got black. All that was left for Ray was the golden umbrella, and he sullenly asked if they had another one. It turned out that the umbrella had been used by the mistress before, and there were no others. Then Dave approached them to find out what had happened. The boy explained that he didn't like the flowers on the umbrella, but he had no complaints about it. Dave touched the umbrella, and it changed its color from gold to black, which made Ray incredibly happy. Betty was worried that the umbrella would get ruined, and the lady wouldn't be able to use it anymore. But Dave reassured her by telling her that the color had only changed for a few hours, and then it would return to being the same. She scolded him and told him that he should have warned her in advance, and not after she had time to get scared. Draynard looked at the umbrella with enthusiasm, as if trying to unravel a mysterious trick. Touching his umbrella, he said that magic was truly incredible. He, also embarrassed, added that he would like to quickly learn how to use it. Yurina, who had been listening to all this time, enthusiastically told him that he could learn magic. She added that Dave also believes that Ray is doing a good job teaching. The little mage was indignant because he had to study, and his teacher used him almost without looking, to which the girl told him that he was only at the beginning of his journey. Dave believed that the boy would soon begin to develop rapidly in the mastery of all kinds of magic. After finishing, Yurina said it was very hot on land and invited Reynard for a boat ride. She took his hand, dragged him, and ordered him to follow her. His hand was very hot, which made her realize that they should have taken the boat as soon as possible. Ray sat with Yurina and chewed a cookie while Master Dave rowed to the center of the lake. The boy reminded her that of all the natural elements, water has the most mana. It was a magic lesson. The girl reminded the little mage that they had agreed on this. In his heart, Ray hoped that they wouldn't give the lesson in such a beautiful place. While eating her dessert, the girl said that as soon as she finished listening, she could rest immediately. Reinhard remembered that the teacher told him that if you use the same magic next to water, it will be much stronger. Dave praised the boy and added that large-scale and very complex magic could be used near water or a lake. The lesson continued. They floated peacefully on the waves created by a small cool breeze. The little mage asked his teacher if it was possible to use large-scale magic in a place where a stream flows, to which he received an affirmative answer. Yurina was happy that Ray quickly focused on his studies and seemed to have forgotten the heat. Seeing the sweat on his face, the girl brought the umbrella closer so that the shade would cover them both. Ray felt uncomfortable and asked her why she suddenly became so affectionate, to which he received the answer that otherwise her face would burn. The little mage reminded her that he had his own umbrella, so the little lady put away hers with an important look and told him to use his umbrella. Reynard silently regretted having refused the help. Dave laughed at such a childish scene, and Yurina looked into the distance. She felt very calm in the circle of such good company, in the middle of a huge lake. Speeding up, the master cheerfully offered to finish Ray's lessons for the day. The girl thought she had no time to rest. First she looked for Reynard, then information in the books. She was interrupted by the boy touching her cheek with an icy hand, previously cooled with an ice cube. Blushing, she gently asked if Yurina felt cooler under his touch. The boy grabbed the piece of ice with both hands and said that if you do this, it will be much cooler. Then he placed his palms on the girl's cheeks and kept them there until they warmed up again. The little mage was happy to carry a piece of cold with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand such heat. Once the lessons were over, he quickly ran to the side, trying to waddle and fall directly into the cold water. Yurina tried to stop him, shouting that it was dangerous to do this, and immediately cold splashes of water flew towards her. Reynard had no intention of submerging himself in the lake. He was just splashing his little hand in the water. Because he splashed her, the girl also put her hand in the water and threw a large amount of lake water in his face. Such mischief made the Marquis's daughter laugh a lot, who laughed for a long time at such an absurd situation. Instead of splashing her in response, the boy quickly walked to the basket of cookies. He felt dizzy and believed that eating sweets would save him from sunstroke. Reynard had unbearable heat and gradually began to lose consciousness on the boat. Upon returning to the mansion, Ray felt incredible sleepiness in the carriage, but when he arrived at night, he couldn't fall asleep. He didn't understand at all why this happened and just sat on the bed, staring at the wall. After a while, he decided to catch up on sleep and went for a walk around the mansion. Not far from him, he heard the sound of a door opening and wondered who could be awake at this hour. The Marquis's daughter also couldn't sleep and also wanted to catch up on sleep by wandering around the mansion. Seeing the boy with a pillow in his hands, she quietly asked him why he wasn't sleeping so late. He told her that he couldn't sleep, so she decided to tease him and asked if he really couldn't sleep because of the rain. Ray began to loudly deny her assumption, thinking that she still considered him a baby. Yurina quickly covered his mouth with her hand, whispering that he would wake up everyone in the mansion at this rate. So as not to disturb everyone's sleep, she invited him into her bedroom and asked him to close the door behind him. The girl threw herself onto the bed, and Reinhardt apologized to her and suggested she return to her room. He patted the bed next to him and said that it was okay, because she wasn't sleeping either. Sitting next to her, Ray felt her small head on his shoulder and then heard her say that he didn't seem sleepy at all. He, indignant, pushed her away from him and replied that apparently it was because he couldn't sleep. Yurina decided to find out if sleep wasn't coming to him or if he was simply afraid of the sounds of the rain outside the window. The little mage insisted that he was not afraid of any of that. And in the meantime, the girl took out a deck of cards and asked to play. She offered to play and was the only one who won every game. The boy, bewildered, asked why he kept losing and suggested that he must have misunderstood something. He asked her to explain the rules again, hoping he had misunderstood them the first time. Yurina carefully asked the sleepy Ray if he wanted to go to her room to sleep. Reinhardt rubbed his neck thoughtfully and admitted that he was a little sleepy. Before going to bed, he wanted to win at least once in a card game. The girl invited him to play another time, knowing that she would win this game too. The indignant mage asked why not now, to which the Marquis's daughter told him that since he was tired, it was hard for him to concentrate. Seeing her collecting cards, he asked if she really didn't want to sleep at all. Yurina Cartia replied with a satisfied look that since she was winning constantly, it meant that sleep had not yet taken hold of her. Ray continued to insist that he had misunderstood the rules, and that was why he hadn't been able to beat her in the last 4 rounds. It was pouring rain outside, which didn't really scare Reynard, but the sudden sound of thunder made him flinch. The girl explained to him that the rainy season had begun and followed the frightened boy closely. Seeing that he was covering his ears, trying not to hear sounds outside the room, she realized that the boy was afraid of thunder. Realizing that he would be very scared to be alone in the room, she invited Ray to spend the night in her bedroom. The little mage resolutely denied his fear. Then Yurina invited him to her bedroom. The second thunderclap forced Reynard to hide further under the blanket, after which the girl went to calm him down. He lay with his hands covering his eyes and ears until the moment a soft little hand touched his forehead. The Marquis's daughter took one of his hands and told him that she was by his side and that he had nothing to fear. The boy trembled all over, but somehow controlled himself and said that he hated the rain much more than the thunder. Along with the rain, Ray remembered the worst memories of his life. Reynard didn't want to answer Yurina's logical question about which memories they were talking about. The girl didn't force him to tell her and only said that since he didn't like the rain, she hoped it would end soon. She invited him to play another game after the sun came out. Ray spent a long time trying to learn the basics of magic under the guidance of Master Dave, and this began to bear fruit. The boy told him that if his student continued to study as hard as he did, he could soon surpass him. But his speech was abruptly interrupted by a maid who entered. Realizing that she had interrupted an important lesson, Betty asked how long they would continue studying. Dave smiled calmly at the girl who entered and told her that they had just finished the lesson. Betty came for a reason. She was fulfilling an errand for a little mage and brought a small brooch with her. The little lady owned the brooch, but since she didn't like its color, she rarely wore it. The boy happily ran to Yurina, and the mage shouted at him to be careful and not to accidentally hurt himself. Dave was interested in the task Betty had completed and exhaled happily. Finally, he understood why the little mage so insistently asked him to teach him the magic of color change. Leaving the maid and the master, Ray quickly ran to the training room, where the Marquis's daughter was. The girl kindly asked if his magic lesson was over and received an affirmative answer. Reynard did not allow his savior to attend today's lesson to surprise her. He gently took out the same brooch that she didn't wear because of the hated color. She had no idea what he was planning, but the boy ordered her to concentrate on the thing. Suddenly, the thing began to glow and changed color to a completely different one, which the little lady liked. Turning the brooch in her hands, the girl noticed how much his magical skills had improved. The boy replied that this gift was for her because she lent him her pillow. Yurina Cartia smiled contentedly and kindly thanked the little mage. The little lady examined her gift for a long time and said it was her favorite color. Ray said that he saw her every day and, of course, knew what her favorite color was. He secretly watched as his savior tried on the gift she had given him. The children sat in the study room until the torrential rain stopped pouring. The boy leaned on the book and asked Yurina if she was having nightmares yet. Reynard reminded her of that dialogue when she vaguely told him the whole truth. The Marquis's daughter was surprised that her pupil still remembered what they talked about then. Taking the cup in her hands, she told him in a calm voice that she no longer had nightmares. The girl abruptly asked him if he really remembered everything, down to the smallest detail. He took the book and quietly asked her what she was reading, to which she replied that she was reading a novel. Ray still thought that his savior only read scientific books and not some novels. When she got bored, she preferred to read novels, and Reinhardt became interested in the plot of the book. Smiling, Yurina asked him if she should tell him about the main characters of the work. He replied that he would try to read it when he practiced reading cards, to which the girl replied that the book had a very interesting plot. The Marquis's daughter liked the charismatic protagonist of the romance novel the most. Put the fruit on the book. The little mage loudly asked what exactly she liked about the main male character. Their conversation was interrupted by a maid who entered the room and said that a mentor mage was waiting for the little lady. Getting up from her chair, the girl told her friend that she would be back soon. Ray decided to put the book he took back on the shelf, thinking that he wanted to have a kind heart. He secretly wanted Yurina Cartia to get along only with him, and therefore, he was jealous of her, even with the characters in the books. For this alone, he was ready to be the best in magic and etiquette, and also to grow above her. The boy thought that he wanted to be closer to her than anyone else in the entire empire. The Marquis's daughter walked down the corridor, illuminated by the faint rays of the sun breaking through the clouds. She reasoned that the rainy season had finally ended. One day, they decided to rehearse a ballroom dance to see how prepared Ray was to go out into the world. The children were dressed in beautiful outfits. The boy politely invited his lady to dance. Accepting to dance with him, she thought that Reynard turned out to be a natural genius. Very quickly, he mastered all the necessary basics, letters and numbers. He learned to observe etiquette and manners, and mastered the basics of magic at lightning speed. Only one summer had passed, but the boy had already surpassed his savior in height, and he could look at her calmly. Ray became a rising star in magic, sponsored by the noble Cartia family. While dancing gently with her, he seriously asked her if he looked cooler in her eyes. The girl quickly brought him back down to earth, telling him that he should be ashamed of praising himself. She also quickly noticed that her partner was noticeably worried, but she didn't show it. She was inspired by the fact that the boy was quite good at dancing, even though he had only been doing it for 2 months. Seeing how embarrassed he was, Yurina told him that while dancing, it was necessary to look into his partner's eyes. Ray told her that he knew these rules. Then the Marquis's daughter ordered him to look into her eyes. While continuing to dance, the little mage shyly said that he wanted to ask her for a certain birthday gift. She knew that in this world there were also 12 months in a year, but the names were very different from what she was used to. Her pupil's birthday was on the 19th of the autumn month, and since he started asking, it was most likely in the first month of autumn. The girl laughed sweetly, remembering that her maid was exhausted anticipating this day. The boy didn't like his partner's mocking reaction and asked her if she had really forgotten his holiday. Yurina jokingly replied that his birthday was on the 19th day of the harvest month. Although he became more aristocratic, deep down he was still the same child as before. The Marquis's daughter asked him what he wanted for his birthday, something or perhaps a wish. She promised to listen to him and try to fulfill his request if it was reasonable. The boy annoyedly asked if so many conditions were really necessary, to which the girl replied that she didn't know what he wanted. Yurina feared that he might ask for something that could lead to the collapse of the family, to which he replied why she thought he could do such a thing. The disheartened young man completely forgot that they were dancing and clumsily stepped on his lady's foot. Indignant at this absurdity, the girl asked him to tell her everything if he had something to say. Trying to make sure she didn't fall, the boy lifted her up and hugged her tightly. She looked at him surprised, waiting for what he would do next, and heard his apologies. The little mage said embarrassed that he didn't want to expose them like this in front of everyone watching. Seeing that everyone around them was looking at them, Yurina said that his step didn't hurt her so much that she couldn't walk. She offered to examine his wound and noticed that he had a bruise on his leg. Then she offered to heal it quickly. The boy asked her why she didn't immediately tell him that she had a painful bruise on her leg, to which his partner replied that it didn't hurt at all. Ray sat her down on the bench, leaned over her foot, and began to use healing magic. Yurina said importantly that she needed to practice dancing more. While showing him her foot, it stopped hurting. Noticing this, she bent down and saw that the bruise had disappeared. The little mage asked her to tell him immediately next time if she felt pain. He said that for her sake he would study even more so that he could always help her. The girl placed her hand on his shoulder, as if agreeing with his unexpected oath. She reminded him that she had asked him about his birthday gift before. Reynard agreed to organize a luxurious banquet in her honor, but in return asked her to leave the mansion with him. His pupil looked at her inquisitively, awaiting an answer to his modest request. Yurina sadly replied that no one would let them be completely alone. A maid and an escort must always be present. After Reynard learned etiquette, he skillfully hid his feelings behind a mask, which was a clear advantage for an aristocrat. Sometimes he missed that past Ray. Without thinking twice, she asked him if he didn't mind taking a night with him, and a maid with him. This way they could fulfill their plan. The Marquis's daughter was happy to see genuine emotions on the boy's face. In return, she asked permission to hold the most luxurious banquet of her life, for the sake of the one who looked forward to her birthday the most. The little mage's birthday arrived. The maids got up very early and managed to prepare a whole table of festive food. They had been preparing for this day for several weeks and had made many preparations in advance. Looking at them, Yurina asked them if they were tired of cooking since morning, because cooking has always been a difficult task. Joyful Betty reported that all the servants enjoyed cooking and were very interested in seeing the little lady's reaction. The girl began to sit at the festive table, but the maid, worried, asked her if Lord Reinhardt would like the dishes. The boy was a little picky about food, but the girls took care and prepared some of the dishes he eats. Yurina assured him that the dishes looked great and that he would definitely like everything. Betty listened carefully to the lady and finally agreed with her opinion on this matter. The two sat on a bench to prepare confetti for the boy's arrival, and Yurina asked if everyone in the mansion liked Ray. She was surprised to hear that the entire mansion was delighted with the little mage. While the maid was cutting paper, the girl calmly ate the cookies she asked Betty for. It turned out that the cookies in the basket were failed attempts, and the maid suggested just throwing them away. The maid said she made many concessions for the children, but Reynard could get something from anyone in the mansion. Quickly, she remembered that she was next to the little lady and tried to apologize for her tactlessness. The girl did not reproach the maid, but even expressed her gratitude for her good attitude towards Ray. She didn't know that all the servants would try so hard and prepare everything for the party. Betty remembered that, when Lord Reinhardt crossed the threshold of the mansion, no matter how kind the servants were to him, he still avoided them. From the beginning, they didn't like him very much, but day by day the boy gradually opened his soul to them. People who don't know how to be kind go through trial and error until they become so. She had almost finished her thought when they were suddenly interrupted by a maid who entered the room and informed them of the arrival of Lord Reinhardt. Betty gave Yurina a basket with chopped confetti and ran at lightning speed to prepare everyone for the arrival of the birthday boy. Upon entering the room, the boy found the maid standing in a semicircle, headed by Yurina Cartia. The girl approached him and began her congratulations by telling him he was 13 years old and was now exactly 2 years older than her. She threw festive confetti at him, and Ray was pleasantly surprised by everything that was happening. The maids congratulated him in unison on his birthday and began to applaud him loudly. Reynard could not hold back tears from the growing happiness, so he stood in front of everyone, trying not to give himself away. Everyone around him became worried when they saw him crying and hurried to quickly find out what had happened to him. The boy began to protest loudly, saying he wasn't crying at all. But when he opened his mouth, he felt something sweet on his tongue. Yurina was not surprised, and to restore the festive mood, she shoved a piece of cake into his mouth. The little mage chewed his birthday cake, trying to regain his composure. "Swallow the piece," he explained why he was so moved, as he did not expect to see so many people. All the guests were a little stunned by his words, and for a minute there was an awkward silence in the room. The girl was the first to break the silence, asking to be told that they were going to have a party. The boy had never had such a celebration. No one had prepared a large birthday cake for him, and there were no people who could organize such a thing for him. He concluded by saying that he would love to hear even simple congratulations from them. Yurina remembered that in another world, as a child or an adult, she always celebrated her birthday with someone. Good memories gave her strength and a sense of security, but now she realized that Reynard was unlikely to ever have a truly good birthday. The maid did not step aside and offered to prepare a cake many times larger than the current one for his next vacation. She wasn't exactly good at baking, but her skill improved more and more every year. Betty assured him that he could count on her next year, as well as on all subsequent vacations. Yurina cut another piece of cake and brought it close to Ray's face, inviting him to try the cake again. The girl also added that the faster he ate his cake, the faster she would fulfill his request. The boy thanked everyone for organizing the celebration and obediently ate a piece of cake. The Marquis's daughter thought that the past could not be changed, and all they had left was to move forward. She hoped that from that day on, he would have pleasant memories to warm him throughout his life. After the celebration, they headed to the city. Reinhard constantly leaned out of the carriage window to look at everything around him. Yurina thought the view was quite normal, but she understood that Ray was most likely seeing this for the first time. In his world, autumn was already fully approaching, and many interesting places had lost their beauty. The little mage ran through the entire street and tried to hurry the others so he could see the whole city. The maid noticed the boy's cheerful mood, to which the girl said that Betty had reacted the same way once. The Marquis's daughter asked the girl if she could get everything necessary for Ray, to which she received the answer that she had found an inkwell and a pen to match Mr. Reynard. Yurina decided that, since Betty had gathered everything necessary for the boy, she herself could give him her gift. Reaching him, she handed him a small package containing a brooch with a beautiful ruby. The mage carefully examined the gift and heard out of the corner of his ear that the stone shone in the same way as his eyes. Seeing him hesitate, she snatched the brooch from his hands and began to pin it on his tailcoat. Everyone noticed that her gift suited Ray very well, but he didn't listen to anyone. He just continued to study the strange object. Admiring the brooch, the boy ran to the maid and whispered something in her ear. Yurina didn't like that they were whispering in front of her. Satisfied, Betty and Reynard quickly left without saying a word to anyone. The girl couldn't believe that they simply decided to go somewhere in front of her, and not even say where. Sitting on the boxes, she tried to guess where the two of them had gone, leaving her alone with the night. The Marquis's daughter observed life in full swing in the city, but mentally tried to understand when these two managed to become so close. When left alone, Yurina Cartia's thoughts always returned to those situations where she was with the prince. Curtis saved her from assassins several times that fateful day, risking his own life in the process. She quickly realized that it was her they were chasing, and not the crown prince. She had a strange feeling of déjà vu, but at the same time, a bad premonition did not leave her. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knight who ran up to her and told her that she urgently needed to go with Mr. Reinhardt. A tall, adult man held the boy by the head and asked what family he was from. Worried, Betty tried to reach him through the guards, but they crossed swords and did not let her pass. Yurina Cartia quickly found them, and upon seeing her, the guards sheathed their swords. The maid began to stammer that Ray had done nothing wrong, that they were just going shopping. She knew that the man was the first to start bothering the boy because of his red eyes. The man pressed his fingers harder against the boy's cheeks, trying to force him to answer. Once again, he repeated his question out loud, but the little mage did not answer him a word. The girl approached them, bowed, and said that she was taking care of the boy, and she apologized if he was rude to him. It seemed to him that the man decided that the boy was a commoner, since he walked only with a maid, and without a knight. The terrible man let go of the boy, saying that Beto was very close to him, but that he missed him. Yurina couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. How could this man know what was written in the ancient book? So she decided to examine the stranger. He was dressed like an aristocrat, and his hair had a reddish tint. In front of her was none other than the Marquis of Fron, who, according to the original story, was the culprit of her death. This man severely examined the children. In his eyes, there was regret for not being the first to find this child. After a pause, the Marquis finally said that the boy was from the Cartia family. The man approached Yurina and asked if she was the same daughter of the Marquis of Cartia, whom this young man protected so much. The girl was twisted by an incomprehensible feeling of fear emanating from the person in front of her. Behind the Marquis came his daughter Lydia, whom he introduced and added that they were the same age, and they should get along well. The main protagonist of the original plot of the novel was Lydia de Fron, whom Carion loved with all his heart. The blonde girl walked towards the standing children and asked if they were hurt. Seeing a rival approaching them, because of whom she might die, Yurina extended her hand, preventing her from getting close to Renard. The boy didn't understand what was happening around him and asked the little girl what she was doing. The girl knew that all her fears were unfounded, since Carion loved Lydia because she took care of him. But now Yurina was playing this role. The boy silently took her hand, trying to calm his savior and preventing her from taking reckless actions. Marquis de Fron hid his daughter behind him and said that Cartia had always been famous for its swords. He continued by saying that the Frongs had long followed the path of magic, and the Marquis was no exception. Looking at Ray, he said that if he wanted his talents to flourish properly, then he should choose the Frong family. Renard bravely resisted the heavy gaze of the gloomy man. His words did not interest the boy. The Marquis of Frong waited a while and asked again if the little mage would like to join his family. Ray politely bowed to the man and apologized for not introducing himself earlier, because he did not recognize such a noble person. The boy continued that he was under the care of the Cartia family and was deeply grateful for the recognition of his abilities, but he was happy with his current position. Upon learning the boy's name, Marquis de Fron seemed even angrier and repeated his name brusquely. The man repeated and repeated the name, and then he said that Reynard means hope in the ancient language, and asked who his parents were if they had given him a name in the ancient language. The little mage confidently replied that his parents were ordinary people, and it wasn't them who called him that. Seeing the children holding hands, the Marquis assumed that the name for him had been chosen by the daughter of Marquis Cartia. He asked the girl how she knew the ancient language if she had no aptitude for magic. She replied that she had learned a few words, but the Marquis was clearly not satisfied with this answer, to which he turned and said upon parting that his family had received a valuable treasure. The Marquis continued by saying that they held a great talent that they would never have dreamed of. Walking further and further, he concluded that perhaps it was a great stroke of luck that the Cartia family had found the boy. The de Fron family headed to their carriage, and all the knights followed him. Due to the stress she had experienced, Yurina Cartia began to feel very unwell. She leaned against the wall of the building to catch her breath. Betty wanted to run to her, but the young lady asked them to stay where they were. Then the maid asked if everything was all right with her, but the girl didn't hear her. The loud buzzing of her own heart was in her ears. She repeated over and over in her head this possibly fateful encounter with her future assassins. The girl couldn't stand the stares of others and hurried to find a quiet place. Betty wanted to run after her, but the little mage stopped her and told her that he would catch up with her himself. The maid sobbed and tearfully said that they could not be outside the mansion without being accompanied by a knight and servants. Ray asked her to come to his aid and approach them a little later than required. He needed to speak with Yurina alone, and Betty obediently agreed with him. Thinking of the young lady, the maid said that they should return before it got dark. Meanwhile, the girl remembered the days when she first arrived in this world. Everything around us was new. The people, the language, the thinking, even the sight was completely different. It took her a long time to get used to the name Yurina. And finally, having gotten used to it, she began to forget her real name. Having left her past life behind, she began to have terrible dreams where it was very cold. The memories turned into realistic sensations and enveloped her body. It seemed to her that she had simply fallen while running, and everything happening around her was just a dream. The flow of her thoughts was interrupted by Reinhardt running after her. Trying to stop her, he grabbed her hand and abruptly turned her to look at him and understand what had happened to her. The girl was confused and didn't seem to listen to his sermons, that if she ran like that, she would surely fall. It began to rain in the city. The children took shelter under an awning hanging over the entrance door of one of the houses. After a long silence, he finally told her to go back to Betty because it was her birthday. The boy didn't know how to behave, and so, nervously, he sat next to her on the stairs. Looking at Yurina, he noticed that she was trembling and asked if she was cold. Reynard lied, saying he was warm and offered to cover her with his little tailcoat. Without lifting her head, the Marquis's daughter told him that she was very scared and couldn't stand it. She said that she dreams often. Sometimes she dreams of nothing, but still remembers everything. The girl continued by saying that she wasn't living the right life, but she wasn't a bad person either. She wanted one thing: to continue living without all these strange incidents that had happened to her over the past year. Even if something bad happened, she kept living as if nothing had happened. Bitter tears rolled down Brina's cheeks. She continued by saying that she didn't want to die, but wanted to live a simple and quiet life. Ray was bothered by Yurina's words and thought that he often didn't understand much of what she said. According to the master, the daughter of Marquis Cartia became interested in a certain legend, so she took the red-eyed boy into her care without hesitation. He couldn't understand this because in his eyes, Yurina had always been rational. She didn't seem like a girl who would behave badly after hearing unfounded stories. The boy privately thought about the first words she said, in which she asked to save her, as if preparing for something. Ray had no idea what she was hiding, or what she was trying so hard to prepare for. But seeing how hurt she was, he assured her that her fears would not come true. The little mage reminded her of the promise that he would always protect her. At their first meeting, they reached an agreement. In exchange for her kindness, the little mage would have to protect her. Listening attentively, Yurina told him to stop comforting her and that she was fine. Reynard did not give up and said that his magical abilities were already much better, which means that he could definitely protect her. He swore to her in his name that he would be on her side, even if the whole empire was against her. To seal his vow, the girl extended the little finger of her left hand to him, just as she had once done as a child. She was indignant and asked him how he was going to swear by the name if she had given it to him, and she asked him to swear by the fingers. Ray didn't know how to do it correctly, and with all his childish naivety, he wrapped his hand around her little finger. Yurina was surprised by his action and loudly asked why he grabbed her finger. The boy blushed and sweated with emotion. He informed her that he didn't know how to make such vows. Having shown him how to do it, the Marquis's daughter told him that he had now sworn to her, and he could not break the oath. Returning to the maid and the knight, she thought that she would always remember the terrible dream. Betty was very worried about them, so when she saw them in the distance, she quickly reached the children who were near the knight. In the maid's arms, Yurina believed that she had been given a second chance in which she could change her destiny. Soon they were about to return to the castle, but before that, Rainer stopped and called everyone to contemplate the beautiful sunset. Looking at the beauty, Ray thought that he wanted to become an adult as soon as possible to be able to protect Yurina Cartia no matter what. In autumn, night came quickly. Knowing this, the girl hurried everyone to return to the mansion. After everything that happened, the girl decided to meet with her father, who first asked her what had happened. She replied that something really had to happen so that she could see her father. The daughter told him how well they spent the first birthday in their neighborhood. The celebration was only overshadowed by an unpleasant encounter with unexpected people. Yurina told her father that she heard that the Cartia and Fron families never got along with each other. The head of the family was a little bewildered by the question of his 11-year-old daughter, but the girl decided to make sure. He told her that the official position of the de Frons was very different from that of his family. The Marquis added that despite all circumstances, their relationship is not that bad. His daughter did not believe his words and thought that he was hiding the truth from her because she was too young. All aristocrats are educated to easily disguise their true feelings. But that day, Marquis de Fron expressed himself much more clearly. Yurina reasoned that he was probably careless because he saw her as a child. She thought she was too obsessed with the hated family and judging by her father's words, it was in vain. Marquis Cartia asked her if she had seen Marquis de Fron today when she was outside the mansion. The father was cautious and asked if that person had done anything bad to her, so he decided to ask about him. Sitting in a chair, the girl told him that the subject of discussion behaved as if he were the master of the king. She was worried that, even after learning that Reynard was under the supervision of the Cartia family, the Marquis of Fron continued to stick to his line. Marquis Cartia told her that they had a good day today, but that she was probably very scared. He knelt down and said exactly the words his daughter needed so much, that she was safe now because her father was near. Dad hugged her, and at that moment, Yurina thought that even if he couldn't know about her troubles, his kindness calmed her a little. Upon reaching her room, she couldn't sleep for a long time and just sat on the floor, pressed against the door. It seemed to her that she was falling into depression, although she was more physically tired, but her thoughts wouldn't give her rest. Even if Yurina faced her trauma, she couldn't tell anyone because no one would want to believe an absurd story. The terrifying idea that by telling everyone about her problem, she would provoke the rejection of the people close to her. Getting up from the floor, she abruptly pushed the door towards her, behind which her pupil was. He was a little scared and shouted, but then asked her how she knew he was there if she hadn't even knocked. She was still thinking about who would be the first to get angry at her real story. The image of an adult king appeared in her head. She was tormented by the question of how he would react if he found out that she was kind to him for some reason. Yurina invited him in, and after asking the logical question of why he was coming to her at night, she received the equally logical answer that only at that time could they be alone. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl asked him what he was going to do at night, and she saw him blush. The boy nervously began to drink the cold tea that Betty had left a few hours earlier. The girl lay down, got more comfortable. Ray asked her if she was leaning too loosely in the chair. She didn't feel embarrassed by the boy's complaint. Very tactfully, she reminded him that he had taken off his clothes in front of her. Reynard watched his savior. She behaved differently than when she was surrounded by servants. The children immediately pronounced their names and were very surprised by this accident. Then they unanimously said that the other should speak first, which confused them even more. Ray started first, asking her if she was feeling well, and Yurina remembered how he tried to cheer her up the whole way. She couldn't understand in any way which of them her concern referred to her personally or to the one he sees, that is, Yurina. The little mage said that their conversation couldn't get out of his head, and he wanted to ask a question about what happened. The girl asked him what interested him. Reynard never expected her to agree to answer him. His fingers went numb again at the slightest concern that he might understand something from her incoherent speeches. The boy was interested to know if his name really translates to hope. Yurina Cartia was not prepared for such a question and was paralyzed for a while, thinking about the answer. In fact, Ray didn't want to ask her anything and just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. When they were in the city, Betty told him that Marquis Cartia had told him to choose a birthday gift for him. The little mage chose a gift not for himself, but for the one who was dearer to him than his own life. Many events prevented him from giving a gift in the city, and now he sat in front of her, trying to control himself. Upon hearing his explanation, she blushed a little, because even her own parents gave her a name without putting anything into it. Raynor asked her why she had given him a name with such an interesting meaning. She wondered why he was asking about this, to which she received the answer that he was simply curious. But in his soul there was a fleeting hope that she considered him special. Yurina Cartia boldly declared that he was truly her only hope. She continued by saying that he, with his little finger, promised her that he would protect her. At the end of the explanation, she added that special people need special names. Hearing the cherished words, Ray quickly took out the box with the gift from behind his back and handed it to Yurina. The girl asked him what it was, and then realized that she had simply taken out the box without saying anything. Reynard barely uttered the word gift, and his savior immediately guessed that it was because of him that he and Betty left at that moment. She remembered that she wanted to open the red box and give him a gift solemnly. The Marquis's daughter took care of this task herself and took out a beautiful red bracelet from the box. Ray told her that he had wanted to give her something for a long time, because during all this time, he was the only one who received gifts. The girl told him that today was his birthday, so they showered him with gifts. Closing his eyes, the little mage loudly declared that he wanted to give it to her much earlier. Yurina quickly noticed that the bracelet was very similar in style to the brooch she had given him that afternoon. Taking it, she showed him how similar they were, to which the boy affirmed that he had no intention of buying something like that. Noticing such a similarity, the Marquis's daughter decided that these would be matching items to remind him of their friendship. She was glad that they had the same taste and happily thanked him. Reynard sweetly offered to help her put on the bracelet and received a positive response. He, very carefully, trying not to hurt her again, put the bracelet on her hand. As he meticulously studied his task, his heart beat wildly, betraying his feelings. Finally, the work was done, and they relaxed in their seats. Yurina was the first to break the silence, asking why he didn't buy himself a gift, since his birthday is only once a year. The boy told her that this was exactly what he had desperately wanted for quite some time. Ray thought that all he wanted was to make her as happy as possible, to see a smile on her face, and always spend his birthdays with her. She once again thanked him wholeheartedly and said that the gift was very beautiful. Lifting her hand with the gift high, the girl noticed that the stones of the bracelet were the color of Reynard's eyes. Winter arrived. Yurina Cartia spent a lot of time near the fireplace, as she was constantly freezing. The boy noticed that she was cold because she had grown very beautiful, and the girl thought that, although she had become more aristocratic, she was still a child at heart. Reinhardt pointed out that it was the first time he had seen a person so cold, because in the region where he was born there were only light frosts. He handed her a cup of hot tea and told her that if it got cold again, he would warm it up for her. At some point, the boy became so noble that he could not be distinguished from a real aristocrat. He began to do even the small daily actions differently, and his magical abilities had become much stronger. And soon, he would have to go to the academy. But first, an acceptance letter must arrive. Ray stood by the window and announced loudly that outside the window a beautiful and fluffy snow was falling. Yurina Cartia only confirmed his words that it was too cold. Winter arrived quickly, and the first snowfalls fell, which meant that they would soon have a brief farewell. Both were devastated by the idea of facing a 7-year separation. One day, a professor from the academy came to them to interview the boy. But only after seeing him, he declared that with such talent, the boy could even go with him now. The man called Reinhardt to tell him in detail about the upcoming training. The academician was very happy. It was the first time in 10 years of teaching that he had seen such talent. Yurina and Betty were in the study room. The young lady was trying to pass the time by reading a book. The maid was very worried, but at the same time she was proud of the pupil of the Cartia family, so she couldn't find a place for herself. The girl didn't listen to her at all, but looked at Reinhardt's textbook next to her. Betty asked if she needed to bring more cookies, to which she received a negative head gesture. Then she hurried to find something to do and move away from all her thoughts. Yurina left a note in his textbooks and sadly looked at the snow falling outside the window. She couldn't believe that time had passed so quickly. During that time, they had many good memories. The girl remembered that not long ago she had to teach him etiquette, and now he entered the academy without entrance exams. Ray returned quickly enough and invited her out for a short walk. The Marquis's daughter kindly agreed to keep him company because she knew they would have to separate soon. The children bundled up and went out into the courtyard. It was very cold outside. Yurina's nose turned red from the cold, as the attentive Reinhardt informed her. She jokingly noted that she probably looked like Rudolph, and explained that this was the name of the red-nosed reindeer. The boy approached her and touched her face with his palm, asking where she had seen such a deer. The girl's cheeks felt warm, and she decided to look up at Ray. The little mage noticed that there are things in the world that are much more important than magic. Sitting next to her, Reynard said that when he was in the shelter, as soon as it snowed, they immediately rushed to play snowballs or build a snowman. He continued by saying that every day was the same, but when it snowed, all the children were happy. Not all snowy days were special. The shelter also had its good and bad days. The mage created a beautiful snowflake using magic and asked Yurina if she had the same one, to which she nodded. Ray told her that now he also started to hate winter, and especially snowy days. The boy believed that all the changes in him occurred thanks to his savior. He said that the reason he could live in warmth and study magic was because she chose him. The girl knew that if she had acted differently, fate would still have brought them together. But as enemies, Reynard had no idea that Marquis de Fron would take him out of the orphanage, who would eventually order the execution of Yurina Cartia. Watching the slowly falling snow, Ray suddenly asked her if he shouldn't go to the academy. The Marquis's daughter didn't immediately understand what was being said. She had just returned from her thoughts. An academy professor informed the boy that students could not leave the educational institution until graduation. She couldn't look him in the eyes because she knew very well the sacrifices they would have to make. If Yurina hadn't been so loved, she would never have sent him there, but would have told him that the academy was the best option for him. The blushing boy reminded her that he had promised to protect her and that he didn't need academies. He said that he was with her because he once trusted her, and now it seemed to him that she was abandoning him. The children sat for a long time without saying anything to each other, trying to calm their emotions. Yurina decided that Reynard should go for training, where he couldn't see Marquis de Fron, and where he would learn much more than his family could offer him. The girl asked him if he only wanted to stay and train with Dave. She knew that even after meeting Lydia, he wouldn't fall in love with her, and now she wanted to trust him completely. Reinhardt said that he had wanted to ask her for a long time about what he heard, that she chose him because of the color of his eyes due to a story she heard. At first he thought that the Marquis's daughter started sponsoring him out of curiosity, but he clearly remembered that at that moment she was happy. Of course, she was glad to have found her future assassin and to have been able to change his destiny. The boy assumed that she knew that someday she would have to meet him. Yurina Cartia didn't know if she could entrust her secret to him, if he would believe her or stop considering her a friend. The girl explained to him that she was actually looking for him and no one else, but she couldn't say how she knew. She touched his face with her palm. Ray took her palm to feel her touch even more. He tried to warm her cold hands by gently blowing on them. Gathering courage, the Marquis's daughter told him that there was a reason why she was sending him to the academy, but that he shouldn't think about it. Pressing against her palm, Ray told her that he would go to the academy because that's what she wanted. Humbly, he added that he would always do whatever she asked him to do. Yurina thanked Reynard. The children hugged, realizing that spring would soon arrive and the boy would have to leave. Spring soon arrived. With the first spring breezes, Ray left for the kingdom of Carion. For the first time in a year, the girl was completely alone. She felt a huge emptiness inside. Before leaving, the little mage handed her a note in which he wrote in clumsy handwriting that he would be back soon. Meanwhile, the boy sat in the carriage and looked at his brooch, which Yurina gave him. Seeing him off, the girl became completely cold, and Reynard asked her to return to the warm mansion. Upon learning that the Marquis's daughter knew about the long separation, he felt betrayed by her. However, remembering how she stood still and froze, just to stay with him longer, the boy realized that he was wrong. Upon arriving at the academy, Day took the boy to his new room, which was even better than the one he lived in with the Cartia family. Reinhard saw that many students lived two per room, to which the teacher told him that they considered him a special student. The boy was not very happy that he was given special privileges just because he received social assistance. Having arranged his things, the little mage began to think about what he should do now. Because Yurina Cartia was no longer by his side, Dave asked Ray if he was hungry and offered to have lunch with Professor Hudson. Tired from the journey, the boy preferred to go to bed early and politely declined his mentor's offer. The guy patted him on the head and was about to attend to his own business, leaving him alone with himself. Before leaving, Dave handed them a magical object that allowed them to communicate quickly. Anticipating the boy's question, the mentor told him that the object could not be used to contact the Empire. Reynard, disappointed, thanked the master for the gift and went to bed. Dave recommended that he rest well before the next training. Collapsing onto his new bed, the little mage thought that he had 7 years of continuous study and the same routine every day. He missed Yurina very much and hoped that his tight schedule would give him the opportunity to feel better. The night came when the daughter of Marquis Cartia decided to return to the study room. The restless maid followed her and asked what she was doing. The young lady asked if the study room had been cleaned yet or not, to which she heard that the room had been cleaned a long time ago. Betty paused and said that all of Mr. Reinhardt's things were in their places. The girl offered to bring him warm milk so that the girl could fall asleep more easily. Yurina told the maid that she would feel better when summer came and her brothers returned from the academy. An unbearable silence reigned in the mansion, but the anticipation of a new meeting was even more unbearable. Thinking of him, the girl wished that at least for him time would fly by. The next day, Ray went to inspect the new school, where he was surprised by a small boy. And chubby, he was delighted with Reinhardt's red eyes, but the boy already knew how to defend himself. The little mage began to be annoyed by his new acquaintance, and he, in turn, apologized and finally introduced himself. His name was Aiden Tesha, and he came from a distant estate in the southern part of the empire. The new friend always tried to spend time with Ray, which the boy didn't like at all. Aiden always talked a lot, and sometimes he could tell the same stories several times. Thus passed the first days they knew each other, and the little mage began to get tired. Seeing him for the first time, Aiden couldn't contain his joy and called Reinhardt's red eyes incredible. His words were heard, and Reynard stopped to talk to the annoying boy. He told him that he himself knew very well that his eyes were unusual. The pupil of the Cartia family, who lived in the mansion, forgot that other people could treat him with malice. The chubby boy said that he didn't mean anything by it, but he was simply surprised to have met a first-year student his age. The boy assured him that although he had uncommon eyes, since he came from a rural area, what attracted him most was Ray's white hair and fair skin. The boy finally saw a man as handsome as Reynard for the first time. Since he was a boy, he couldn't just go and tell another boy that he thought he was handsome. The little mage introduced himself, and his new acquaintance attacked him with questions. Ray tried to separate from the annoying boy, but he grabbed his hand and wasn't going to let go. Aiden decided that their meeting was destined by fate and invited the boy to lunch together. The boy's neighbor hadn't arrived yet, and he didn't want to go to the dining room alone, so he invited a new acquaintance. Reynard told him that he wouldn't have a neighbor, to which the boy decided to ask him about his status. Ray wasn't going to tell a mere acquaintance all the details of his admission, but the boy didn't back down and invited him to tell him about his admission in return. The little mage was quite tired of everything, and he held out his finger and touched Aiden's lips to make him stop talking. Reinhardt loomed over him and sinisterly told him that his master was from the Xenoshian Empire, and that he couldn't meet him. The boy continued to ask questions about who he had come with, and in response, he heard about Professor Hudson. Aiden Tesha didn't stop talking for a minute, and even managed to get along with his new friend. Even while having dinner in the cafeteria, his mouth constantly said something, and what exactly Ray stopped understanding after the second day he spent with him. Upon returning to his room, Reinhardt finally fell silent, which made him incredibly happy. His new acquaintance was the son of a baron, which meant he was an aristocrat, although he owned more chickens and cows than people. In the first few days, Aiden told him everything about his family and his arrival at the academy, and then repeated it several more times. Ray looked at Yurina's gift and remembered that snowy farewell afternoon. His eyes filled with tears, but he forbade himself to show the slightest weakness. All day he didn't remember anything that could bother him because Aiden kept him busy. But when he was alone, he felt a surge of emotions. Hugging the pillow, the boy wondered if Yurina had forgotten him or still remembered him. Someone quietly knocked on his room door. The little mage turned when he heard the sound, not understanding who could arrive so late. Upon opening the door, he saw a new acquaintance standing, upright, in pajamas, and holding a pillow in his hands. Aiden asked if he had woken up Reinhardt, to which he received a negative answer. Ray, as a neighbor, wanted to know what the boy had brought him, to which he heard that he wanted to spend the night with a new friend. A neighbor slept in Aiden's room. He snored from exhaustion, and the boy couldn't sleep because of him. The little mage remembered how he once went to Yurina at night because he couldn't sleep. The newcomer noticed that the owner of the room's eyes were a little red, and he asked him if Ray had been crying. Reynard allowed him to stay the night, but only one night, and then not to try again. The boys went to bed, and Aiden started chatting nonstop, asking Ray about different things. The boy cheerfully said that he had heard rumors about his new friend's red eyes. The whole world turned upside down because of these words. Ray didn't show it, but it bothered him. The boy began to worry that rumors about his peculiarity might spread throughout the academy. He was scared by the possibility that he would be treated exactly the same way they had treated him in the orphanage. The people in the orphanage were very cruel to him. They constantly feared that the boy was cursed, and this curse could affect their destinies. Having lived with the Cartia family for 6 months, Ray got used to the fact that next to him was the person who could protect him from all the difficulties of this world. Aiden told him that many at the academy consider his red eyes a blessing from the goddess. Reynard asked where he heard this, to which he received the answer that his other neighbor told him. And his father, who was a respected mage, told him. The boy in pajamas concluded that Ray must have incredible strength because of his red eyes. The little mage sat on the bed and listened to the story of how people like him are called in one word. Ray remembered very well that Yurina once called him Beatus, a word he had seen in an ancient book. The new friend was not at all scared by his peculiarity. On the contrary, he began to admire him even more. Aiden happily approached him and asked if he could consider himself the first friend of such an incredible mage. Besides Yurina, Ray didn't consider anyone else his friend. No one around him approached him first or showed concern for him. The boy didn't believe that, after several days of acquaintance, he could call anyone a friend. Aiden kept asking him if he was right in saying that he was his first friend at the academy. Reynard considered Yurina his one and only first friend and no one else, as he told his guest. Then the boy was not perplexed and invited him to become his second good friend. Ray was a little confused about what it meant to be a second friend, to which the boy in pajamas explained that, of course, it was a pity that he wasn't the first, but he was ready to be the second. Aiden smiled happily and showed his friend 2 fingers of his hand, as if confirming that he really didn't mind. Then Reynard asked a question about how friends can be divided into first and second. In his opinion, there should be no division, but only simple friendship, that is, if you are friends. Then there is no need to determine if you are the first or the second. The two are just friends. Aiden was very happy to hear such a declaration and was incredibly glad that Ray finally accepted him as a friend. After a hard day, the boy quickly fell asleep, but the little mage couldn't sleep at all. He remembered that day when all he wanted was for Yurina to keep listening to his lesson with him. What he didn't realize that night was that she was working hard to convince everyone that the boy's peculiarity was the goddess's blessing. While he was at the academy and learned that many no longer considered him a demon, he was incredibly grateful to her. Before going to bed, the little mage promised himself that he would do his best to become an incredible mage and return to his savior. Some time passed before Ray received his first letter from the Empire. In it, Yurina wrote that a month had already passed since he left, and when he read this letter, he would already be enrolled in the academy. The professor and Dave were a little further away, watching the students read their letters. The academician said that a talent like Reynard is very rare, and he is grateful that the Cartia family sent him. Ray finished reading a letter from the Empire, in which Yurina talked about how far apart the Empire was, and the kingdom from each other. Dave confirmed the scholar's words, and added that studying at the academy would be good development for the young mage. Professor Hudson suggested that soon the entire empire would be plunged into chaos. He was afraid that the child might become the one to stir up the entire continent. In a letter to Ray, she wrote that spring had arrived unexpectedly, and the wind was getting warmer every day. Yurina's birthday was in the spring, and since the children couldn't be present that day, she decided the bracelet would be her gift for their vacation. She ended her letter by letting him know that his absence was too much for her, but she thought time was passing quite quickly. Many years passed, the children grew up, and they never forgot to write letters to each other. Yurina became more beautiful, more feminine. Not a day went by that she didn't remember her childhood friend. Sitting in the courtyard, she saw a maid bringing her a cold drink to sip. Betty became interested in the letter the girl held in her hands and asked if it had come from Mr. Reynard, to which she received an affirmative answer. Both missed the times when young Ray would appear at the Cartia family mansion. A light breeze blew over them, as if saying that their dream of meeting soon would come true. It has been a long time since Reynard entered the academy. The seasons have changed countless times, but at some point, even the completely empty mansion filled with warmth. After the boy left, Yurina was ready for any unforeseen event. But throughout this time, Marquis de Fron took no radical measures. Through letters from his pupil and from Dave, he tried to understand the situation they were in. From the messages, he understood that things were quite calm in the Crone Kingdom. Recently, the power struggle within the country had intensified, and anxiety was palpable in some places. And in such a situation, the future heir to the throne decided to hold a ceremony in honor of his coming of age. Yurina Cartia, as expected, received a personal invitation to the celebration, but she politely declined. She decided she shouldn't get involved with Curtis, but still, even if she didn't know the original plot, the girl would still refuse. The Marquis's daughter believed that, given the country's situation, she should not have gotten involved with people directly connected to the authorities. To ensure the crown prince would no longer try to find her, she decided to go to another mansion under the pretext of being ill. Curtis couldn't abandon state affairs and therefore wouldn't have pursued her under any circumstances. Upon arriving at the commercial city, the girl was delighted by how large it was and the number of people in it. No one noticed her. Everyone was busy preparing for the upcoming festival. People didn't mind that she was accompanied by servants. She decided it had been a long time since she had communicated with Dave. All the news she knew about him was written by Ray. Yurina watched as many stalls were loaded with new goods. The market was in full swing due to the impending arrival of the imperial family. A ceremony honoring the crown prince's coming of age would soon take place. Yurina Cartia, as expected, received an invitation to the celebration. If they had decided to hold the ceremony in the capital, no one would even pay attention to this city. Next to the girl, movers were carrying a box of apples. One of them tripped out of nowhere, and one of the apples flew directly at Yurina's head. She was saved by Curtis Genoges, who was passing by, who gently pressed her against him, and the apple did not hit her. The mature man noticed that the girl was careless as always and got into trouble again. The Marquis's daughter did not expect to run into the Empire's crown prince at the market, who also happened to be nearby at the right moment. It turned out that the future king had read her letter, in which she said she wasn't feeling well, and he came to visit her. Seeing her, he calmed down and realized she looked healthy enough to walk around the market. From behind, someone threw a white robe over the prince, saying that if he kept walking like that, he would look like the center of attention. Curtis turned around in disgust and said he had been as careful as possible in his actions. The boy who put on the robe turned out to be Dave, as if he had heard her wish to meet. Yurina was stunned by such a meeting, and the master greeted her calmly. Looking at him, the girl couldn't say a word, which seriously embarrassed Dave. He didn't understand at all in what reality he could meet these two in the commercial cities market. Trying to control himself, he mentally tried to figure out how the crown prince and the master of the Cartia family could end up together. Dave said that if they stayed there, they would interfere with other merchants. Yurina wanted to know the details of how these two ended up together on the outskirts of the empire. Curtis said they apparently had a lot to discuss, but unlike them, he would be in a difficult position if all the attention was focused on him. Leaning towards her, the crown prince added that that evening was the opening of a festival where he would be less conspicuous. Placing the hat on her, he finished by saying that if she wanted to chat, they would meet her in the evening. The two young men quickly disappeared into the crowd in the bazaar. The girl didn't try to catch up with them. Upon returning to the mansion, Yurina Cartia asked Betty where her brothers were now. The maid became worried and asked if everything was all right, to which she heard in response that she just wanted to ask them something. Finding Justin in his office, she asked if he knew that the crown prince had visited their property. The older brother told her that this event was discussed in front of everyone and that, of course, he was aware of it. The girl then asked a logical question about whether the Cartia family should remain silent about such news, to which the boy replied that this was exactly what the imperial family requested. His Highness the Crown Prince, on the occasion of the coming-of-age ceremony, said he would tour the empire's main cities. It was the first time such an incident had occurred. In this way, the future king intended to better understand the life of the people and forbade all aristocrats from greeting him or addressing him. Justin added that all the places the imperial family decided to visit had been approved long ago. Upon returning to her chambers, she became angry that she was the only one who had no idea the future emperor was coming. Curtis Genoges is the monarch's eldest son, born to the current emperor and empress Aileen, who is also a princess of the Cron kingdom. His mother had no political base in the empire because she was a princess from another kingdom, so she was overshadowed by the royal court until her death. After his wife's death, the emperor married Queen Genessa, who was the only daughter of one of the empire's 4 princes. And 3 years later, she gave birth to his second crown prince, Philip, who received enormous support from the dukes. Among his followers, Curtis, from a young age, grew up fighting an unequal battle for power. Thanks to this, he became obsessed with power, and for the same reason in the original novel, he abandoned Yurina. He chose Lydia because of the existence of Carion, who was willing to do anything for his beloved. The girl believed that the moment Reynard's name would become famous, in the kingdom was still far off. And the empire. At this moment, only she knew this information, that the problem of Reynard's alliance with Lydia and the problem of Curtis's connection with Reynard were different things, but in the end, they faced the same fate. She reasoned that she should avoid both the crown prince and the Marquisess of Fron. Yurina Cartia decided that the connection between the future emperor and her pupil could happen without her involvement. For example, through their mutual friend Dave. The girl feared that, if the prince discovered that a talented mage was studying at the Royal Academy, he would try with all his might to catch him. To learn more about the situation, the Marquis's daughter decided to meet her mentor and went to the festival opening. Of course, her brothers didn't know she would go to the city alone at night. Her thoughts were interrupted by a man who, with a sharp movement, removed her hood. This man turned out to be the empire's crown prince, who told her that, as the daughter of an aristocrat, she could move quite well without security. At night, the future emperor did not try to hide his identity and walked in loose clothing. And simple. The girl looked at him and noticed that she would have trouble if she stood out too much. Yurina started muttering something, trying to find Dave nearby, but Curtis told her he had come alone. He asked her if she had told him she would come with a mentor. The Marquis's daughter put on festive cat ears, which were kind to her, and to the future emperor. It seemed to her that the young man was much colder before. All the time he behaved like an underwater snake. She decided that the heir to the throne was much gentler, which he tried to carefully hide. While walking with him, she was very tired and in her head was thinking of a plan on how she could slip away to talk to Dave. The young people couldn't find a topic for dialogue. They wouldn't have had a pleasant conversation due to their status. She wondered why Curtis was in close contact with Reynard's mentor. Realizing that his companion wasn't saying anything at all, the boy began to examine her cautiously. He decided to break the awkward silence by saying that it seemed to him that she had been here some time before, because she often walked through the market, but the place was huge. The girl said she knew he was visiting the main cities on the occasion of a coming-of-age ceremony. She added that it didn't seem like he was making official visits because he wanted to see the life of his citizens. A little worried, Yurina noted that it was dangerous to wander alone in the commercial city. The boy told her that if he didn't do this now, he would never be able to walk freely on the street again. In the future, more people would look at him, and he would have much more responsibility, even towards those who criticize his every action. He added that this was his last chance to have fun without worrying about governmental affairs. Curtis Sonojas said that if any problem arises in the process, it will be his destiny, and he will have to accept it. Yurina pointed out that the future emperor should not say such irresponsible things. She said she didn't think it was necessary to be pessimistic, just because of his cruel destiny. When they reached a large tree, the girl told him she was still worried about his safety. A little girl tried to climb a tree to stick a balloon there. Her friend on the ground shouted at her to wait until one of the adults arrived. Yurina quietly said they would be in trouble if people came to listen to the girl's screams. The future emperor took off his cloak and gave it to the girl to hold. He looked at his companion and told her he would quickly help and return to her. The guy climbed the tree, and the first thing he did was bring down a little girl sitting on a branch. Then he thought of a plan to carefully grab the ball without falling off the branch. Curtis did everything carefully and came down happily with a balloon in his hands. The children unanimously thanked him and happily ran back to the festival opening. The Marquis's daughter was indignant that he was doing something so reckless with his life. She scolded him like a small child, trying to convey to him that he could have fallen and hurt himself. Noticing her angry speeches, the crown prince asked her if she was angry with him. The girl noticed that it was quite late and it was time to go home. Curtis said he wanted to apologize for his selfishness and give her one last gift. He led her deep into the forest, where the river flowed. Upon reaching the right spot, Yurina saw that multicolored lights hung from the branches of the trees. The lanterns reflected a beautiful glow on the water, creating a feeling of something magical. The Marquis's daughter told him that nostalgia had taken hold of her, and he asked if she was bored. He kept asking her if she was bored, which meant she had seen it somewhere. His last question made her think. She asked if it was possible to miss something, even if she hadn't seen or experienced it. Every time she met him, she felt nostalgia, but at the same time, they didn't seem so familiar. And there was no confirmation of it, just a constant feeling of longing. It seemed to her that she had seen them a long time ago, but that wasn't true. The crown prince told her that every night he had a dream where the same thing happened. In this dream, he was happy, and when he woke up, there was only an inexplicable melancholy. One day, the dream stopped, and then he met Yurina Cartia when she was attacked. The future emperor had the dream again every day, but something changed in him. Now she appeared in a dream, loving him, but Curtis was extremely cold towards her. Afterward, he never had dreams again. He was left only with meaningless feelings. From that moment on, he wanted to meet her. It seemed to him that this way he could get rid of the melancholy and emotion he felt upon meeting her. The girl replied that if she were the person from the dream, and if someone of a similar character wanted to meet her, she wouldn't be happy. She added that although one can change the future, one cannot influence the past in any way. This is called destiny, but he agreed with her that if he met such a person, he would talk to her the same way she did. The crown prince said that, now that he thought about it, he came to talk to Lord Kest. The girl replied that she wouldn't mind talking to him, but Curtis wanted to ask him something first. He asked her if she had come because she didn't want Dave to deal with him. The boy told her not to misunderstand, but she had nothing to worry about, since it was nothing more than a personal relationship. Yurina said he meant that she didn't have to worry about anything because no one would find out. She added that if they know the same Lord Kest, then he really isn't a mercantile person. The future emperor noted that it seemed to him that she wanted to say a lot. He continued by saying that the nobility was full of people who were on his side, but also people who were against him. He needed sincere people to lead the right politics, but the longer he was alone, the more ruthless he became, and the harder it became for him to understand people. And Lord Kest communicated with him for friendly reasons. Curtis assured her that at that moment, he had more important things to do than communicate with a friendly lord. The future emperor surprised her by thinking that he found it difficult to believe what he was saying. In reality, he found it difficult to understand her. The Marquis's daughter replied that she had no reason to believe that the heir to the throne could not have friends, because at the same time, he could afford to walk alone through the streets at night, and also help small children catch balloons from the tree. After a night walk, Yurina really got sick and stayed in bed for several days. Because she was extremely tense that day, it was difficult for her to go out and return home. She continued to observe the prince and was nervous, so now she stayed in bed incessantly. Lying in bed, she recalled their dialogue and, in particular, tried to recreate the story of her dream. At that moment, she didn't hear him due to her tension, and her response consisted of the words she had heard before. Every morning, a maid entered her room and brought her a hot drink to make her lady feel better. Betty asked about her well-being and politely handed her a drink. The girl apologized for causing trouble. Hearing a noise outside the door, the Marquis's daughter asked who was behind it, and the maid told her that the master had come but would leave soon. Yurina immediately jumped out of bed and loudly opened the entrance doors to have time to see Dave. The boy greeted her, said he heard she wasn't feeling well, and asked if she was okay, to which he received the answer that she was absolutely fine. The girl asked him to spend some time with her because she had many questions for him. She remembered last night when the future emperor took her to the mansion and thanked her. Curtis complained that the empire was huge and that it took a lot of time to travel even through the main cities. He didn't think he would spend so much on the coming-of-age ceremony. He added that he was thinking too much about the stupid dream because he was worried that one day it would come true. On the path of life, all people make friends, and when this happens, they face a difficult choice: to listen to their reason or trust their feelings. And the crown prince was worried about the fear of losing if his choice turned out to be the right one. To be wrong. Returning to reality, she was already sitting and staring at her interlocutor opposite. The girl asked the master why he was so anxious, as if he had done something. Without waiting for an answer, she asked a completely different question. What connects you with the crown prince? Dave was shocked by the questions, and the Marquis's daughter added that he shouldn't be afraid to tell her, because they saw each other yesterday, but she was going with the master. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said what he wanted, and it was personal, but the information was very important to her. Dave organized his thoughts and told her that he was only friends with the future emperor without any intention. He saw how lonely the boy felt as a child and tried to briefly help him relieve the burden of responsibility. When Dave and Curtis found an opportunity to spend time together, the exchange of a few sentences became the basis for the relationship's development. The boy admitted that his trick was always being watched, so he thought he shouldn't get too attached. But seeing how the always indifferent face lit up with a smile, he couldn't look away. After listening to him, Yurina found no words and simply hugged him to respond to this sincerity from the master. He sighed sadly, saying that this was their last meeting. Even now, there were many people watching the crown prince. But as he grew older, things would become more serious, and he decided it would be better to stop seeing each other in the end. From the coming-of-age ceremony. That's why, while walking through the bazaar, they decided to take the opportunity and spend time together. Leaning on his hand, the girl told him how the crown prince got the children a balloon from the tree. They agreed that they both believed the crown prince should not accept such adventures. The Marquis's daughter noticed that Dave had a very affectionate nature, to which he replied that this was why he didn't get involved in politics. Yurina Cartia suggested that the future king simply left his friend in the past. Leaning back on the sofa, the girl said she was worried about the master, as she only knew him from one side, so she wanted to get to know him and figure it out. She tried so hard that she fell ill from overwork, but fortunately nothing serious. Dave apologized for causing so much trouble to her peace of mind. Before leaving, he asked her to look after Betty, because he was worried that the atmosphere between them wasn't good. The girl returned to her room, sat on the bed, and tiredly looked out the window where the sunbeams were entering. Her thoughts returned again to that night, when she told the future emperor that he didn't need to think and draw conclusions for everyone if his relationship with Dave was truly valuable. The Marquis's daughter added that when a decision is made alone, even a good deed risks failure. They seemed to return to the original plot, and she touched his cheek with her hand. Smiling, the girl said that if it was possible for them to make a joint decision. But in reality, she added, they were valuable words and she shouldn't forget them. Curtis said that if she didn't want to get involved, she didn't have to say anything. But when they make that kind of facial expression in front of him, he can't look away. Looking out the window, she remembered the last words spoken that day, which didn't comfort him, but she hoped her words would help him find answers. She sat on her bed for a long time, trying to curb her restless thoughts. At the other end of the empire, Marquis de Fron told his servant that he understood everything and advised him to be more careful in the future. His daughter walked silently around the room, trying not to scare her father, but to make sure he knew she was in the room. The girl cheerfully announced that she would go to a banquet in honor of her father's birthday, and she even tried to bake him a cake. The Marquis did not appreciate his daughter's efforts and rudely said that she was always talking nonsense. He made her cry and told her that if she had time for such nonsense, then what he had entrusted her with was worth doing. That day, when snow as white as snow was falling, Angela had an accident. Her eyes became blurry. Her voice became hoarse. She believed that this winter made the people she loved not be around her. A happy second life has become more important than even the greatest money, even though it was based on an existing novel. Her secret, which she couldn't share with anyone, was oppressive with its burden. Everything around her inevitably changed, but the only thing she wanted was for her ray of hope, whose name was Ray, to be by her side. Winter has returned. The maid noticed that much more snow had fallen than usual in the city. Lydia de Fron quickly passed by Yurina and Betty, whom the girls didn't notice immediately. The girl was wearing a warm coat and a cute beret in blue tones. Seeing that her mistress was looking into the distance, the maid asked what had happened. It had been a long time since she saw Dave. After the coming-of-age ceremony, there was a lull in high society. Upon returning to the mansion in the carriage, the girl asked the maid about Ray's birthday next year. She also added that she would like to go to the Crown Kingdom to meet her friend in person. But Yurina wasn't entirely sure that traveling so far outside the estate before coming of age was a good idea. Betty thought it was a good idea to visit Reynard after a long separation. Her lover was worried that her visit might interfere with his studies, but the maid assured him that everything would be fine. It seemed to Betty that the talented mage would be very happy to see them again after such a long separation. The girl decided that as soon as they returned to the mansion, she would immediately go talk to her father. At the academy, one of Ray's classmates asked Aiden to deliver a letter, because the boy wouldn't accept anything unless his friend gave him the package. The boy from the southern outskirts of the empire had also grown a lot during this time. He replied to the girl that Reynard wouldn't even listen to him. A classmate was very frightened by such a statement, but Aiden quickly calmed her down, promising to deliver the letter to her. Approaching his friend's dormitory, he knocked loudly on the door and asked for permission to enter. Upon entering the room, he said he had brought something interesting for a talented mage. Ray couldn't stand the pause. He became impatient. He asked him to immediately tell him what he had brought, to which he received the answer that he had been given a letter. Handing him a letter, the boy noticed that Yurina Cartia had left her lover at the academy. When the letter reached Ray, the Marquis of Cartia's daughter was already heading towards the Cron Kingdom. She remembered a snowy evening when they were still children. They built a snowman. Little Max said that day, for as many more lives as he had, in every one of them he would be with her. The girl also remembered that night when, together with the emperor, she watched the beautiful reflection of the lanterns on the water. Reynard once told her, repeating her words, that he was her ray of hope, her protection. Now the mature Marquis's daughter was heading to a long-awaited meeting. Before the king's room was called, he was sitting in a chair, reading a book. But his thoughts were directed towards his childhood, that is, the time he spent with Yurina. The boy wondered how much she had grown, but he knew for sure that she was still just as beautiful and dazzling. He looked out the window, trying not to think about the thoughts that hurt him, and realized that he missed her very much. The talented mage heard a knock on his door. He wasn't expecting guests, so he was taken by surprise. He snatched the letter from Aiden's hands and rudely said that he didn't need to know anything from his interlocutor. The jab didn't offend his friend at all. He thought that even if he grumbled, his heart was trembling. As Aiden watched the owner of the room read the address on the envelope, he noticed that his friend's face became happier with every line. The boy felt immensely offended, which he told Ray, to which the talented mage commented that he asked to be called Reynard. The red-eyed boy didn't like that someone other than her pronounced his name in diminutive form. There was only one person in this world who could call him that, and that person actually gave him that name. He threw Aiden out of the room, closed the door loudly, and said he had an urgent matter. Sitting at his desk, Ray turned the envelope in his hands, which contained a letter from his girlfriend. In the envelope, he found a beautiful orange flower. Although spring had arrived, there were few flowers blooming. Inhaling the scent, the boy knew that Yurina Cartia immensely loved the smell of these flowers. The letter said that his girlfriend was now traveling towards the Fron kingdom, and most likely, when he received this letter, she would have already crossed the border. The indignant Aiden was still at the door, and he didn't understand why his friend allowed him to call him familiarly. Suddenly, the door opened abruptly, and an excited mage rushed out without noticing anyone around him. Ray ran as fast as he could. According to his calculations, the girl should have already arrived. Yurina, sitting in the carriage, showed Betty how much she had developed her magical skills. Dave, who accompanied her, said that it was all because they were approaching the Cron kingdom, famous for its abundance of mana. The girl thought it would be great if she was initially born with a talent for magic. After Ray left the Empire 5 years ago, it became important for her to be prepared for various changes. Therefore, she began to study self-defense magic, but her problem was her almost non-existent talent. In this world, to master magic, a person must have 3 things: talent for magic from birth, getting along with mana, and maintaining mana balance in the body. Yurina was good with mana, but because she had very little, she could only use the simplest one, which did not consume a large amount of mana. The whole trio was a little worried before the long-awaited meeting, but the boy tried to calm everyone down, saying that his neighborhood was still the same. He smiled sweetly at her and added that his student should look better than anyone else. Upon arriving in the city, the girl collapsed exhausted onto the bed. Betty's whole body also ached. The maid asked. She was curious to know how much the little one had grown. She said that when Sir Reynard left them, he was very small and must have changed a lot. Yurina tried to imagine the image of an adult boy. He was about to turn 18. She imagined him very tall and with incredibly broad shoulders, but always with the same childish face. Someone knocked on her door, and the girl ordered the maid to see who was calling on them. She herself lay relaxed on the pillow, closing her eyes, hoping that Dave would approach them. She was alarmed by the maid's wild scream, who was trying to find out from the stranger why he had called on them. Getting up from the bed, the Marquis's daughter could still hear Betty trying to keep the intruder away. The hooded young man paid no attention to her and advanced towards Yurina. Realizing this, she loudly told him that he shouldn't approach her if he didn't want to get into trouble. She added that if he took one more step, she would use self-defense magic. The guy removed his hood, looked at the Marquis's daughter, and saw mixed feelings in her eyes. Ray greeted her and watched as she slowly emerged from her shock. Approaching, his pupil hugged the girl and quietly told her that he missed her very much. He tilted his head so she could hear his breathing and squeezed her even tighter against him. She couldn't believe that in front of her was the same baby she had once saved from the orphanage. Yurina felt the same warmth she hadn't felt in 5 years and said she missed him very much too. After the long-awaited meeting, they went for a walk, sitting in the carriage. Reynard constantly looked at his girlfriend. He couldn't contain his emotions. He smiled constantly. He shone with happiness. He looked at her from head to toe. She felt a little uncomfortable, hearing so much attention on her person. In her head, she understood that the little king and the young man sitting next to her were the same person. But in her heart, she couldn't accept the fact that a small kitten had turned into a powerful lion. Reinhardt had grown so much that regardless of his age, everyone would admire his beauty. There was a rumor among the people that all mages were weak and often got sick, but the boy radiated health. Realizing that she had started thinking about his body, the girl sharply averted her gaze, to which Ray asked her what was wrong. He pressed closer to her, and Yurina was worried that she didn't feel some discomfort. Finally, the Marquis's daughter found herself pressed against the side wall of the small carriage. Her savior loudly asked him to stop joking and move a little away from her. She was very embarrassed and tried to quickly find a new topic of conversation. The boy complied with her request. He moved a little away, but did not stop admiring her beauty. Yurina decided to ask him how he found them and how he ended up nearby, because he had lessons at the academy. Reinhardt replied that the weather was beautiful outside and he wanted to take a short walk. She thought he was the same as in childhood. If he found something unpleasant to talk about, he immediately changed the subject. The girl added that it certainly wasn't the academy that sent him to walk and admire the beauty of nature. She reminded him that in his letters, he wrote that he studied hard and got good grades. Was it all a lie? Yurina looked at him severely, squeezed his hand, and asked why he hadn't attended classes for a long time. Ray quietly said, through clenched teeth, that he did not allow himself to skip classes at the educational institution. The Marquis's daughter decided he was lying to her, but the talented mage assured her that today's incident was the first time. He hugged her and in a soft voice asked her to forgive him, claiming that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boy added that even when Aiden invited him out for a walk, he always refused. When he saw her a few hours earlier, he felt like he was back in his childhood. From an early age, when Ray was tough or scared, she would hug him and hide his face on her shoulder. He was like a kitten craving love, and each time she calmed him down, but not this time. The girl pushed the boy away from her, because in front of them in the carriage was a maid and a master. Thinking she was just tired, Ray rested his head on her shoulder and suggested she sleep a little while they drove towards the town. When she was a child, it was usually the other way around. The boy clung to her shoulder, but now he had grown so much that she could do that now. Reinhardt carefully held Yurina so as not to disturb her dreams. The boy wished her sweet dreams, and he himself was calm and at peace. Suddenly the horses neighed, the carriage stopped, and Yurina woke up after a sweet dream. The girl asked what happened and looked at the restless Dave. The master told her that it seemed they would have to walk to his house for the night. The Marquis's daughter became worried, still trying to completely shake off the remnants of the dream. The redhead put his hand on her shoulder and repeated that they would have to walk. Getting out of the carriage, he shook her hand like a true gentleman taking care of his lady. The ground was too high, and Yurina began to fall from the uncomfortable steps of the carriage. She fell directly into the arms of a talented mage, which made him incredibly happy. He slowly lowered her to the ground, cheerfully saying it was dangerous. She was a little embarrassed, but deep down the girl was glad that he could catch her. The four of them passed a noisy crowd. The Marquis's daughter realized that something had happened there. Raynor grabbed her hand, preventing her from approaching the crowd, and suggested that she just leave and rest. Dave agreed with the mage's words and added that it would be better for all of them. And for her first of all, the girl felt some kind of trap, because these two were not only acting strangely. Passing through the crowd, she saw a wounded man lying in the center, bleeding. Realizing that the person lying there had been dead for a long time, her body shrank in fear, and her companions quickly ran to her. Yurina heard people talking that the man wasn't moving, there was a lot of blood around, and many thought he couldn't be saved. She again remembered her tragic death in another world. It seemed to her that the liar had also been run over by a car. The girl mentally pleaded for help, asked someone to come and save her. Her heart beat wildly. She couldn't control her body. Thoughts ran wildly in her head, asking someone to save her. In her heart, she hoped to have left the past behind, all the pain, loneliness, and the despair she experienced that day. The sensations after death tormented her for a long time, and she didn't want to experience them again. That's why she desperately sought Renard, and by spending time with him, day after day, she gradually began to forget the fear. The girl was drowning in her thoughts, because even today it seemed to her that she had completely forgotten those feelings. Ray's loud shout pulled her out of the pool of memories, asking her to wake up quickly. The Marquis's daughter was trembling completely. Her face only expressed despair and pain. The boy hugged her tightly, as if protecting her from the whole world, and gently told her that he was by her side. He didn't let her go for a long time, until he was sure that the girl had stopped trembling. Yurina asked him if the man lying on the stone path was still alive, to which she received an affirmative answer. She decided that he had blatantly lied to her, but the boy replied that he wouldn't lie to her, that the man was really fine. She was worried that there was a lot of blood on the street. Ray assured her that the victim was slightly injured, but would definitely live. Dave immediately ran and saved him with the help of healing magic, which relieved the girl's condition. So as not to exert herself further, Reynard took Yurina to a beautiful field located not far from the Fron kingdom. A talented mage used displacement magic and silently transported them to a quiet place. The Marquis's daughter didn't believe that magic could be used to travel such long distances. The boy told her that only his pupil was capable of performing such a powerful spell. He told her that, when he missed her very much, he would go to this place where it felt like he was by her side. The entire clearing was covered with flowers, and all the smells reminded Reinhardt of her. Yurina Cartia, like no one else, knew how difficult it was to live in an unfamiliar place. She found it difficult to fall asleep when she first arrived in this big world. And unknown, she hugged him, telling him that it must have been very difficult for him and that he felt abandoned. After sitting in the clearing, Ray invited her to stay here a little longer and wanted to weave a crown for her. The boy said that Aiden, whose estate is in the village, taught him, so he said he made crowns when playing with his younger brothers and younger sisters in the field. Yurina asked if the same Aiden was his friend, to which she heard in response that the mage did not consider him his friend. But the girl thought otherwise and asked why he never wrote about him in letters. Seeing the confusion on her companion's face, it became clear to her that he simply didn't want to admit the obvious. She also wanted to try making a crown, and Ray kindly offered to show her how to do it. Smelling the plucked flower, she noticed that the scent was similar to the aroma of the flower soap she constantly used. The boy picked a flower and, with a skillful movement of his hands, placed it behind Yurina Cartia's ear. She asked him what he was doing and that he was acting strange, but Reinhardt smiled mischievously and said he just put a flower in her hair. Touching it, she noticed that there was nothing strange about it. On the contrary, it was beautiful. The young people continued to weave their own crowns, and the boy noticed that there was still something he couldn't do. Reynard suggested casting protective magic over the crowns, which would help them not to wither. Yurina suggested casting a spell on her crown because hers turned out better. After enchanting the crown flowers, the mage took it in his hands and placed it on the Marquis's daughter's head. They continued to sit like this for quite some time, enjoying each other's company. Then, the tired boy lay down on the girl's lap for a short nap. Closing his eyes, he said that in childhood, when he was about 10 years old, he also witnessed an accident. Yurina gently stroked his head, running her hand through his soft hair. She added that she understood why he felt so scared today, when he saw the man shot down. Ray took her hand, placed his palm over her closed eyes, and, touching the tip of her nose, enjoyed her scent. Recalling his childhood, he said that that time, the carriage in which the aristocrats were riding also ran over a man. But the coachman got off the horse, shouted at the victim, and threw several gold coins at him. Ray remembered that the coachman drove the carriage again, and the aristocrats sitting in the carriage didn't even look at the street. A lot of blood remained on the road. Many people froze as if dead, and no one was going to help. Having finished the story, the mage added that such a deep wound could only be healed by mages, and bipeds who had no right to call themselves mages. Yurina said that he shouldn't have told her this, because now she was upset recalling such difficult memories. As a child, he couldn't help the victim and died slowly before his eyes. He had no choice but to cry and pray, but if he had mastered magic, he probably could have helped him. Sympathizing with him, the Marquis's daughter said that he was not to blame for that accident, and he agreed with her. Taking his hand with a trembling hand, the boy said he still regretted it. Realizing how difficult it was for her to tell this, the girl said the man would be grateful for her prayer. She also closed her eyes. A light spring breeze passed through them. The separation could not destroy their friendship. Yurina added that the guy stayed by the dying man's side until his last breath. And that was enough. A tear rolled down Ray's face. The girl calmly wiped away her tear and continued to gently stroke his head. The Marquis's daughter proposed a crazy idea to find the aristocrat who caused the accident today. and give him a beating. The young people wanted to do this for Renard's sake, for Yurina's sake, and for the sake of those who suffered like them. Ray got up from her lap, looked her in the eyes with confidence, and agreed with her crazy plan. Upon returning to the city, the first thing the girl saw was Betty crying, who was very worried about her mistress. Yurina handed her a handkerchief to dry her tears and apologized to her. The maid said she would always worry about her mistress, and the girl thanked her for it. Betty was incredibly happy that nothing bad had happened to the daughter of Marquis Cartia. She told her that Mr. Dave immediately used magic and completely healed the deep wound. Yurina was very happy that it didn't actually end in accidental death. The maid asked where Mr. Reinhardt had gone, because they had been together the whole time. The girl lied, saying that her pupil had urgent matters, so he stepped away for a while. She knew the mage had gone to investigate an incident where an innocent person had suffered. The two returned to the place where they spent the night and found Dave, the doctor, and the boy lying in bed. Entering the room, the Marquis's daughter immediately asked about the victim's condition, but they assured her that everything was fine. The girl lay unconscious, and due to the loss of a large amount of blood, she looked pale. The doctor explained that with the help of magic, it is only possible to heal wounds, but not to replenish the blood supply. Yurina was worried that the boy might get worse due to lack of blood in his body. The doctor has already sent a man to the neighboring village to fetch medicine, and they will be delivered tomorrow morning. Dave touched the girl's shoulder and told her that if she eats well and rests, she will soon be able to recover. The master swore by his own name the truth of his words, which completely reassured Yurina. Looking at the girl, Angela, who was 22 years old, who was fighting pain alone and loneliness, and who would never be lucky enough to turn 23, was finally released after 5 years. It seemed to the girl that she managed to release that part of herself that had been living inside her all this time, making her think about her death. Lying in bed, Yurina Cartia could not sleep for a long time and tossed and turned. And constantly turned. She was too worried that Renard had not yet returned to her. Sitting on the bed, she took out the crown he had made for her and thought that maybe her friend had already returned. She walked down a long dark corridor that was lit only by the moonlight that partially entered through the windows. Approaching her room, she knocked, and the door was immediately opened by none other than Ray. He asked her why she was still awake, because he had asked her not to wait for him. The girl told him she couldn't sleep and asked him in return how long it had been since he returned. The boy invited her into the room to discuss everything, but Yurina said it was quite late and asked him to tell her about the criminal who hit the girl. The man who killed a small child with such cold blood turned out not to be a noble, but a simple merchant from the empire. When Reinhardt approached him and began to interrogate him, the man became angry and said that he had bothered him over a trifle. The boy tried to calm him for a long time, but nothing worked and Ray felt guilty. Listen carefully. Yurina said the story turned out to be a little sadder than she expected. Placing his hand on her face, he smiled happily and said that she had to go with him to properly scold this idiot. Remembering that they still managed to save an innocent soul, he thought the girl would be happy if they visited her. The Marquis's daughter thanked Ray for always being by her side and supporting her ideas. Aiden wandered around the academy for several hours looking for his friend, shouting his name loudly. He was even thinking of reporting his disappearance when suddenly Ray appeared in front of him, hand in hand with a girl. The boy did not expect at all that his shouts would be heard and that his dreams would come true so quickly. He began to loudly ask his friend where he had disappeared without a trace and why he had only just appeared. They were in the library, so Ray asked his friend to be a little quieter. Eden was indignant that his friend hadn't told him and disappeared without telling anyone. The boy finally noticed that a girl was standing next to the mage. He turned to her, apologized, and told her he had business with Renard. Looking at her, he noticed her beautiful blue eyes and long blonde hair. He couldn't take his eyes off her beauty. The girl took everything into her own hands and asked his name, to which Aiden said he had heard a lot about her through his friend. She smiled sweetly and thanked him for helping her pupil adapt to the academy. Then she introduced herself and said she was very happy to meet Ray's new friend. Aiden quickly realized that she was the sender of all those letters from the Empire. He decided to tell her his full name, Aiden before, and that he was very happy to meet her. The boy extended his hand to take hers and kiss it as a greeting. Looking at them, Renard quickly took his girlfriend's hand and placed it on his chest. Aiden couldn't believe what he was seeing. His friend was nothing like the person he knew. Ray asked the girl to hurry up, so they could explore the entire academy before dark. The two young people quickly went up the stairs, not noticing the indignant Aiden. The boy decided that he had never seen his friend so charming and affectionate as he seemed next to the lady. He watched them go up the stairs for a long time, thinking that his friend considered the girl more important. Seeing how happy they were, Aiden thought he liked the reason for Ray's disappearance. The crown prince of the empire arrived at the academy, and the academy director told him he was very grateful for his time. Curtis told him that he felt quite comfortable in the kingdom of Fron, as it was his mother's homeland. Standing by the window, the academic asked the guest if he was interested in the local noble hierarchy. Upon leaving for the hallway, the prince replied that he was only looking for the daughter of the Marquis of Cartia here. They accidentally saw Yurina and Reinhardt passing through the park, having a pleasant conversation between them. The old man told his interlocutor that next to the girl was a talented mage named Reinhardt. The academic added that although he was a student, he was already recognized as a genius in the field of magic, and he was the best among those he knew. He also said that the guy was sponsored by the Cartiago Empire, particularly by the Cartia family. Continuing to watch them, the academy director advised that His Highness recruit a talented mage, because he could be of great use to him. While walking through the park, Yurina Cartia noticed that a large number of girls were watching them. Addressing her companion, she noted that Reinhardt was quite a popular guy in the academy. He told her that most likely they were not interested in the guy himself, but only in his red eyes. The girl disagreed with him, and Ray continued by saying that after his story about Beatus, many became interested in him. She wondered if he was popular in the kingdom, because with his appearance and skills, he couldn't help but become a star. She stared at him, thinking that he had probably been confessed to more than once. Reinhard noticed her face and decided that she was simply tired of walking, and suggested they sit down and rest. Standing near the fountain, Ray searched his pockets for a scarf to give to his lady. The girl wanted to sit without a scarf, but the boy had already gone to his room to bring the precious item. She smiled sweetly, following him with her eyes until he disappeared into the horizon. Yurina suddenly felt a heavy gaze upon her, and then heard a voice saying that it was a coincidence that they could meet in such a place. Next to the girl was Curtis Genoges, who added that fate itself brought them together. The Marquis's daughter bowed to the crown prince, to which he responded, 100 times are not in the empire, so there is no need for such formalities. She was interested in knowing why the future emperor found himself on the academy grounds, to which he told her that he had come to look for talented people. She wanted to leave quickly and said she hoped his search would be crowned with success. A talented mage was already approaching them, who asked Yurina what kind of person was next to her. Curtis smiled sweetly, as if telling her that he wished with all his heart that she would be the one to introduce him. The girl began to introduce them, starting with the person of higher status. Ray immediately bowed and apologized to His Majesty, and then introduced himself. Yurina tried to disappear from the future emperor's sight as quickly as possible, saying that he was probably very busy. Curtis said he heard from the dean that there is a very talented mage, whose name is Reynard. He added that since they were destined to meet by the same fate, he invites them to dinner together. The Marquis's daughter understood that this meeting was not a coincidence, and in fact, the crown prince was interested in Rai's abilities. She had no choice but to try to refuse his generous offer. Curtis stood firm and said that no matter how busy he was, he would always find time for Lady Cartia. He used the title of crown prince and said that she could not deny him his request. Reynard bowed politely and said that it was difficult for them to accept his proposals, since they had promised dinner to their master. He added that the master was very busy and they hadn't seen him in a long time. Then he apologized for the refusal. His words had some effect. Curtis accepted the fact that they could not have dinner. Then he invited them to have tea with him, because there was still a long time before dinner. They sat at a table where there were many sweets and fruits, and Ray noticed that the girl simply loved fruits. The future emperor noticed that the young people were quite close, and clarified that thanks to the patronage, they all became very close. Yurina was a little confused by the question asked. She said she didn't know, since they had communicated without formalities since they were little. Curtis noted that such communication with other people was not appropriate for the etiquette of a young lady. She felt a little embarrassed to be reprimanded by the crown prince himself, and her expression did not escape Ray. Although they didn't sit for long, the girl almost choked, because the crown prince spoke as if they were close to him, and paid her compliments. Then he asked Ray to give him a demonstration of magic, and if she hadn't intervened, his friend would have been devoured by a feeling of oppression. The talented mage's face became gloomier and gloomier. It seemed to him that Reinhardt sensed the prince's intention to recruit him. The memory was fresh in his mind when Marquis de Fron also tried to recruit the boy. What brought her out of her memories of the past was the phrase Curtis said about the first time he had such a good time since that night with the lady. The girl was stunned by such a confession, and Ray looked at the crown prince. His Highness made a thoughtful face and asked if he was the only one who remembered this night they spent together. Yurina loudly asked him to refrain from saying words that could be misleading. Reinhardt quietly repeated the words he heard, and the Marquise's daughter tried to explain to him that it was all false. She told him that she accidentally met Curtis on the night market street, and they talked a little. The future emperor agreed with her that they had indeed been deceived. He also added that he correctly formed his thought because they communicated at night. Reinhardt got up from the table and told the future emperor that he was ready to demonstrate his skills. He approached him, touched his back, and led him to the mansion where the imperial family usually stays. Curtis didn't even immediately understand what had happened and why the situation around him had suddenly changed. Ray said that the mansion is quite guarded, and that is why he should not stay here. He bowed to his Highness, wished him a good night, and just as quickly disappeared from the room. A guard ran into the room, but saw that the crown prince was sitting at the desk. The servant told him that the magical protective barrier had momentarily broken, and that is why he allowed himself to run into the office. Curtis began to laugh loudly and convulsively, which greatly annoyed the security guard who approached. The crown prince was inspired by the very high talent possessed by his new acquaintance. Ray, returning to the table where the girl was sitting, imposingly rested his elbows on it and said calmly that the future emperor had decided to take a break. The next day, they went on a picnic and chose the most beautiful place in the area for it. An autumn forest. Yurina asked the mage if she shouldn't have gone to class, since she had already missed more than a week. The girl looked at him cunningly, trying to find out the real reason for his absence. The boy always answered her with invented reasons why he could be with her. After meeting Curtis, Ray didn't leave her for a second for a whole week. She wanted to close her eyes to the fact that the boy was missing classes. Well, she started to worry a little. Reynard was asking her which place she would like to visit next, when suddenly someone called him. One of the students walked quickly towards the young people, who said that the professor had completely registered him. Noticing that Ray was not alone, the student asked him if he had a girlfriend and why he hadn't seen her before. The red-eyed boy quickly got up from the blanket, approached the student, and asked him what he needed. Upon learning that Professor Hudson was looking for him, the talented mage asked why they were looking for him. The student replied that he was ordered to forcibly bring the boy, since he hadn't attended classes for a week. He also warned him that if Ray got on the professor's nerves, he would fail his thesis. Yurina also got up from the blanket and asked her friend if it was the same Professor Hudson who came to the mansion last time, and he was friends with Dave. Having received an affirmative answer, she said that Reinhardt should go to him because he valued him. The boy agreed with her and advised her to go to his mansion immediately so as not to get into any trouble. Yurina Cartia was accompanied by a knight and her faithful maid Betty, whom she thanked for the delicious dinner. Betty was very happy about her mistress's compliments and assured her that she would cook more tomorrow. Suddenly, the girl felt a strong influx of mana around her and could not take a single step. Betty quickly realized that something dangerous was happening and tried to call Sir Aaron. Turning to her maid, Yurina Cartia shouted at her to run to a safe place. Betty was enveloped in clouds of magic, moving her away from the knight and the Marquis's daughter. At some point, the maid completely disappeared from sight, leaving no trace of herself. The girl immediately realized that it was the spatial division magic that she had heard about from Dave. This magic creates an artificial wall of mana to create a new space, completely separate from the space where the person was. The person inside can feel the walls around them, but people outside cannot see what is happening inside. Sir Aaron stood in front of Yurina Cartia as strangers slowly approached him. There were 5 of them, all dressed in white cloaks and their faces covered with black masks. He realized that although his protector is strong, his men will find it difficult to fight them. Because his main task is to protect her, the girl decided that she could not just sit and take advantage of the remaining mana from the magic that separated the spaces with all her might. One of the strangers exclaimed that they had not been told that the Marquis's daughter also possessed magic. He ordered them to quickly grab this girl, but Yurina continued to hit the small pool of mana. Tearing blood from her hand, she finally managed to break through the protective magic wall. As soon as she did this, the 5 strangers rushed towards her at lightning speed. A guy came out of a hole in the wall and was able to repel all the attackers' attacks. The savior turned out to be Aiden, whom she never expected to see in the magic cube. The boy smiled sweetly and asked her to tell Ray what happened here. The savior passed by trying to find Renard to take him to the professor. He saw a maid sitting on the path, crying pitifully and weeping bitterly. Turning his head, he saw a young man who asked him if he had seen his friend. The boy told him that it would be safer if he left and called the mage, to which the girl quickly ran after Master Dave. Since he was outside, it was difficult for him to find the invisible wall, but the gap she made helped him get in. After saving the girl, the noble knight gave her his cloak, and now she was sitting on a bench. Trying to calm down, Sir Aaron apologized wholeheartedly and told her that he should have been more careful. Yurina told him it was okay, and that she was more worried about the young man's injuries than her own, and also added that Master Dave would come soon and use healing magic to cure them. Aiden ran towards them at full speed and told the knight that he would take care of the young lady, and that he should have taken care of himself. Wrapping his twisted palms in bandages, he said that he was not strong in healing magic, but that help would arrive soon. The girl sincerely thanked him for his help, because thanks to him, no one was injured. The Marquis's daughter noticed that the guy was very good at healing wounds, to which he replied that, after fencing practice, he often healed himself. She asked that studying magic and swordsmanship must have been very difficult, but he told her that he didn't study much magic. Calmly, he added that he thought Renard had it much harder than him. On his knees, Aiden told her that his friend was deeply involved, not only in magic, but also studied fencing. The Marquis's daughter learned this for the first time. At a picnic, she saw calluses on his hands, but never thought he was involved in fencing. The boy asked her if she had seen how Ray handled the sword, because he handled it better than most nobles. The smiling savior recommended that she ask her friend to show her sometime. She was upset by the fact that in his letters, he didn't tell all the details. Sometimes she felt offended by him, and even now felt a bitter resentment, because she actually knew nothing about him. She thought that she had only spent 6 months with him, and believed that in his new world there was no place for her. The girl exclaimed loudly that she was dying and needed to be treated quickly, when suddenly Betty and Dave appeared in front of them. The maid hugged her mistress with all joy and told her that what worried her most was not being able to see her. After healing her, Dave sat down next to her, but the Marquis's daughter asked him to help Sir Aaron. Aiden approached them again and asked about the well-being of the rescued girl. She smiled sweetly at him, thanked him again, and told him that she would definitely invite him to dinner someday. The happy savior told her that it was natural to help a poor lady in such a situation. He added that if something had happened to her, he didn't know what would have happened to Renard. The boy said he was very interested to know what kind of person Ray's first friend was. The girl was surprised that the young man knew something about her. It seemed strange to her that her pupil hadn't told her anything about Aiden, but at the same time told her everything about herself. Her interlocutor said that words had to be pulled out of their mutual friend with tweezers, so that in a sense he said nothing, but one could read a lot on his face. Yurina asked the boy if it was true that Ray hadn't told anything, to which the young man replied that in reality, he hadn't even told anything about himself. The boy noticed that he didn't understand how his friend lived before the academy, because he didn't tell anything about his family. Every month, Reynard City patiently waited for the letter and became very cheerful. On normal days, the boy constantly walked around in a bad mood and didn't even eat properly. Aiden believed that only thanks to her letters, the talented mage was able to endure all these 5 years at the academy. Yurina Cartia smiled, and her whole interior shone with uncontrollable happiness. Upon returning home, the knight informed Dave that the people who attacked them were from the kingdom, not from the empire. The empire and the kingdoms have very different swordsmanship techniques, and the attackers used the kingdom's swordsmanship perfectly. Betty asked why these people attacked her mistress, but no one knew the answer. Sir Aaron decided that he would have to conduct further investigations to find out the truth. Master Dave examined them carefully, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. He suggested that the attack was carried out thanks to the talented mage Reynard. There were rumors throughout the kingdom that Ray was outstanding, and many people focused on him, because he even had a symbolic position called Beatus. The girl repeated that the attackers were trying to use her to finally take hold of her pupil. She protested that one of them intended to kill her, but the knight suggested that perhaps they did not intend to kill her. He added that the 5 attackers tried to kill only the protector of the Marquis's daughter, but not her. However, since the investigation needs clarification, the boys decided to seek cooperation from the academy and the royal family of Fron. Yurina agreed with them, and the knight was the first to decide to leave them, because he had things to do. The others also followed his advice, bowed to their lady, and let her rest. Left alone, the girl still couldn't believe that the final target of the attack was Ray. All this time, she thought that only her life was at stake, but she never thought that she would become an obstacle for Reynard. Looking at her healed hands, the Marquis's daughter was still worried about the attack. Her friend entered the room, thus interrupting her painful thoughts about today. Seeing drops of sweat falling from him, Yurina realized that the boy had been running to her the whole time. She immediately took his hand and began to carefully examine the places where the bleeding wound had recently been. The girl quickly realized that he knew everything, without saying a word. She just watched him. She tried to call him, but it was as if he couldn't hear her. He was immersed in his thoughts. She realized that her friend was so worried that he couldn't even think of using space movement magic. Having finished the examination, the talented mage asked her where her wounds were, and gently pressed his hands against him. It seemed to her that her pupil had matured a lot, and she brought her hand to her face. Yurina smoothed her hair and noticed that her head was a complete mess. She asked him what the professor had told him, but the boy sharply interrupted her and told her that it didn't matter anymore. He asked her why she was so calm, but the girl did not consider herself so at all. Ray was angry with her for her calmness and loudly said that she almost died. The Marquis's daughter assured him that she was fine and was receiving the proper help. "Show your hands." He said that although she was slightly injured, Dave completely healed her. A little embarrassed, Yurina confirmed once again that she was absolutely fine. Reynard hugged her tenderly and for a long time dared not let go, as if regretting not being there. He told her quietly that even if she was fine, he definitely was not fine. When Aiden found out what had happened, he didn't know what to do and ran straight to her. What bothered him was that everything happened not in the Empire, where he wasn't, but right in front of his nose. The guy believed that the one who made him come here to learn magic almost died. Reynard hugged the Marquis's daughter even tighter, desperately trying to understand why he had worked so hard if he couldn't be there. Then he looked her severely in the eyes and said that it would be better for her to return to the Empire. The mage believed that this would be a better outcome than being in a dangerous kingdom. The identity of the assassins was revealed sooner than expected. They turned out to be traitors to the current royal family. They were also those whom the crown government was desperately trying to catch. And thanks to the evidence provided by Sir Aaron, they were still able to be identified. Thanks to this, they felt relieved and decided to stay in the kingdom for the time they had originally planned. Yurina Cartia was immensely happy to be able to fulfill her plans. Upon entering the room, she saw her savior Aiden, who immediately greeted her. The boy asked her if she felt better after Master Dave healed her. The girl replied that she felt much better, only thanks to her savior. Since Reynard was from the Empire, he didn't know anyone in the kingdom, but Aiden knew that the little mage's birthday was coming soon. Then he prepared a small birthday cake for him, decorated with sweet strawberries. Ray couldn't contain his emotions and cried a little, after which Aiden organized a celebration of his birthday every year. Reynard always complained, but still happily accepted treats and gifts. The boys joked with him that their friend was the shyest person. They knew he would react like that, and couldn't deny themselves the pleasure of seeing him every year. Then came the year Reynard came of age, and since it was a special day, Aiden wanted to do everything better than in previous years. His friend decided to invite godfather Reynard and carefully prepared for this special day. Yurina Cartia arrived as planned. A huge, colorful cake was also ready for the celebration. While walking through the academy, Aiden said that he did his best and that, since the lady had arrived, they could really have a real party. The girl replied that she really wanted to celebrate his birthday and was very grateful that Ray's friend gave her that opportunity. The boy led them to his room and told them that their mutual friend definitely couldn't come to this room before them. Yurina asked approximately what time the birthday boy would return, to which she received the answer that Professor Hudson would not allow him to present his thesis if he missed class again. Classes, he added that the boy would have to listen to the lecture for the next 3 hours. The Marquis's daughter asked if the boy needed to be in class right now. Aiden said that he had missed classes before so that Reinhard would not suspect anything. The next to enter the room was a boy who had blue hair and blue eyes. His name was Nathan, and he also wanted to help with all his might to organize the vacation. Aiden finally introduced his friend to Yurina and also introduced Lady Cartia. After greeting him, the boy asked if he could call the Marquis's daughter sister. She asked him if he addressed Ray as a brother, to which she received an affirmative answer. Smiling at him, she replied that if Reynard was a brother, then he could call her sister. Hearing that the boy called Reynard Ray, the boy asked why she did that. The boy told him that his friend forbade him to shorten his name and asked to call him Reynard. Having called him by this name, he thought it was too long and offered the abbreviated version of Ray. He thought about the fact that his pupil decided that this was something special and only for the two of them. Interrupting his thoughts, the boy exclaimed that he was very good at preparing parties. The table was decorated with various delicacies. Nathan tasted one of the cakes and concluded that Brother Reinhard would definitely like them. The boy was very happy to be able to help them and said that the girl knew the birthday boy very well because she was his friend. Seeing the cheerful boy, Yurina thought how sweet he was. Meanwhile, Aiden went in search of his friend to take him to the room prepared at the right time. Once found, he cheerfully asked him if Reynard had any urgent matters left. Ray was only looking for Yurina Cartia. He didn't care about anything around him, so when Aiden tried to stop him, he rudely asked what he wanted. His friend knew that the boy was looking for Lady Cartia, which he told him about, and added that he knew where she was. Approaching her bedroom, the talented mage decided to clarify whether the object of his search was really there. Upon entering the room, he saw many people congratulating him in unison on his birthday. The boy was confused by such a surprise and simply stood at the door, without ceasing to examine the guests. Yurina Cartia was the first to approach him, congratulating him again on his birthday. She added that she really wanted to say these words to him, and that's why she came to the kingdom. When he was about to hug her, he encountered an obstacle in the form of Nathan, who grabbed his body. Everyone else began to take turns approaching him and congratulating the birthday boy on the holiday. Ray looked at the girl, with tears in his eyes from the growing happiness. Approaching to wipe away the tears, the Marquis's daughter said that the baby had grown up, but he was still the same crybaby. Sitting in a chair, Aiden said that he cries every time they celebrate his birthday. Then he asked her how many years they had known each other, to which the girl replied that she had known him since she was 12. The boy suggested that in those years, he probably wasn't a gift to him, and honestly, he didn't understand how they could become friends. His friends celebrated his birthday for 5 years in a row, but the presence of Yurina Cartia made this day special. Seeing how Ray watched them, he invited him to join the conversation. The talented mage's heart began to beat rapidly. He didn't know what love was and had never heard a sincere declaration of love. Every time he saw Yurina, he had strange feelings. He wanted to see her smile. He thought about how he wanted to take her clean hand and enjoy a walk with her all his life. The boy imagined how he kissed her and became one with her. Soul and body, he dreamed of being everything to her. Approaching her, Ray had no idea that he had been in love with the daughter of Marquis Cartia for quite some time. That night, after celebrating his birthday, the girl lay in bed and couldn't sleep because she was thinking about leaving tomorrow. After the party, she spent more time with Ray. They went to classes together, and in the evening walked around the city center and had dinner. Now the boy wrote in elegant cursive. He listened in a calm posture and was not distracted even during long classes and tedious ones, and looked at the professors with clear eyes. It seemed to him that his image of yawning and slow from childhood had completely disappeared, and this made his heart beat faster. Yurina decided to open the window a little to let the fresh air from the street into the room. Suddenly she heard someone calling her, but for a long time she didn't dare to turn her head in the direction of the sound. Looking to the left, the girl saw that Reynard was looking at her from the next window. She asked him what he was doing and why he wasn't sleeping, because tomorrow he had to study at the academy. In response, he also asked her what the reason was that she wasn't sleeping, because tomorrow she had a long journey to the Empire ahead. The Marquis's daughter told him she couldn't sleep, after which Ray suggested she go look at the stars. Blue on the ceiling, the two of them looked at the stars. Reynard said that at that moment, he felt different. He covered her so she wouldn't be cold. She made sure the boy was also under the cloak. She was worried that if he took a false step he would fall, to which the mage assured her that since he was here, everything would be fine. Yurina smiled sweetly and said that if she fell, he could save her with magic. Protecting Ray was something she had wanted from the beginning, but she couldn't be happy about it because she believed that her selfishness had led Ray so far. Seeing that the girl was silent, the boy asked her if she wanted to go to bed, to which he heard a negative answer. Then he lightly rested his head on her shoulder, telling her that if she wanted to sleep, she could do it on his shoulder. Smiling, Raynor said he would always be there to lend her his shoulder. They sat like that for a long time in complete silence until Yurina fell asleep. The boy took them to his bedroom, put the girl on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. He gently touched her cheek, saying that everything was fine for her. Sitting next to her on the bed, Ray lightly stroked her hair, trying not to wake her. He was very worried, despite understanding in his head that there would be knights accompanying her, and Dave by her side, who could protect her. Leaning his forehead against hers, the boy whispered to her that she just had to wait a little longer, and that he would try to return as soon as possible. Returning to the opposite position, Reynard realized that he wished with all his soul that she would stay with him. The next morning, Ray accompanied his beloved on the long journey to the Empire. He held her hands for a long time, ordering his thoughts and trying to decide what to say to God. The boy understood that he had to say the wish that she would arrive safely, but he couldn't utter a word. Having controlled himself and his tongue, Reynard asked her to promise to do something for him. Reaching out, he gave her a necklace with a red stone and asked her to wear it until he returned. The stone was not a ruby, but was made by condensing his mana. While hanging the necklace around her neck, he added that it was for self-defense, and if something happened, she would simply have to take it in her hands. The column could be used only once, using any magic. Ray said that she just needs to hold the pendant and think about the magic she needs. When he finished, he told her never to take off the necklace, not even when she went to bed or took a bath. Dave called Yurina and told her that it was time to leave, as the road was long. Reynard looked at her, sighed deeply, and offered to accompany her to the carriage. The girl suddenly ran into his arms and whispered that she would miss him very much. The boy hugged her even tighter and also said quietly that he would miss her too. A year and a half had passed since he returned from the Fron kingdom after meeting Ray. Not much had happened, except that the two twin brothers had returned after graduating from the academy. In a few months, spring would arrive, which meant that Yurina Cartia would become an adult. In a year, Ray will finish his studies and return. Then the narration of the original plot of the novel will begin. Betty entered the room and told her mistress that she had received a letter from the kingdom. Ray wrote to her that the master told him he had a cold, and that Teshi's characteristic tea helps with colds, so he sent it along with the letter. Even from a distance, he always took care of her and tried to make her feel happier. The maid brought her paper and pen, knowing in advance that they would be useful to her mistress. When asked how she knew what she needed, the girl replied that she had been serving her for 10 years, and she already felt in her soul what she needed. After writing a reply letter, the girl and the maid went to see their mother. Upon entering the room, Yurina found her mother sitting on the bed in the light of only candles. Sitting next to her, the Marquis's daughter asked how she felt, to which she heard in response that she was fine. She understood that even if her mother said so, the color of her face spoke of something completely different. The Marquise initially had little stamina, but she never got sick. Since last autumn, her health began to deteriorate. Many doctors tried to find out the cause, but they were unsuccessful, so the only thing they could do was take care of her and hope that it wouldn't get worse. Her mother was constantly worried that her daughter would get the same fever again. The girl advised her to take care of herself first, because her hands were very cold, even though it was very hot in the room. She told her that today, for the first time in a long time, she felt rested and light in her body. Looking at her mother, Yurina noticed that she was very thin and was indignant that they couldn't find the reason. A maid approached them and asked the lady what she should do with her favorite dress. The Marquise replied that it was already too big for her. She felt sorry to throw it away, as if leaving it in the closet to gather dust. She sighed with resignation and said sadly that she would never be able to wear it again. Hearing this, the girl made a decision and exclaimed loudly that she would wear it later. Marquise Cartia said in surprise that a dress like hers had long been out of fashion. Her daughter smiled at her and told her that they, the Cartia family, could create a new trend. the mother looked at her daughter with gratitude as she said what was to be expected of Yurina Cartia. The girl knew that the daughter whom the Marquise loved with all her heart died 7 years ago. The moment she first arrived in this strange world, a woman gave her warm love. She became a support for the girl, and now was the best mother in the world to her. Every time Yurina saw her smile, her heart sank with pain and despair. If the Marquise knew that she was not her daughter, she would not look at her the way she does now. Trying to move away from disturbing thoughts, the girl asked her mother why she had called her, and heard in response that in 2 months there would be a hunting competition organized by the imperial family. The imperial family holds an annual hunting competition during the month of buds. This event is like a picnic for nobles, in which only nobles can participate, and knights. The daughter asked why her mother was talking about this, to which she received the answer that since she was not feeling very well, Tony could go to the competition. The girl asked her mother not to talk about this, but to wait to get better. The Marquise knew that even if she got better, she would only be a burden to everyone, so she invited her daughter to participate in the hunting competition instead of her this year. The girl was a little surprised by such a request, because it meant that she would see the crown prince again. Yurina objected to her mother that she had not yet reached adulthood, but the Marquise reminded her that her birthday would be before this event. The woman concluded that her daughter was old enough to represent her family in competitions. The Marquise' daughter assumed that she would definitely meet Curtis, whom she did not want to see at all. She didn't remember if Yurina Cartia participated in the hunting competition in the original story. Knowing that she was protected by the pendant Ray gave her, the girl decided to accept her mother's proposal. Sitting in her room, she heard the maid tell her that she had been diligently preparing for the home competition for more than a month. Betty became interested in how her progress in embroidery was going, to which she received the answer that the girl found it a little difficult to embroider the pattern of the family crest. During home competitions, scarves are given to a loved one or a family member, made with care and with the hope of a safe return. So she made 4 pieces for her father and her 3 brothers, but she never thought that embroidery could be so complex. Their coat of arms depicted a proud eagle holding a large knight's sword. The girl was a little embarrassed because she hadn't finished a single scarf yet, but she needed to make 4. The maid invited her to rest a little and have some tea that she was going to bring. Trying to leave the room, Betty ran into one of her lover's brothers at the door. The twin brothers entered the room and asked if they could come in and if it was occupied. Sitting in the chairs, the brothers told her they only came to see her, since they were late and couldn't have dinner together. The girl told them sternly that they would have seen each other tomorrow morning anyway, because they were probably tired, and it would be better for them to go rest. The 2 older brothers made puppy dog eyes, and in tears, asked her if she wasn't happy with them. Over the years, she had completely forgotten how much her brothers loved her. Her 3 older brothers, Riggs, Edwin, and Justin Cartia, took too much care of her, like those older brothers in romance novels who adore their little sister. She was glad that at least older Riggs had a calm temperament and behaved with moderation. But these 2 had told her she was cute since she was little, and then they started hugging her and kissing her. When they entered the academy, they sent her letters with gifts every week. She tried to avoid them, because at first they seemed strange to her, but they treated her well. And over time, they became a family to her. To their question, the girl replied that they couldn't bother her. She was just afraid they were tired from the journey. The 2 brothers quickly approached her and informed her that they were not tired at all. Then Edwin asks her who will accompany her to the imperial competition. Yurina assumed it would most likely be her father, but she wasn't exactly sure. The boys looked at each other, and Justin asked her if he had invited her on vacation, and they heard a negative answer. After they left, Betty told her that the young men wanted to tell her something urgent, so they asked her to bring her. She wondered what exactly her brothers needed, since they weren't the type to ask to come over if they needed something. Upon arriving at the place where her older brothers called her, the girl found a fencing tournament. Her second told her that 2 young men had asked him to wait a little while. Yurina didn't understand why they were behaving that way, but she hoped their duel would end soon. The twin brothers fought each other with all seriousness, which of course surprised the girl. Sitting in a chair, she waited a long time for her older brothers to finish their fight. Her other brother Rick approached her and asked what she was doing there. She replied that the twins called her. That's why she came, but now she had to wait for them to finish training. The older brother asked her if she was bored, but for her, It was better than the twins' excessive attention. Rick was also interested in who would accompany her to the competition, and upon hearing her father's answer, he clarified if the Marquis had told her about this. He added that his father ordered one of them to accompany her, saying he could return much sooner. Having finished his speech, he looked closely at his sister, trying to predict her answer to the next question. The cheerful brother asked her if he could accompany her to the next competition. The girl smiled at him and agreed to let him be her escort. The boy was surprised by such a quick answer and asked her if she really didn't care who was with her. Looking at the twins who were still fighting each other, Yurina Cartia said she really wanted her older brother to accompany her. Riggs noticed that he made the right decision because those two wouldn't leave her alone. The fight between the twins finally ended, with Edvon Cartia emerging as the winner. The two brothers ran to their little sister to tell her the results. The winner ran faster than his losing brother, shouting that he had won. At that moment, Justin was standing a little further away. His face expressed immeasurable annoyance and despair. The girl asked why they called her, if it was really just to see their fights. Standing in front of her, the losing brother, trying to get ahead of the winner, asked her to accompany him. The victorious brother looked angrily at Justin and added that they actually had an agreement. Seeing how their eyes burned at each other, Yurina asked them if they were training to decide who would be her escort. Riggs mockingly noted that such an action was simply typical of the twins. Then he added that he himself would accompany his little sister. Both brothers started shouting indignantly, yelling that this was impossible, and that it was unfair to them. Now they were burning a hole in their older brother with their stares, and continued arguing for a long time. Riggs calmly replied that it was not his problem. They just needed to propose their candidacy sooner. Then he suggested that if they were so unhappy, they could train with him. The girl laughed because Riggs wasn't very different from his younger brothers. If Ray is a master of magic, then Riggs is a fencing genius. He was recognized as talented from childhood, and at 18, he became the youngest winner in the history of the Imperial fencing competition. The twins complained, as their skills clearly did not depend on their older brothers. Yurina said that nothing could be changed, because Riggs was the first to offer to accompany her. She got up from her chair and left the hall, arm in arm with her escort. Betty took care of her mistress every day and noticed that the girl had made a fifth scarf. She asked who another scarf was intended for, because she had already sewn one for its owner. And for the young men, Yurina Cartia looked at the maid and smiled mysteriously and said it was a secret. Betty couldn't believe what she heard and asked her again if she had understood her correctly. The girl repeated her answer and looked at the embroidered flowers on the handkerchief, which looked like flowers from the kingdom. She remembered that when they were in that field, Ray told her he often went there when he missed her. During the competition, she wouldn't have time to do anything, so she had to finish the scarf and send it to the academy, and before sending it, she was going to spray the letter with flower perfume. The Marquis's daughter suddenly had an idea and asked Betty what day it was today. The maid was surprised by this question and thought about the answer for several minutes. Remembering it, she happily announced that today was the 4th day of the bud month. Yurina quickly got up from the sofa and went to the locker, which contained all the letters Ray had sent her. She was so busy preparing for the home competition that she didn't even notice how quickly time was passing. The last time the boy wrote to her was on the 19th day of the silence month. Before, he wrote to her every month, but now 2 months had passed. The girl was having lunch with 3 other ladies, who were discussing all the events that had happened at the academy. Yurina Cartia practically didn't hear them. All her thoughts were occupied with why the mage hadn't written to her. One of the girls approached her and told her that she had never seen these gloves before, and that she was interested in knowing which boutique this model belonged to. Everyone else started babbling about how wonderful the gloves really were. It was a gift from Reynard. He told her that such things had recently become fashionable in the kingdom of Fron. Yurina Cartia informed them that it was a gift, and that this design had recently become popular in the neighboring kingdom. Then, the girls became interested in knowing from whom their friend received such a wonderful gift. One of the girls told the others that she had heard that someone supported by the Cartia family attended the Royal Academy. She also assumed that he was the one who sent the designer gloves, for which she heard an affirmative answer. The Marquis's daughter believed that perhaps one of her friends, for example Aiden or Nathan, would have chosen these gloves instead of Ray. This thought unintentionally made the girl laugh, and one of the ladies said she had heard rumors that this guy was not only famous in the Empire, but also in other countries. Another girl added that her cousin met a talented mage and said he was incredible. And she was also surprised that for a boy, using magic was easier than breathing. The third girl said that she was blessed by the goddess, and that one day she helped the royal family catch the rebels. A year and a half later, Ray, who learned that those who attacked Yurina in the kingdom of Fron were enemies of the royal family. He volunteered to hunt down this force and destroyed it, leaving nothing behind. Thanks to this, the royal family officially recognized Ray's contribution, and rumors about him spread throughout the empire. The girl was very surprised when she first heard this, and thought that Ray really loved danger. One of the girls accidentally mentioned that there were rumors that His Highness, the Crown Prince, was also looking for him. Curtis deliberately started a conversation at the academy and seemed interested in Reynard. Thinking about this, the Marquis's daughter found such disturbing news quite amusing. The girl called her maid Betty, and she quickly appeared behind her. In a whisper, Betty asked her mistress if she should prepare a carriage, to which she received an affirmative answer. Having told the others that she had urgent matters to attend to, she asked if the girls would be against it. Everyone wished her well on her way back, and she added that she would try to contact the Kingdom of Cron to order these gloves. Upon returning to the mansion, the Marquis's daughter asked the butler if any letter had arrived for her, to which she received the answer that he had left a letter in her room. Rushing into the room, Yurina ran to the table where there was a letter. But it wasn't from Ray. Pausing for a moment, the girl wondered why she was behaving this way, and why she was so worried. Reynard, whom she knew, would have sent a note no matter what he was doing, saying that he couldn't write often, but she hadn't received letters for several months, which made her think that something had happened. The maid who approached behind her asked her again, trying to understand what she was talking about. Then she added that Mr. Reinhardt must have been very busy lately, which is why he hadn't written her a letter for so long. Sitting on the sofa, the Marquis's daughter exhaled tiredly, and agreed with her that it had indeed been a long time since he had written. Betty noted that this was probably because he was a graduate, and that if something serious happened to him, the academy would definitely contact them. The maid advised her that if she was so worried, she could write to him again. But what a pity it would be if she received a reply as soon as she received the letter. She also added that the competition would start soon, where she wouldn't be able to write letters for some time, and suggested that she write her letter in advance. Realizing that Betty was right, the Marquis's daughter told her to bring her stationery. Standing near the window, the girl began to write a letter to warn him that she wouldn't be able to write to him for some time. She put an embroidered scarf in the envelope with the letter, writing that it was made with great difficulty, and that he should use it carefully. Betty, standing behind, said she supposed this scarf was made for Mr. Reinhardt. The Marquis's daughter thought the petals didn't look natural and that the text was crooked, but the maid told her that her embroidery skills were the best in the empire. Approaching her, Betty leaned towards her and began to speak almost in a whisper. She said that this handkerchief was more beautiful than the other 4 handkerchiefs intended for her family. After closing the envelope, the girl handed it to the maid and asked her to send it along with the gift she bought last time. After a while, Betty returned with her mistress and told her that she had sent a letter. Suddenly, she remembered the tea party when Ray was still very young and seemed like a little brother to her. The maid was worried that when the boy returned, she wouldn't be able to address him as before. Yurina told her that she thought her pupil wouldn't even think much about it. She added that if Betty started treating him like an adult man, he would feel uncomfortable. The Marquis's daughter advised her to treat him as before, like a younger brother. To support her, the girl said that when they were in the kingdom of Cron, Gray treated her calmly, considering her an older sister. The maid couldn't believe what she was saying, so she asked again if it was true. She added that today she especially missed Mr. Reynard. Yurina Cartia looked down, sighed deeply, and thought that she was bored too. Preparations for the imperial competition began. Betty helped her collect everything necessary. The girl was indignant at having to prepare so much that she spun like a squirrel in a wheel. Looking at the crown that Ray made for her, she couldn't help but think that he still hadn't written to her. Turning her head, she decided not to look at the object that saddened her. To her great regret, the entire room was furnished with things somehow related to Ray. A loud knock was heard at the door, and Yurina ordered and to see her later, because she wasn't ready to receive guests. A voice sounded from behind the doors, telling her that a letter had arrived from Mr. Reynard. Opening the door, the girl quickly grabbed the letter, thanked the person who could, and froze in amazement. Her pupil, Ray, stood in front of her, beaming with happiness, and said that he had returned. She ran into his arms, as if afraid he would disappear. He hugged her tightly around the waist. They stayed at the door for a long time, hugging, not wanting that moment to end. Pulling her closer to him, Ray confirmed that he had indeed returned to the mansion. The boy gently stroked her hair with his hand, pressing his face against her shoulder. His beloved, whom he could only see in dreams, was now before his eyes. He decided that from that moment on he would never leave her again, so that her heart would feel the same as his. The two young people simply enjoyed their time together. Having returned to the place where he hadn't been for 7 years, the first thing he decided to do was visit the room where they were most often. Upon arriving at the study, he noticed that everything in it was still the same, just as he remembered it. Looking at the table, the boy said he thought everything would change, and he wouldn't recognize the usual interior. Yurina thought that while Ray was away, this room was only cleaned and nothing was ever touched. They both had a strange feeling, because they were face to face along with their memories, that until yesterday had been empty. The girl thought that this room was cold without him, but with his arrival, the whole mansion became warmer. Looking at his study book, Ray couldn't believe what he saw and decided to look at them. Opening the book, he noticed that her handwriting was very bad, and the girl added that her grammar was no better. Noticing her handwriting on the page, he asked her if she had written it, to which he received the answer that yes. She did. She told him that when people from the academy came, she looked at his notes while he listened about entering the academy, and scribbled a short message. Putting his notes back in place, Ray noticed that the academy professors admired him. The girl was still worried about why he hadn't written her a single letter. Renard started making excuses, saying he had been busy all winter. But the Marquis's daughter noticed that he could dedicate 5 minutes to this. The girl said that even if he was busy, he could write a sentence saying he was busy. Yurina asked him why he didn't think she would worry when the monthly letters suddenly stopped arriving. Every day she tormented herself with questions about whether he was sick, whether everything was fine with him. Every day she woke up weighing heavily in her heart. At those moments, she was angry with herself for sending him to study out of selfishness. She didn't understand why he made her feel pathetic, and she didn't understand who he was to her that she was so worried about him. Realizing that she started to cry, Ray approached her face and told her that he had made a mistake. He gently ran his hand through her hair and wiped the tears from her cheek with his thumb. The boy tried to apologize for not notifying her in advance, and if he had known, she thought that he would have sent her a letter. He added that he thought it would be faster to come in person than to send a letter. Students on scholarships cannot leave the kingdom of Fron until they finish their studies. But it turns out that Reinhardt graduated early. The girl was very surprised, as she had never heard of this before, since the number of people who completed their studies in 7 years could be counted on one hand. But he not only graduated, but also a year early. He told her that since she was attacked in the kingdom of Carion, he started having nightmares. In the dream, in his last moments of life, he never arrived on time. And no matter what he did while hugging the cold Yurina, everything was useless. His life has no meaning without the Marquis's daughter. And when she died, the will to live disappeared with her. It was after this dream that he could understand Yurina's fear of death. Standing in front of her, the boy said he was so worried that he couldn't stay there for another minute. The mage added that he was going crazy because he was afraid that something might happen while he was away. The girl pretended to be calm because she didn't want him to feel guilty. But she couldn't believe that he had been thinking about her the whole time. Holding hands, Yurina Cartia assured him that everything would be fine now and suggested that he introduce himself properly. Ray shyly started first and said in a low voice that he had returned to her after a long separation. The Marquis's daughter took his hands and told him casually that she was waiting for his return. Yurina asked, as if repeating his words, that he couldn't write a letter because he was busy with his studies. The boy cheerfully commented that letters were not comparable to meeting in person. And then he moved closer to her so that she had to lean on the table. Leaning her over the table, Ray asked her if she was really waiting to receive a letter from him. She thought that if he had asked this question in the first minutes of the meeting, she would have answered him flatly no. But now that she knew how Ray had felt all this time, she answered yes. The mage was so close that she could feel his anxious breath when he asked if she had been waiting for him. The girl couldn't force herself to speak, because she knew the weight of the meaning of the words she wanted to utter. Raynar moved even closer to her and asked again in a low and affectionate voice if she hadn't missed him. Yurina Cartia couldn't control herself or her feelings, so she continued to remain silent. A maid entered the training hall and asked if her mistress was there. The twin brothers ran into the room behind Betty and blocked their little sister, demanding that she explain to them what was happening. The maid apologized to her mistress and told her that she thought someone was trying to harm her. The girl told her that she didn't hold a grudge against him and that she didn't recognize him much when she first saw him. Justin said they realized he graduated early, but wondered why he showed up without warning. Yurina defended her friend, saying that he personally wanted to tell her about this. Then her brother asked her why he snuck into the mansion without being seen. She tried to protect him, saying that a talented mage entered through the front door like a normal person. Edwin cautiously asked why they were completely alone in the training room. The Marquis's daughter replied that she had brought him there because she needed to speak with him alone. The boys immediately attacked her with an interrogation, to which she told them that she was surprised that, although he was supposed to be at the academy, he was already here. She reasoned that if he left without permission, he should have sent him back secretly so that others wouldn't find out. The brothers asked her if she had told them everything. To this question, the girl hesitated a little, remembering the recent spicy scene. Taking a deep breath, Yurina assured them that she had told them the whole truth about what was happening here. Justin then turned to Ray and asked if his little sister was telling the truth. Reynard told him sternly that she was telling the absolute truth and nothing but the truth. Justin didn't give up. He decided to find out why his new acquaintance didn't look like a mage, even though he studied at the Faculty of Magic. Ray calmly told him that those were just superstitions, that mages were stupid by nature. The boys started arguing about how mages should be. The older brother entered the room and said he had been looking for all of them for quite some time. The whole company greeted them unanimously, and he gently approached them and started a conversation. Riggs told the approximate story of the incident on the road, and added that rumors had spread throughout the empire that Ray was Dave's student. The older brother firmly shook the boy's hand, and Yurina thought that, after all, he was very different from the twins. Reynard added that he had also heard a lot about the eldest of the Cartia brothers, in particular, that his name was discussed even in the kingdom of Fron. Riggs noted that few mage students knew his name, but then he saw the calluses on the hand he had just shaken. He asked the guest if he knew how to wield a sword, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then the brother realized where he had heard his name and asked why he could use a sword. Ray looked towards the girl standing in the distance, but did not answer him. So Riggs invited him to fight to understand what he was capable of. Everyone in the room headed to the fencing hall to watch their training. The Marquis's daughter noticed that Ray was very nervous and began to worry about him. The opponent was Riggs, considered the most talented among his peers. Watching the fight, the man wondered why the mage should pretend to know how to wield a sword. Suddenly, the sound of a sword hitting a sword echoed throughout the room, after which everyone present began to closely monitor what was happening. The boys fought with all their might to show their opponents that they were worth something. The girls sat at the back of the hall, watching the fights, amazed at how long the mage could last. Everything was decided with a single attack, thanks to which Riggs managed to snatch the weapon from the enemy's hands. The weapon flew straight towards the crowd, but Ray managed to stop it in time with magic. The loser bowed to the winner as a sign of respect for the fight. Smiling at him, the older brother happily said it was good training. After the duel ended, the duelists approached the crowd, where Riggs said in front of everyone that, although the guy wasn't a knight, he was quite good at fencing. That said, he asked if Ray would like to participate in the hunting competition. Seeing that the boy didn't understand what he was talking about, Yurina explained that her brother was talking about the events held annually by the imperial family. The girl also added that she wrote to him about this in a letter, which would not reach him now. Suddenly, she realized that she had put not only a letter in the envelope, but also the scarf needed for the home competition. Everyone noticed her quick change of face and asked if she felt well, to which they received the answer that she had forgotten something for her luggage. Ray followed her directly under the pretext that he also needed to rest. In trying to catch up with her, he asked her what had happened. He was worried that she was in pain, so he followed her directly to her rooms. The boy tried to take her temperature, just as he had tried to take it once when she was a girl, but she told him she was fine. The mage sincerely didn't understand what the problem was that made her flee the hall so quickly. She told him that before his arrival, she managed to send a letter to the academy, and he said that he took all his letters with him. Turning around to walk a little further, she added in a low voice that this was not the case at all. The girl decided to confess that she had sent another letter a few days ago, wondering if he was okay. Ray was not surprised and said that he would ask Aiden to send the letter to the Empire. Yurina Cartia said quietly that in the letter, there was a handkerchief necessary for home competitions. Realizing that this was the first time Reynard had encountered something like this, she told him that women give handkerchiefs to men who leave them, praying for a safe return. And safe, the Marquis's daughter said that she had made a handkerchief for him too, while making one for her brothers and her father, but that she had sent it along with the letter, so now she had no handkerchief for him. After finishing her speech, she said that if she asked him to send Aiden back, it would take about a month, but by then the competition would be over. But on the other hand, Yurina could expect that no one would lose her carefully embroidered scarf. That same evening, the long-awaited meeting of her parents with the man under their care took place. The father promised that in the future, he would help talented people with the role as much as he could. Yurina's mother tenderly hugged the adult boy and accepted him as her own son. Her teacher was angry, not believing that Ray had graduated early, and loudly ordered him to return. He admitted it only after checking 3 times that his student diploma was not fake. The next day, they were finally alone, and the girl asked him why his mentor kept him at bay. Ray told her that most likely, he simply didn't take him as a rival. Because magic is what they are. The 2 young people didn't understand why this was happening, and only sighed doomedly. Ray turned to her and asked how long ago she sent that letter with the handkerchief inside. She replied that about a week ago, the boy thought that since a week had passed, the letter should already be at the border. The boy asked her if she had sprayed the letter with perfume this time, to which he received an affirmative answer. He just smiled happily at her, with no intention of explaining why he was asking her these questions. After a while, Ray decided to go somewhere, but he didn't tell anyone where. The mage added that he needed to go somewhere and asked the girl to extend her hand to him. Yurina Cartia still didn't understand what was happening and where he was going to leave her. She extended her hand, and the bracelets on their hands shone with a bright light. Looking at her bracelet, the Marquis's daughter asked in surprise what he was doing at that moment. Ray looked away embarrassed, apparently trying to avoid answering her question. Then he decided to confess to her that he had created a location tracking artifact. The girl wondered what he would put on it. The mage tried to explain to her that there was nothing strange about it, but it didn't seem like it. It seemed very strange to her. But the boy again tried to convince her otherwise. He added that there are people who use such artifacts for strange purposes, but the Marquis's daughter asked him to stop. Ray took her hand and told her that he had to go somewhere, and that maybe he wouldn't return in time for the hunting competition. So he gave her this artifact to join them later. He asked her to wear the bracelet only until he returned, but Yurina was still bothered by the question of where he had gone in the first place. Her friend smiled sweetly and told her that it was a very well-kept secret, and that she couldn't tell him. The home competitions have begun, but the talented mage has not yet joined them. The girl thought that he would return sooner and worried that something might happen to him. She was stunned by a sharp pain because the new maid, while trying to insert an earring into her ear, hurt her neck. The poor girl was nervous, trying to apologize for her unforgivable mistake. Betty immediately started yelling at her about what she had done and that she should be careful and call a doctor quickly. Emily, as the new maid was called, quickly left the Marquis's daughter's room, trying to find a doctor. The remaining maid anxiously asked her mistress if her neck hurt too much, to which she received a negative answer. The girl realized that she was the victim, and for some reason Betty was crying bitterly. Yurina Cartia, you asked her not to be too strict with Emily because she was upset too. Emily is a new employee hired 6 months ago, although she was only 16 years old. She was cheerful and outgoing, and also good at her job. The girl thought that her maid was still too young, and today she was very nervous because an important event was coming up. Betty said that the lady was very kind, and that, in any case, she would scold the maid as she should. Realizing that she was powerless against the wicked Betty, the Marquis's daughter asked her not to scold her too much. Then she asked her if her new neck wound looked too scary. Betty said that her neck was swollen, and luckily, they didn't bring a dress with a collar. Emily remained at the shop exit the whole time, not believing what she had done to her mistress. The poor girl was trembling with fear, couldn't control her body, and her thoughts raced back and forth. The maid Betty assured her mistress that it wasn't serious early on, and that she could apply the medicine. And on top of that her cosmetics, and upon returning home, start the normal treatment. Emily returned to the shop and suggested that the Marquis's daughter change her hairstyle. In her opinion, the scar will be less noticeable if you place the hair on the same side on the day the wound was located. She also believed that if she decorated it with multicolored stilettos, no one would pay attention to her neck. After hearing the suggestions, Yurina asked the new maid to give her this hairstyle. Worried about the recent incident, Emily warned that she might do something wrong again. The girl told her that everything would be fine, because she had managed well before. Standing in front of the mirror, her mistress asked Betty what she thought about this, to which she replied that it seemed like a good idea to her. Encouraged, Emily decided to braid her hair to the side because she trusted this option. While braiding her mistress, the maid told her that she had a younger sister who liked braided hair more, so she offered this option. Having finished her work, the maid announced that she was ready, and Yurina Cartia looked at herself in the mirror, where a beautiful girl was looking at her. The Marquis's daughter thanked her and said it was much better, to which Emily replied that she was delighted to serve her lady. Betty didn't stand aside either, congratulated Yurina and praised her new assistant. The girl said that everyone had been waiting for them for a long time and that they should hurry, and asked her to put on an earring. Rummaging through all her pockets, Emily tried to find the unfortunate earring. She definitely remembered putting it in her pocket. Almost crying, the girl quietly reported that the earring most likely fell off when she ran out of the shop. Yurina Cartia also thought that the girl most likely simply lost it on the way. Trying to find a way out of this situation, the Marquis's daughter said that the hair ornaments were quite detailed, so it was better to wear simple earrings. Betty assured her that she would ask the servants to find the lost earring so that her lady wouldn't worry. Realizing that she was wearing the necklace that Reynard had given her, the maid said that it didn't quite match her style. The girl thought that, when she wore the necklace, it seemed to her that Ray was by her side, so she never took it off. Betty asked about the bracelet she had on her hand and said she saw it for the first time, but that it matched the necklace. Yurina Cartia smiled shyly and thanked the maids for their work. Upon leaving the shop, the girl noticed how many people had arrived for the imperial contest. She thought it was just a boring ceremony, but seeing couples on every corner saddened her. She regretted having a scarf for Ray, even if she couldn't give it to anyone personally, but she hoped that at least he would receive it. Looking at the other couples, Yurina remembered the return of her friend from the academy when he told her he would protect her. She felt embarrassed at the thought of even remembering that day and thinking about it. Riggs suddenly approached her and asked what she was looking at so intently. The girl timidly replied that she was just looking at the people around her, and nothing more. She harshly noted that everyone around her was incredibly cheerful and happy. The older brother told her that she was now seeing the main part of the home competition, the exchange of handkerchiefs. He asked her to take a knight's oath, to which she replied what was the point of getting it from her brother. Yurina Cartia gave her older brother a scarf. He was surprised that she made one for him. Riggs promised her that in exchange for her scarf, he would make her the first lady of the hunting contests. The two twins were indignant that their sister only gave the handkerchief to their older brother, but they could also hunt a deer and make her the first lady. They looked at her for a long time, regretting not having chosen them, but then they saw several more handkerchiefs in her hands. Then they quickly approached her and hopefully asked her for whom she had prepared the remaining handkerchiefs. The girl took a deep breath, brought her hand with the handkerchiefs closer, and said that she had made them especially for them. After receiving the gifts, the twins began to praise the embroidered designs they wore, especially their family crest. Yurina agreed with them and wished them a safe return. The brothers suggested that they hunt a fox or maybe a small hare for her. Riggs told his little sister that she had a beautiful hairstyle today and that the braided hair suited her very well. Justin also added that loose hair suits her well, but it doesn't look as beautiful as braided hair. The Marquis's daughter thought that her hair hid her wound well, and replied to her brothers that she would tie up her hair more often. The older brother asked her to be careful, to which she replied that the camp was quite safe. Riggs looked at her sternly and added in a low voice that he wasn't referring to the animals at all. Among the crowd, Yurina Cartia noticed Curtis Xenosias, who seemed to be planning something. The crown prince also saw Mrs. Cartia and called her. The only thing the girl wanted was to pretend she hadn't heard anything and just leave. Turning in his direction, she bowed her head as a sign of respect for the imperial person, and greeted him. He ordered her to raise her head and then came so close that their foreheads almost touched. The future emperor said it was very difficult to see her, and that he would like to see his loved ones more often. To which she replied that she understood his tight schedule, in which there was no time for her. Curtis noted that she seemed much busier than him, and Yurina thought that the boy was implying that she was pretending to be busy, trying to get away from him. The boy told her that he was very happy to see her after so long, but it seemed to him that she was not happy. The girl decided that his words sounded true, but her smile showed that it was a lie. She knew that he needed strength, because he had grown up, and the struggle for power had become harder. Since there was a second crown prince, the first needed to strengthen himself more, so Curtis understood that recruiting a talented mage would be very beneficial for him. In the original novel, the first crown prince won the power struggle, but thanks to Rhea getting it with the help of Lydia, the Marquis's daughter didn't fully understand what her book character liked about the prince, but she said out loud that she was also happy to see His Highness after a long time. The future emperor told her that he had heard about Reynard the other day, and when the opportunity arose, he would like to talk to him, but he thought it was still a year until graduation. Yurina rejoiced in her soul, because her pupil had confided in her about his graduation from the academy. Curtis invited her to have a cup of tea with him and tell him the story of a talented mage, since fate itself brought them together. The girl told him that it was a great honor for her, however, probably not the only one who was looking forward to having tea with His Highness. One of the guards approached them and confirmed her words, saying that many had asked him for a personal meeting long before. The bewildered crown prince clearly did not expect any of the escorts to interfere in his dialogue. Then he turned to the Marquis's daughter and told her that he would have to postpone tea until later. Mentally, Yurina was glad that Curtis was not stubborn and changed his plans so easily. Later, one of the guards informed the crown prince that Marquis de Fron was waiting for him first. She assumed that her future assassin would appear at this event, but she couldn't believe that he had come all this way to meet the crown prince. When the guards and Curtis left her alone, someone started approaching her from behind. Ray finally arrived at the imperial competition, and the first thing he decided to do was meet her. The girl started bombarding him with questions about when he arrived and why he was wearing those clothes, to which he replied that he had arrived recently and that Betty had found him the clothes. Yurina noticed that his eyes were a completely different color, and her friend replied that since he arrived at the event in secret, that's why he changed his eye color so that no one would guess it was him. The Marquis's daughter understood his plan and decided that it was quite logical, because if he hadn't done it, rumors would have spread immediately. She asked him if he should have changed his eye color to something normal, since purple also stood out a lot. The boy told her that it didn't matter what color he tried to change it to, his eyes kept turning purple. Upon hearing this, she said that the teacher would attack him and study such a phenomenon, to which Ray replied that he was glad he wasn't here. Reinhardt turned to the departing guards and the crown prince and asked what they were talking about. The girl affirmed that they hadn't talked about any of that and suggested that he wanted to see her again. The talented mage was cautious and asked what goal the future emperor was pursuing. Yurina told him her guesses. Then her friend asked her what she should do, to which she replied that she couldn't control his life. The Marquis's daughter said it would be better if she didn't contact the prince again. Ray shyly and quietly asked her if perhaps she wanted to become the future empress. This statement surprised the girl because she had talked a lot about how much she wanted to avoid this. She added that she had told him many times that she didn't want to get involved with this person. Yurina Cartia assured him that the idea of becoming empress was even more hateful, and that she wasn't interested in being empress. Listened to her arguments, Reynard visibly blushed and looked at her with all his tenderness. The girl remembered that she was worried about where he was going and when he would return. The boy took a handkerchief out of his pocket, which she had specially taken out for him, saying that the messenger was far away, so it took a long time. He handed her the handkerchief and told her that it would be great if she handed it to him personally. Yurina was embarrassed that a talented mage had worked so hard to return the object she had made. She held out her hand with the handkerchief. Ray, kneeling on one knee, took the handkerchief and gently pressed her hand. The boy kissed her hand as a sign of gratitude for making a scarf especially for him. Riggs slowly approached him and asked how long they would keep tweeting here. The girl told them to return safely, but before that, the talented mage was going to do one more thing. He reached out and moved her hair away from her neck so he could fully appreciate the extent of the wound. And heal it? Yurina asked him how he could see it, because she hid it carefully, to which he replied that if you look closely, you can't help but notice. Upon returning to the shop, the Marquis's daughter noticed that Emily was still sad. Then she decided to call her, and the maid quickly came to her mistress's call. Yurina suggested that she accompany her for a walk around the camp, so as not to be bored alone. They climbed to the ridge valley of a mountain, and Emily admired the winter view it offered. The Marquis's daughter asked the knight if they could rest here for a while, to which Sir Aaron told her that there was a mage camp on the other side, so that was the safest place. The maid was very happy that her mistress took her for a walk, and she could climb such a high mountain. Betty noticed that, looking at Emily, she seemed to see the little lady and the boy Reinhardt. The maid remembered how they once spent all their free time together, and how cute the children were back then. She also happily added that, in her eyes, these two would remain children forever. Their conversation was interrupted by the loud voice of a guard, telling someone that they could not pass. The stranger indignantly asked why he couldn't pass, as this territory was not private property. A maid approached them asking what was happening, to which they received a warning not to come near them. Sir Aaron asked the stranger to provide personal information, to which he replied that they were just taking a walk, and they wanted to go down to admire the valley. Yurina noticed that the man was emitting a strange flow of mana, and this alerted her. She said they really had no right to stop him, and suggested he return to the tent. Looking at the boy, the Marquis's daughter realized he was an exact copy of her ward Reinhardt. She explained that the escort was quite careful about everything, as it was his first time at such an event. The four began to prepare to return to their tent in the knight's camp. An unknown boy asked her if they had perhaps met somewhere before. The girl thought to herself that this was a very cliché line from romance novels. She replied that she was seeing him for the first time, but then his hand touched hers, and they fell into a stream of magic. Worried, Betty ran to her lover, but it was too late. The two young people found themselves in a magic dome that divided space, and the unknown boy asked her not to worry. He assured her they would not harm her, to which she replied that he used spatial magic without her consent, and she didn't believe a single word he said. The boy said she should only tell the truth, and that he only wanted to speak with her alone. Yurina noticed that if he wanted to talk, then he clearly needed to do things differently. He apologized to her. He told her he didn't know etiquette yet, and reiterated that he would let her go. The boy asked her a single question. Was it true that she had never met him before? The Marquis's daughter strictly replied that she had not met him, and that even if they had met before, such behavior was unacceptable. Now she decided to ask him a completely logical question. What family was he from? She added that she was from the Cartia family, and insulting her was insulting her family. She would also file a complaint on behalf of her family about this. The stranger asked if he had understood correctly that she was none other than Lady Yurina Cartia. She understood the answer without words, and the magic separating space began to dissipate around her. The girl found herself in the same place where she was before entering the dome, and the mysterious mage apologized for his tactlessness and disappeared. The guard accompanying him and the maid Betty immediately ran to the Marquis's daughter. The trembling maid told her she thought he would do something to her, but Yurina quickly recovered and ordered Lord Aaron to find out who the man was and what family he belonged to. Her heart told her that she needed to find the unknown mage immediately. Upon returning to the camp, the Lord informed her that no trace could be found, and asked if he should continue the search, to which he received the answer that he had done an excellent job, and he could rest. The girl decided that, if Lord Aaron searched the entire camp and couldn't find him, then the mage wasn't here at all, or he was hiding his mana. But she was still tormented by the question of why he used such strong magic just for this purpose. Asking if they had met before, the maid, who was always worried about her, suggested her mistress get some sleep, because she looked very tired. Trying to calm her, Yurina said in a calm voice that she was fine. Strange noises were heard outside the tent, and Betty went to see what the commotion outside was. A couple of seconds later, the maid was already running to her mistress, shouting for them to leave immediately. Leaving the tent, the girl saw a large number of people fleeing in horror from something. She couldn't understand what was happening, and the maid only hurried her to take shelter somewhere. The girls left the tent, and Lord Aaron immediately ran towards them through the chaotic crowd. The escort told her loudly that they should leave the home camp as soon as possible. At that very moment, they noticed a huge pack of wolves roaming the camp. One of them ran directly towards Yurina, but Sir Aaron stood in front of her to repel the attack, and Betty hurried to take her mistress away. The girl's heart beat wildly. She understood that they would not be able to escape a pack of wolves. The Marquis's daughter felt the animals pursuing her, how eagerly they stared at their target. She tripped over a small stone and fell to the ground, painfully hitting her hand. The maid tried to lift her mistress, but Yurina's legs wouldn't obey her. A pack of wolves had already caught up with them. In the Marquis's daughter's head, the only thought was that she couldn't die so suddenly. All the joyful events of her life flashed before her eyes, and in one of them was the same necklace that Ray gave her. She ordered Betty to stand behind her, and touching the stone, cast an attack spell. The 3 wolves fell dead around the girls sitting on the ground, trembling with fear. Thinking they had defeated all the animals, the girls suddenly saw the leader of a wolf pack that was slowly heading towards them. The stone could only be used once, so she was preparing to die, and she closed her eyes when she suddenly felt someone hug her. Opening her eyes, she saw Ray in front of her, who told her he was glad she was alive. After that, the guy fell to the ground, revealing a deep wound from a wolf's claw. The mage was treated by a doctor, and they returned to the mansion, where he was put to bed until he fully recovered. The doctor assured her that, although the wound was large, fortunately the magic of the imperial palace managed to heal it. He also added that they were worried about the heavy bleeding, but that the boy was physically strong, so that didn't turn out to be a problem either. After asking if her friend would have any complications, he told her that the skin and the torn muscle had been stretched using magic, so she would feel mild pain for a few days. Addressing the doctor, she asked if there was anything she could do to help the injured man. He replied that she would give him strength, even if she just held his hand. The Marquis's daughter sincerely thanked the doctor and told him she would do so. The maid slowly entered the room and saw her mistress sitting exhausted near the bed. Betty suggested she take care of Lord Reinhardt so she could rest, because at this rate, she might collapse from overwork. Yurina severely replied that she wouldn't go anywhere and would stay by his side until he woke up. The girl asked the maid how her friend appeared in front of her, to which she received the answer that he used magic, and suddenly appeared in front of her. She was worried about how he knew, and appeared in front of her if he was definitely at home. Betty assumed that Lord Reynard heard screams in the camp, and therefore came to her aid. Furthermore, she added that in any case, it was a great thing that he could be close. The maid said that even though the master was injured, neither of them was in danger. They both looked at their savior lying on the bed, who was unconscious. Sitting with her back to the maid, Yurina said that if it weren't for him, she would definitely have died. The girl let go of Betty and was left alone with her thoughts and memories. She understood that this was not luck at all, as he was finally injured. And taking his hand, she quietly asked him to wake up quickly. The next day, Yurina Cartia asked the doctor why her friend still hadn't woken up. She added that the boy also had a fever, to which the doctor told her that the temperature was rising due to muscle spasms. The doctor said he might have a slight fever for a few days, but his condition was not serious, so she shouldn't worry. The girl continued to ask if the doctors were sure he didn't have a serious illness. She was interrupted by Betty, who calmly told her they should wait a little longer. They went to the reading room, where the maid brought tea for her mistress, saying that she also needed to rest, because she didn't leave Lord Reynard all the time. The Marquis's daughter thanked her for stopping her, and decided to apologize to Dr. Roderick for her shouting. Betty said that he would definitely understand her position, because after all, this was related to Lord Reynard. The maid handed her a cup of milk tea, and told her she had added sugar to improve her mood. After taking a sip, Yurina said the tea was sweet, to which the maid asked if she had put too much sugar in it. Her mistress replied that the tea was very sweet and delicious, but she wouldn't like to drink it without Ray. Betty assured her that her friend would wake up very soon, because he had someone waiting for him very much. That same night, the Marquis's daughter couldn't sleep, because as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw the image of the dying Ray. Deciding she needed to wash up, the girl went to the bathroom down the dark hallway. Upon returning, she saw that her ward Reynard was standing not far from her. She immediately ran into his arms, not believing that he had finally woken up. And he could even walk. The boy hugged her even tighter, trying to feel the familiar scent. He asked her if the beast had hurt her, to which she replied that she was fine thanks to his protection. The girl couldn't believe that, even in such a situation, he was still worried about her despite being injured precisely because of her. Stroking her hair, Ray asked if she was too scared and apologized for arriving so late. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have allowed this to happen. Yurina noticed that he was the one who was injured, not her, to which he replied that everything was fine now. The Marquis's daughter, almost crying, said he had been unconscious for 2 days, so he wasn't well. Ray replied that he didn't expect to be in bed for so long. It seemed to him that he had slept for a couple of hours. He told her he used protective magic, but for some reason it didn't work, and that's why he protected her first. The girl asked, since he could have died, why did he intervene if he didn't really value his own life? Reynard said that thanks to his action, she was able to remain alive and unharmed. Then he brought his hand to her face, gently brushed her hair behind her ear, and told her that she was the most important thing to him. During these 2 days, she heard countless times that it was a great luck to be alive, but she didn't believe it because her friend was injured. Shedding tears, Yurina asked him what she had that he was willing to go so far for, to which he replied that he promised to protect her. She remembered the day when, sitting in the pouring rain, she asked him to promise to always protect her. When she first met the boy, she feared he would be dangerous, but now that Ray existed instead of Carion, she didn't think so. The Marquis's daughter was trembling all over, shouting at him what she had if he suffered for her. The boy assured her that even without a promise, he would continue to do this, and Yurina asked him why he was doing this. He said he couldn't imagine his life without Yurina Cartia in it. The mage added calmly and modestly that if the girl left, he would also die. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she said what would happen to her if he died because of her. The girl shouted loudly, asking him if he really thought that if he left, then everything would be fine for her. She also added that it doesn't seem like she's fine now, after worrying about him for so many days. Ray turned away so as not to see her tears, and the Marquis's daughter kept asking him if he really thought everything was fine for her. She always thought there was nothing worse than death, because the moment of death is very painful, lonely and terrifying. But at that moment, when she saw her friend fall and bleed, she realized for the first time that his death was much worse than death. Her own. Yurina continued shouting that, after he fell exhausted, she had a nightmare several times a day in which he dies because of her. The girl hugged his shirt tightly and asked him how he had the right to simply say he didn't care about his life. Reynard hugged her tightly and told her that he was indeed wrong and asked for her forgiveness. She asked him to promise never to do that again, but the boy couldn't promise that. Hugging her close to him, he painfully said that if something like this happened again, he would do the same. Yurina pushed him away from her, trying to see his face and telling him not to do that. The Marquis's daughter said that if he really liked her, then he shouldn't do that. The boy blushed and asked her how she realized his feelings, and how long ago. She told him that, based on his actions, it would be strange if she didn't guess. Wrapping her arms around his body, Yurina looked him in the eyes and affectionately said that she liked him. Pressing the palm of her hand against his face, she added that she also valued him more than herself. Ray remembered the moment he first realized he liked her. When they were sitting in the pouring rain, he leaned towards her and told her that he liked her too, much more than he liked himself. Reynard gently moved closer to her lips, and they merged in a tender, long-awaited kiss. The two lovers were happy to have finally understood their feelings and received reciprocity from the object of their love. Several royal mages examined the corpse of the killed wolf to find out how it got through the magic barrier. Dave approached the crown prince, holding an umbrella and talking about how it started raining immediately after the incident, which was not good for them. Curtis noticed that he was a little late, to which the boy replied that security wouldn't let him pass, saying that if he had nothing to do with the process, they wouldn't let him through. The mentor said he was surprised that after so long, the future emperor contacted him asking for help. While inspecting the site, he said he understood why they were asking for help. The daughter of Marquis Cartia had another terrible dream in which her lover received a wound and did not open his eyes. She called for help, but no one heard her. Only the unfortunate maid Emily was nearby. The girl frantically apologized, offering her mistress the unfortunate earring with which she had hurt her neck. Yurina woke up horrified. She jumped out of bed and startled Ray, who was lying next to her. The boy quickly hugged her, trying to wake her from the remnants of the dream and calm her trembling. The girl feared that seeing how Ray was hurt would be imprinted in her memory and appear in her worst nightmares. She felt his body for a while to realize that he was actually alive. But realizing what she was doing, she abruptly pushed him away from her. Realizing what had just happened, the Marquis's daughter was embarrassed and quickly blushed. Yurina asked how she ended up in bed, because she definitely fell asleep in the wrong place. To which she heard in response that it seemed uncomfortable for her to sleep sitting up, so he moved her to the bed. Leaning back, he stated that when they were children, they often slept together, and that there was nothing strange about it. She asked him to bring her something to eat, but Ray replied that they could eat later. The girl suddenly became strict, which slightly confused her lover, who just looked at her. Getting out of bed, she said loudly that if he wanted to recover quickly, he needed to eat something. Before she could finish speaking, Yurina found herself on top of Reynard, who grabbed her by the waist. Looking at him, the Marquis's daughter saw that he shone with happiness when he was by her side. She tried to break free, nervously said what she was doing, and ordered him to let her go quickly. The boy raised his hands a little higher, so they were over her back, and pulled her towards him. Ray mockingly told her that she was blushing so much she looked like a tomato. The mage squeezed her even tighter against him, to reach her ear, into which he whispered that he liked her. He continued to tell her that he couldn't live without her, and that he liked her very much. For breakfast, they went to the open terrace, where they were served hot cream soup. Sitting at the table, the girl ordered him to eat something so he would recover faster. Looking at her, he asked if everything was all right, to which he heard in response that the soup was very hot. In a moment, Ray asked her to blow on the spoonful of soup and feed him spoon by spoon. He added that he remained motionless for a long time and that his hands were weak, to which the girl objected that he had held her with those hands recently. Reinhardt remembered that when he was sick, she helped him drink water from a glass. She found that memory amusing, because in it, the little mage proudly drank water little by little on his own. She blushed again, realizing that at that age it would be strange to feed him. Looking at him severely, the girl asked thoughtfully if he was making fun of her. Ray flinched, swallowed nervously, and asked if he had ruined her mood. Yurina pulled him towards her and kissed him passionately on the lips with all tenderness. The girl added that he said she looked at him and said he looked like a tomato. His face turned red again, but she continued to say that he was just like this vegetable. Ray was taken by surprise by her action, his face even redder than hers. Dave arrived at the mansion and asked Betty if her student Reynard was there. The maid replied that Lord Reynard had just woken up, and the master asked her to forgive him for coming without notice. He added that there was a very urgent matter, so he definitely needed to meet with him. Yurina was the first to meet her mentor and began wiping the rain-soaked hair from his head. Dave thanked her for her concern and asked how her student was after the injury. The girl said that although he said he was fine, she wasn't sure, so she told him to rest a little longer and put him to bed. Looking at the teacher, she asked if he was very worried about Reynard's health, to which she received an affirmative answer. Upon entering the room, Dave asked Ray if he really felt well, because he was seriously injured. The talented mage showed him his muscles and told him that, as far as he could see, there was nothing wrong with his arm. Then, looking at his beloved, the boy said he felt a slight pain in his muscles. A little embarrassed, he said it would pass sooner and he would be as good as new. The two young people asked Dave if he had been able to find anything in the home camp. The girl said that, according to her father, magical abilities were involved in this case. The guy said that the protective barrier used to protect the camp was damaged. He added that even the palace mages couldn't find any clues about this matter. According to Lord Aaron, the target of all the wolves was not the aristocrats, but only the daughter of the Marquis of Cartia. The beasts ignored the knights waving their swords and moved only in one direction. Dave reported that as soon as the magic barrier was damaged, the evil pack immediately rushed in. Yurina said that hunting competitions are not held in a place where there are predators. What bothered her was that Ray said he definitely used defensive magic, but it didn't work. The mentor concluded that, in general, nothing could be discovered, and Betty approached them without any issues. The Marquis's daughter asked why, after so long, nothing had been found. The maid served juice to the guest, and the girl asked if the order of the knights and the palace mages were really involved in this matter. The mentor said that clues remained in the magic camp, but no traces were found on the wolves' corpses. Reinhard asked if his teacher personally verified this information, or if they just told him. Dave said that there is definitely something there, but they cannot detect it because their powers alone are not enough. The mage said he would personally go to the site of the attack on his beloved. Yurina said severely that he hadn't recovered yet, to which he replied that the doctor said he could move. Then he decided to turn to the mentor and told him that he was sick and still needed to rest. The Marquis's daughter looked at Ray with pleading eyes, but the boy assured her that he would quickly fix everything and return to her. He promised her that he would not use magic or overwork. He didn't want to let things take their course. She invited him to go together, but Reinhardt immediately rejected her unexpected idea. The boy added that if they went together, he would worry and wouldn't be able to find anything out. Standing in the hallway, the mage said goodbye to her, telling her that everything would be fine, because the pain in his muscles had passed. Then he looked around several times to make sure no one was watching them. Ray placed his hand on her face and leaned in to kiss his beloved. The boy smiled sweetly and said that he always kept the promises he made to her. Yurina accepted the inevitable and asked him to be careful and think of himself. Dave unknowingly witnessed a scene of love between two young people. The lovers were simply next to each other, saying nothing to each other, just enjoying each other. Sitting in the carriage, Dave asked if everything was all right with him, because if he felt normal now, complications could still arise. Ray complained that he felt a slight muscle pain, but it disappeared quite quickly. Looking at Yurina's necklace, Reinhardt thought that as soon as she used magic, a signal entered her necklace, which is why he could appear nearby so quickly. The talented mage declared that he teleported and saw that the wolf was attacking the girl, and he tried to use protection magic. Looking at the mentor, the boy said that his protective magic did not work. Then, he added that Yurina was the target of the wolves, and that someone tried to prevent the magic from working. Some powerful mage was definitely involved in this. Ray asked. The Imperial Order of Knights still couldn't find anything, because in such a complex matter, it was impossible to immediately find the culprits. Dave said that the Imperial Order couldn't find anything, but there was something it wasn't looking for. He added that the incident occurred at a hunting competition organized by the Imperial family. Even though the Crown Prince is personally responsible for solving the case, some of the knights involved in the investigation are close associates of Empress Jennings, who is at odds with Curtis. One of the reasons for the delay in the investigation was that if Curtis didn't deal with the matter, the Empress would accuse him of incompetence. Reinhardt shouted that this was complete nonsense and that he couldn't understand the Imperial intrigues. The mentor said that, unlike him, his student was not an interested party, so he could avoid a power struggle. Upon arriving at the camp, the first thing Dave did was put a robe on Ray and advise him to change the color of his eyes to a more normal one. Upon learning that he couldn't choose another color besides purple, the mentor approached him, and Reinhardt told him that he thought if he relaxed even a little, the magic would be released. The boy said he wants to solve this case to protect his beloved person. Then he asked his mentor if he also wanted to protect his loved one. As Dave fastened his coat, he sincerely thanked his student for his understanding. A knight approached them and told them they shouldn't be in the investigation territory. Hiding Ray behind him, the mentor said they were from the Cartia family, because Marquis Cartia wanted to know how far the investigation had progressed. Several more knights approached them, and the first told them that nothing special had been found. If the investigation progressed, they would send a letter to the Cartia family. The mage came out from behind saying that several days had already passed since the incident, but they still hadn't found anything. Then he said severely that his family would no longer expect results from them. Dave confirmed his friend's words and said he didn't think they would hear the news they wanted just by waiting, and that they wanted to check it in person. The knight rudely said that their words meant distrust towards the Imperial Order of Knights. The mage said that if they had the ability to discover the cause of the incident, they would have done so long ago. The guards laughed at his words, saying that he was completely green, but that he had a sharp tongue. One of them then added that he thought the guy should improve his skills before doubting the knight's abilities. Marquis de Fron approached the guards and loudly asked what was going on. Seeing Dave, he said that he apparently came from the Cartia family, to which the mentor told him that the Crown Prince had given him permission to look at the scene. The Marquis thought for a moment, saying that he was responsible for this matter, but His Highness was busy, so he would ask him later if they could enter. But for now they could leave. Ray didn't like the fact that someone wouldn't let them into the place, because they wanted to find out the truth. Dave grabbed Reynard by the neck and said there was no need to provoke the Order of Knights. Otherwise, they could be accused of disrespect to the Imperial family. He added that the Marquis should not be alarmed, as he was one of those who graduated from the academy in 7 years. So he was an experienced person, so it was better not to react emotionally. Ray couldn't allow his beloved to feel fear again, so he had to deal with this quickly. Suddenly, he felt a strange energy emanating from the place where the wolf's corpse lay. The guy ran, avoiding everyone in his way, throwing the guards aside. Dave ordered him to stop, because he was violating the order of the Imperial Order of Knights. Renard firmly stated that a strange and strong dark energy emanated from the wolf's corpse. Confused, he asked everyone present if they really didn't feel the sinister magic. The guy carefully examined the beast, looking for the place where the maximum accumulation of mana was located. Snatching the sword from the guard's scabbard, he brandished it and plunged it into the body of the dead animal. Ray said he found the true essence of the energy coming from the wolf. Pulling the object out of the corpse, he showed everyone that the fault was a small bead. The talented mage squeezed it in his hand, after which it slowly evaporated from his hand. Instead of a bead, he held a small gold earring in his hand, and Reynard asked if his mentor had seen this earring before. Dave vaguely remembered where he had seen something familiar, but stubbornly couldn't recall it. Crown Prince Curtis was already heading towards them and asked what the guy had found. The mentor felt a little embarrassed seeing his friend, hesitated a little, and Ray fearfully stepped aside. Everyone present bowed to His Majesty, as was customary in their world. Ray handed him the finding, saying that this jewelry was hidden in the wolf's blood, and it seemed to him that the motive for the attack was in it. The future emperor carefully examined the earring, with no intention of picking it up. Then he said severely that they had been trying for several days to find any clue, but they hadn't found anything, and that the first stranger had done it very quickly. The man from the order behind him wanted to start justifying himself, but the mage interrupted him. Ray decided to say that at first glance it might seem that the wolf could have swallowed the jewelry, but he believed it was black magic. Curtis asked him again, and Reynard said that, unlike the use of free mana and mana inside the body, in black magic they also use blood as a conductor. He suggested that if the earring belonged to Lady Cartia, then wolves from a great distance could attack her. But the boy was confused by the fact that his natural magic didn't work. But he decided that if the wolf's teeth were enchanted with black magic, then they could easily break his magic. Ray believed that he didn't know exactly who, but the person who organized this planned to get rid of his beloved once and for all. No matter how strong the mage was, he couldn't resist this magic, and it's logical that he couldn't wake up for 2 whole days. Adjusting his hood, he thought that the wolf's teeth were definitely saturated with a curse. Or poison. The boy suddenly realized that if it weren't for him, Yurina Cartia would already be dead. The crown prince told him that 100 years had passed since black magic had disappeared from the empire. Ray said there was no information about using blood as a conductor, so the investigation was at a dead end. One of the knights loudly declared that they couldn't trust the stranger, because black magic had disappeared a long time ago. The guy replied that if he was a criminal, then why would he come to the crime scene? To which the knight lunged at him, shouting that in order to be noticed by His Highness and receive recognition for his abilities. Reynard quickly repelled the attack, but the enemy said that Lady Cartia had seen the mage the day before, and maybe it was him. Approaching the crown prince, the man continued to say that it was very suspicious that a stranger appeared at the most critical moment. He overlooked the imperial order and found evidence. Curtis calmly looked at the shouting man and continued to say that the guy was playing well, because this was his performance, because he wanted to take the opportunity to flatter the Cartia family. And the emperor, he added that black magic was the only excuse he could come up with. Ray said that his arguments were ridiculous, and that they should admit that their abilities were superior to theirs, and they should be ashamed of not having found anything. The crown prince said that the order spent the whole night searching, but couldn't find anything, and since there are injured people, they need to quickly find the truth. He asked how the boy was going to prove the black magic, since there was no one among him who understood it. At the same time, in the mansion Yurina, Cartia was looking for her maid Emily, but she couldn't find her. Betty said that she had entrusted her with cleaning the garden, but nothing was ready yet, to which the mistress told her that Emily was still young. Walking down the hallway to the maid's room, the girl thought she had become a little more cheerful after her walk in the mountain range. Seeing her live without family at such a young age, the Marquis's daughter worried about her. Upon reaching her room, Yurina discovered that her things were scattered, but the girl was nowhere to be found. There was a small package on the floor. She picked it up, trying to find out what it was. Betty called her and told her that Lord Reynard had returned to the mansion and was looking for her. She added that the man said it was very urgent and that he needed to find the Marquis's daughter quickly. The young people met in the hallway and ran towards each other. They were happy that everything was fine for them. Ray handed her the earring he found and asked if she knew who it belonged to. The girl, pierced by fear, said in a timid voice that this decoration belonged to her.